Hello! And the sound actually works. Fantastic. Because I forgot to test it. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Today we are going to be looking at a load of builds from all of our community members. And yeah, it's going to be a good time. We have quite a lot. Oh, quite a lot to look at. So this may end up being another long stream. The last one was about 5.5 hours, I think it was. And yeah, unfortunate. If you guys would like to let me know that you know, sound is good, video is good, we're not getting buffering or anything like that, then that would be much appreciated. Likewise, if anything happens along the stream, then yeah, just feel free to let me know in chat, and that will be much appreciated. Without further ado, we'll start looking at builds. One thing before that, we're going to be looking at a lot of very expensive things here that people have put a lot of time and passion into, and it's important to understand that these are people's priorities over a long period of time. So when it comes to feelings of, you know, envy or jealousy or anything like that, just understand that these are people's priorities over a long period of time, and people's financial priorities over a long period of time. And so yeah, respect the effort, respect the passion, and yeah, let's look at some builds. First up, Sky. Sky with the Salvo MCX in grey. I actually had a play with one of the Salvo MCXs a couple of weeks ago. They're quite nice, aren't they? They're different to the APFGs, and someone else makes an MCX. Toxicant, of course, but I feel like I'm missing... I think someone else makes an MCX that I'm forgetting. But yeah, they're quite nice. They're painted rather than anodized, but especially the grey ones here, they do look still very nice indeed. And they have, you know, their proper trades and licensing and all that as well. And so this one from Sky, she's done a clone of a CTSFO build, so Counter-Terrorist Specialist Firearms Officer, if memory serves me right. That is the British Armed Police. Yeah, don't do Airsoft, it's too expensive. And so she's created this one here. The Salvo, of course, is off the... it's a clone of the Tokyo Marui platform, but because of the nature of the MCX being what it is, so we don't have a buffer tube here, so there's nothing recoil mitigation, bolt bounce mitigation stuff in the back end. And so the system is a little bit different, but it's essentially a Tokyo Marui clone. Clothes are done via Oxygon. They didn't come with the stock. Ah, okay. So FCW usually has a bit of an interesting reputation when it comes to engraving and trade stuff, so I'm glad to see that they've actually done really well there, because that looks really, really good. I wonder if they did the Virtus up top there in the plate. But yeah, it looks fantastic. So yeah, clone of a police build, British Police this is, and both things are looking very good. Let's have a look at what she's got. So Evolution Gear Comp M5. Good start on the Unity riser with G45. So G45 is because the G43 is the 3 times the updated version of this, whereas the G45, of course, is a 5 times. I am very curious about how those do, because when you think about it, there's physics involved, right? If I take, wish I had the Spectre off of the Vipertech right now, so I could use that as an example, but it doesn't look like I can. Yeah, alright, we'll go with this then. So this is G33, and this is a reproduction SUSAT. Physics comes into play when it comes to magnification. Glad you got the correct lower. Oh, is that a set preference? Oh. So physics comes into play because eye box and eye relief is dependent on total magnification. So if we take something like this SUSAT and compare it against this G33, then we are going to get a lesser eye box with the SUSAT. Obviously the SUSAT is also terrible, hence why it's a bad idea to be testing it in the first place, or comparing it in the first place. Let's get an ACOG. Now we have an ACOG. Oh, this one's also reproduction. Where is my ACOG? Don't know. Point is, something with a higher amount of zoom is going to natively have a tighter eye box and more difficult eye relief. Difficult's not the right. This is where we get into like pupil exit diameter stuff. But yeah, the higher your zoom goes, the more constricted your viewpoint is. And so I wonder, with something that small in a 5x package, that's really crunching down a lot of magnification into a very small amount of glass. And I'd be very curious to know how well a 5x magnifier in that small of a package actually does. So that's magnifier. In terms of the your risers and such like that, generally always a good idea, not necessarily always a good idea, it's regularly beneficial to have them sitting up. Also, it's 3x, that's a G43? There is a G45 though that looks pretty much the same as that, right? I haven't seen the G43 and the G45 next to each other, but there is a G45 as well, isn't there? But yeah, it's regularly beneficial to have optics sitting a bit higher than they generally do on your regular mounts like this. And so happy days. I haven't personally used anything with the PDW sliding stock like that. That's a lie, because I've used an MP5. But when it comes to AR-15 MCX type platforms, the HK416C for example, I've never used one of those stocks before. And I also wonder how that's going to be, because the stock bars are spread out from the receiver. And it's kind of a thick receiver, I guess? I don't know. I'm curious, I'd be curious to see how the cheek weld, chin weld type situation is with that, because those optics are quite high. But hey, if it works for you, it works for you. Moving forward, we have a very strange pressure pad situation there, and it's the same on what the real guy did. The real guy. I appreciate Sky, you are also a real human being, you get what I mean. But what their original source was, he's mounted it way far back here for very deliberate usage. It's an odd choice by him, and you've replicated it. I don't know, it's an odd one, isn't it? What's different here? Something's different here. The reason something's different here is because the way your grip is, you could get the pressure pad in behind the D-barrel and not have a problem. He can't. What's changed? Oh, he's got the D-barrel way far back. And is that a backup iron sight in front of that? Maybe? I think, oh yeah, that's a screw. So is that screw present on the front of an MCX by standard? No. So he's got a backup front iron sight in here, which is a very unusual decision for a user of a D-barrel. And no grip tape, true. This is a very unusual decision for a user of a D-barrel, because there is a thing called a leap front sight, which is a sight plate that goes on top of a D-barrel. Let's see if I can quickly Google that. D-barrel leap front sight. Yeah, made by Rail Scales apparently. Okay, fair enough. Let's go over there and we'll bring this over. And we see here, this is just a plate that goes on the top of D-barrels. Usually, if you want a front iron sight, front backup iron sight, and you have a D-barrel, you get one of these. But they don't necessarily already have it, because it is an aftermarket part. But yeah, why is he? This is strange, and so this is strange, and so this is strange. And Sky has done something much more sensible by simply using the D-barrel and being fine with that. You don't, as much as I like having backup iron sights for things, you don't really need them. And even if she was in a situation where you do need them, she has backup integrated iron sights in the Leap, in the Unity red dot mount here. They're questionable in their usage because it's a very, very short sight radius, and so deviations in where your eye aren't as noticeable, and so you can have accuracy issues from that. But we're using it for airsoft, and so that's totally fine. Also, with these iron sights and this mount and that mount, you can't see those iron sights behind the magnifier, and so you have to take off the magnifier in order to see those iron sights. But like, who cares? It's fine. If I recall correctly, I had that installed. Might not be easy to see. As FTC normally blocks irons, I removed it. Yeah. And run the deval and use the Unity rear ring iron. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've heard of people doing that before. So, yeah, they have the Unity. Do I have the unit? Oh, it's mounted behind on the Mark 18 at the moment. The Unity people will screw out the front sight all the way. and then just use the rear iron sight as well. I've seen people doing that as well, because in theory, some airsoft reproductions don't, but they are at the correct sight to be used with other backup iron sights if they want to do that. Front iron deval, rear is the unity ring with the front bit moved out of the way. Yeah. Yep. This is a much smarter method of doing things than the original source has done. But at the same time, it's always worth remembering that these guys are generally not gun guys, which is interesting to think about, really, isn't it? So, what else have we got? That is a Magpul RVG and an Inforce. Is that a genuine? WDSN. Okay. So a airsoft clone of the Inforce. I think is just, sorry, that's probably a horrible noise on the mic. The WML weapon mounted light. I can't remember if they have a more full name, but yeah. Deval. Oh, I've just had a notification to say that I'm going live. Thank you. Yeah, Deval, Inforce, all good stuff, and Magpul RVG is also very nice as well. I haven't tried the Magpul RVG on M-Lock yet, but I have recently finally got the BCM one, what do they call it, gunfighter, angled, whatever the fuck, and yeah, it's a good time. M-Lock is annoying to install stuff on, but if you've got stuff that's thread locked, then hey, it's a good time and it can work for people. I still prefer Picatinny. Operators, our mortal civilian brains cannot comprehend it. Yeah, they're also just, hey, here's your job, here's your gun, go. And they don't obsess. I guess obsess over this kind of thing in the way that people that don't have them do, right? It's one of those things. So yeah, looking good. The pressure pad is in a strange place, but it's cloning the source material. Other than that, it is a very good and very functional build. We've also got a Magpul K2. I assume that's a K2 and not a K2 Plus. I've never used the K2 Plus. I think the K2 Plus is the rubber overmolded version, has she said. Oh, it's K2 Plus. So yeah, in theory, this is the rubber overmolded version. I haven't tried one myself. I've tried the regular K2 and I didn't like it at all. What was the problem? I think it was this part. This part here was digging into this bone. I couldn't hold a gun. I couldn't do it. If it was something really, really light, then fine. But anything with any weight to it, and as soon as I have to press something up, couldn't do it. It was horrible for me. So I, on that particular gun, I moved to the BCM again. But hey, what works, works. In terms of other bits and bobs, that is presumably a Tokyo Marui magazine. Doesn't say, that's fine. Jaeger M-Pass in Guns Modify 3.5 nozzle. I think that's what Explosive Enterprise is when they did their Double Eagle N4 video when they were talking about that. Because Salvo, that reminds me, are Salvo Double Eagle? I think they are, aren't they? Salvo is a Double Eagle shell. I think that's where I was getting mixed up from earlier. Would rather the K2, but only found a grey K2 Plus. Unfortunate, but if it works for you, it works for you. And getting one in grey, of course, is going to be a trouble. And you got the Griffin grey as well. Nice. Everything nice and colour coordinated. Ah, that's correct. Cool. I've just found exactly how much of a stream delay we have, because I said, is Salvo Double Eagle? Wait. Yes. Okay, right. I understand now. Changes from ref. Main red dot, because I don't know why I forgot to read this. Main red dot, the Comp M5 is something I've had on hands. Oh, so this is a T1 with the exposed elevation turrets. Cool. Elevation turret caps. Something I had on hand, personally really like the look of. It's on the build. I know when I started this, the optic setup wouldn't be one-to-one clone because I can't stand seeing the D-bell in the optic window. Fair enough. That plus FTC magnifiers are much nicer and the Unity bits made sense. So you've mentioned that before. FTC magnifier. Where's this? Because that's not mentioned up here, and I feel like I should recognise that name of FTC magnifier. Obviously this says EOTech on it. What's he got? Yeah, that's an EOTech, that's a G33. So what's FTC? Is FTC Omni? That's a thing, isn't it? Oh, flip to center. Duh. Alright. God, I'm sorry, that must have been so annoying for you with the stream delay. Oh boy, me blathering about like a fucking idiot trying to remember what FTC is. Right, that plus FTC flip to center, so that is like this setup where it's in the middle and then it isn't. That plus FTC magnifiers are much nicer. The Unity bits made sense. Yeah, so he's got a flip to center here, and that looks like just a G33. I don't recognise this optic mount. That's not the LaRue Tactical LT660, which you kind of synonymise with T1s and T2s. Looks like that. That's a Federal Trade Commission. Thanks, Doc. That's a reproduction. The Unity bits make sense. Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't want the deval in the window, I wonder, because devals always look like they sit very high, don't they? But I don't know how high they sit relative to a PEC. Actually, I do know. G43, you reckon? That can't be. That can't be a G43. Unless I'm a fucking idiot. Because if that's a G43, which it is, as you said, then there's no way that's a G43. Not a chance. Was going to say something. Yes, we do know how high a deval is, because the... why is your G43? Because the G stands for Gewehr and not for Geotech. We do know how high a deval is because of that front sight, and so it's actually about the same as a PEG. It's fine. Yeah, this is the older style. So that is a G33. We can tell because this area, this rubber cover, cap, whatever, this is so much longer on this. This is a G33 than this. This is a teeny weeny rubber cap because it is compacted. Goptics, yes, it is a Goptics 43. Yeah, all in all, it is a solid MCX build. Are we just going to be posting every word that begins with G now? Fair enough. Yeah, MCXs are very solid ergonomically. The later versions have the ambidextrous bolt hold and bolt release as well. Makes things very slick, very efficient. We also have integrated QD cups, 1, 2 and 3, for doing whatever you want to do. Generally speaking, this QD cup up front is absolutely fine. You don't generally need to go any further forward than that unless you are like slinging it on your back or anything like that. In terms of on your receiver or on your stock, generally it tends to be whether you want the gun to be more comfortable while shooting it or your gun to be more comfortable while you're walking with it. Because if you have your QD, your rear QD here, assuming you have a 2-point sling, if you have your rear QD here, then it is very, very comfortable and easy to move it around while shooting and manipulating it. Thank you. Yes. While shooting and manipulating it. But then while walking with it just slung, it kind of swings about and it's kind of annoying. Whereas if you have the rear QD cup, whereas if you have the rear QD cup clipped there, then it is perfectly stable while walking around with it, but then when you go to shoot it, it can be fine, but then once you have to bring it up and control the weight into getting the magazine out, etc, all that kind of manipulation stuff, it can be a little bit annoying if you're back here. So it just depends on your priorities, really. Yeah, for airsoft purposes, it depends on your kind of game length, but it's also entirely personal preference. What's this guy done? So he does have a sling. We can see the sling coming in here. What is that? So sling, sling, sling. Oh, okay. So for starters, the sling is going past the rear QD cup. So we know that. But is he... Right, the way this is coming in, it's definitely not going up there. But it's also at a strange angle, which implies it's not going all the way down there either. Is my mouse cursor coming? Yeah, it does show. Yeah, not so sure about that, actually, what he's done. Oh, there's the rear iron sight as well. Yeah, this is odd. yeah, depending on personal preference, defines how you do your slings and such, and we can see she's done a bit of basic cable management there just to keep everything nice and tight. We can see the cable ties there. Good, well thought out build, and knowing Sky, she's probably sold it already because she likes doing that. I can't say what site it is because promoting sales on a YouTube stream video, etc. But I do see Sky on there quite a lot. I see Sky. Right, here's the thing. I see in general build channels of Discords, Sky saying, "Hey, I've got this MCX. Hey, I've got this. I'm building this MCX now. I've got this thing for this MCX." And then like a few weeks go by, and I see called out, "Oh, it's not going to stop, Minkle." And then a few weeks later, I see on Airsoft sales page here, "Hey, I'm selling this. I'm selling this MCX. I'm selling this MCX. I'm selling this MCX." It's without fault, and it's so funny to me. And then of course you'll post again in the builds thing saying, "Hey, this time I'm done." 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, I know where to look. I know where to look. So overall, very good build, very well thought out, and it is faithful to the source without having the idiocies of the source. And good job. No iron sights as the SIG ones I haven't been able to find by buying RS ones. Screw that. And the rear one would also collide with the flip to center magnifier. Yeah, it's fine, really, isn't it? Who cares? It's all good. With this one, also, this is ridiculous. In fact, excuse me, sorry. Now that I look at it more, that's properly ridiculous, because the eye relief of this G33, this is a genuine G33. Perfect eye relief so that I can see there. If I look at how long his stock is, my guy's got to be a giraffe. That's why the flipping picture's cropped like that. It actually goes like all the way up, and then his head's like up there somewhere. That length of pull with that optics that far forward, that's bloody ridiculous. And I'm classing a full picture here as, so no scope shadow from being too close, but also so that you can see the field stop of the optic. The field stop of the optic is the solid black bar that goes around the outside of the image through the scope. The reason that this is made is so that is because otherwise, if you didn't have what they call a field stop, which is just this cover, you'd see the edges of the glass that goes into making it, and it just looks a bit gross apparently. So, full. Last stream was end of March. Yeah, it's been a hot summer. I have not been able to cope while wearing the headset and being streaming and light and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's been 5 months. So yeah, with that eye relief, that is not happening with that. My guy's a giraffe. If we go to Sky's one, you've also got that mounted a few slots forward. I wonder if that length of pull is actually shorter than it looks. Very interesting. Okay. The MCX by standard, even without the K2 Plus, God, this is going to be a long stream if I keep spending this amount of time on each gun. Even without the K2, the MCX has a more severe grip angle, which implies that it has a shorter length of pull. I get very in-depth on these builds, and I think that builds are worth it, because me spending half an hour looking at a build is a pittance comparing to people spending 6 months on a build, for example, and some people that is what this is for them, so it's worth it. It's about an inch shorter than an A1, very short pull, but even then I was leaning forward a bit. Yeah, there's nothing stopping you. I mean, well, there is now, you probably sold the damn thing, but there's nothing stopping you mounting this a bit further back. If you wanted to mount that a bit further back, then it would look strange if you didn't mount the dot a bit further back. But then, if you mounted the dot further back, then it starts to look weird in its own right. It's one of those things. But yeah, you could, you've got space to mount it further back if you want. And you only have to respect the source material to a certain degree. You can work with what works for you. This guy here, he's done, what is this? So there's a slot there. 1, 2, 3, which is where the screw is. 4, 5, 6, 7 slots. And you've done 1, 2, 3. So don't worry about mounting it further back, because you've already mounted it further back than he has. You don't have to respect the source material that much. Do what works for you, in my opinion. But yeah, well thought out build. MCXs are cool. Good job. Right, let's move on to our next one. This is from Dutch. 12.5 will definitely be, yeah, long period of time. To use an old aim point Mark 3 or G2 with a zoom attachment like a real operator. So what Dej referring to is it's a tube optic. It's a tube optic that has another tube that can screw onto the front of it. And that's like a magnifier. I think it's on the front. No, it's on the back of it. I don't remember. It's either on the front or the back of it. I don't remember. But yeah, it's a very old magnifying solution. BRN when? Do you mean like a BRN 180? Are you like one of us building that? Is there an airsoft gas blowback BRN 180? I don't know enough about the BRN. Well, no, because BRN isn't just BRN these days, is it? It's Bren as a company, it's a Czech company. I don't know. Anyway, Dutch, this is a 416? Question mark? Yeah, 416. Right, first ever airsoft replica I had built over many years, rebuilt today. Old gun was a G&G Raider 2. This is an AEG. I guess I kind of built it out to a picture I sort of saw years ago. Can't quite find it right now. This happens more often than you think. Oh, Double Eagle is making a BRN 180. Okay. If you had asked me 2 years ago, if you told me 2 years ago, oh, Double Eagle is making a gas blowback rifle, I would have gone. Nowadays, though, they're held in pretty high regard for it. The trouble is, you've just got to... Hobbs, I need to show you my funny magnifier mount later. If you have a picture of it, then pop it in the chat, unless that's you that's just popped that in there. Yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, if you told me 2 years ago Double Eagle making gas blowback rifle, I would have gone. But hey, they seem to be doing pretty well from the people that are buying them and using them. The only problem is that you've got to make sure not to get Double Eagle mixed up with either one, SEMA, because they're making very similar products in certain lines for the Tokyo Marui clones, or two, mixing Double Eagle with Golden Eagle. Don't buy a Golden Eagle. Just don't. Right, let's pop over and make sure, well, not make sure. Oh, yeah. So, very quick one. This is the magnifying solution. God, that looks very funny. I can't handle guns on stream, so I can't bring up my solution. Would I be able to? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even be able to take it off because it would show and all that. But yeah, that's the old magnifying solution from Aimpoint. It screws in the back, and then that probably looks still horrendous. Subaru. Yeah, I'm a Subaru fan. Well, I don't know about Subaru fan. The Blob Eye, I'm a fan of the old rally cars. Right, oh, quickly, what have we got? Oh, yeah. Julie just responding to an Evolution Gear thing I found out, which was very unfortunate. So, back to Dutch's 416. It's an AEG, and so I'm not really an AEG guy personally. It's one of those things, once you know it, because all V2 gearboxes are very, very similar. But this one here, yeah, it is a 416. It is painted. This is odd. I don't think 416s typically have forward assist housings like this, but yeah, 416. It's got an elk inspector type thing on it. Deval, once again. Devals are very old, I find. Only 18 more guns. Only 18 more guns for Hobbs to review before he gets to mine. Hey, by current mathematics, that's only 9 hours solo. Oh god. Right. Devals are older than I thought. I've seen footage from, I think, like 2008 or something, where standard general issue US troops had these devals on them. So that was very surprising to me. But yeah, S416, we've got our AEG special stock on the back. The reason they have these is because these big old wings are big enough for the buffer tube to be empty, and then the battery comes round, the battery cable comes round. You can have a bit of battery in that side, a bit of battery in that side. It's a split battery. Guns. You want guns? What's that fucking Peaky Blinders reference? You want guns? We'll have real guns. And then it's got like a fucking Lewis gun. It's brilliant. Yeah. AEG stock, clone of the either LMT or B5 SOP mod stock. Handy for people using AEGs because you can fit larger batteries in them. Grip, it's got a grip. It's got a motor in it. PCS EPM, they're regarded as very good AEG magazines. Charging handle, it has a charging handle, doesn't do anything because it's an AEG. Sling, this is a Magpul. There's Magpul clips, but I don't know Magpul well enough to say that this is Magpul because that really looks like a Gen 2 Ferro Slickster. But these, I believe these are the Magpul fastenings. Lewis gun. You wanna use guns? We'll use real guns. I'm gonna get done for anti-Birmingham. That is the, oh god, the Magpul QD, whatever the fuck. I'm not a fan of this personally, purely because if you use a cheap one, then it sucks. That mount, it relies directly on longitudinal, I guess, tightness of that screw. And if you're using a reproduction of that mount, then you're not going to necessarily hold the tightness in that screw unless you Loctite it to fuck. If you Loctite it that heavily, then you're going to have issues where you can't undo it again because that screw will be made of cheese. Do I mean Birmingham? Birmingham. No, apparently. No, I don't. But yeah, the reproductions of that particular design don't hold up very well, and I personally prefer the CQD style. The reason I prefer CQD style is because it's a big old lump of steel, and you just slot the damn thing on, and then the screws just hold it laterally. If those screws suck, doesn't matter at all. It's staying on there. But with something like this, if the screws suck, then it'll either come off, or you've got to Loctite it on so much that you can't get it off again. So I'm not a fan of these mounts personally. Tape, tactical tape. Alright, probably coming off of this mod button type thing here, which then we can see that going into the... That's not a deval at all. Why did I say that's a deval? That's clearly a PEC 15, or rather an LA5 UHP. I'm an idiot. Whatever. And then a generic reproduction of a Knights Armament NT4. It's probably not specifically an NT4, but like the rear mount of that is different anyway. We can see there's like a silver collar type thing here. This is a VFC, but we can the VFC one is actually completely different to a real one as well. On a real one, this silver bit actually rotates all the way around, similar to similar to the SOCOM RC style, where it just rotates all the way around, and then we can go and crunch it all the way down. The NT4 is a similar kind of design, where you rotate it in order to lock it, but it doesn't lock quite the same way as the RC does. There's actually a bit of legal strife at the moment, I believe, between SOCOM and someone else, between Surefire and someone else, I apologise, because that locking system, the belief is that it was stolen from someone else, from another company, which is unfortunate. Notice how far that PEC is sitting forward. Yeah, but when you think about it, what's the problem? You know, it's not really that big a deal that it's sitting that far forward. It's odd, but it works. From a physics perspective, you'd kind of expect, you know, oh, if there's a frontal impact, clunk, then it can lever off and all the rest of it. One, not really. Two, do that with an airsoft gun and the rest of it will break anyway, so don't worry about it. Yeah, generic suppressor, looks like a Ferro Concept Slingster Gen 2. Yeah, it's a 416, simple, effective, and we can see that everything's linked up there, so it's all good. Yeah, simple. What else has he written? Elk Inspector, yeah, presumably a reproduction. Summer Gear PEC 15, obviously not a deval, you fucking idiot. Random Sling, probably a Slingster. The Slingster is Ferro Concept's version of like a low profile body armor thing. Polnar tactical sticker, alright, and then internals AEG stuff. Cool, 416. And I presume that's M-Lock, because with the 416s, god, that's a whole flipping thing. With M-Lock on a HK 416 with the Geisley front end, that look kind of like this, but not quite. But again, AEG stuff, right? It looks like M-Lock, and it's kind of close, but it doesn't work. The Geisley stuff that was used by, you know, your Seals, blah, 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 it's different. It doesn't fit. You can't fit M-Lock stuff to the Geisley SMR rails. You have to get specific SMR adapter stuff to Picatinny or etc. etc. There were Geisley M-Lock Mark. Oh, what were they? Mark. I think whatever. There was a Geisley SMR M-Lock rail, but they're very uncommon, which is really stupid because why? Why would you do that? That's annoying. And if we go back actually to Sky's one, we're going back to Sky's. We've already gone. No, never mind. That's the different MCX version. There is a version of the MCX that had key mod on it, and there is key mod and then there is H key, and it's the same damn thing. Where the Heckler & Koch version, the one that is on the Heckler & Koch gun, is ever so slightly different to what everyone else uses. I've been refreshing on Twitch this entire time to Killer Wolf. So Killer Wolf, have you ever been told how smart you are? You can answer no to that and I'll believe you. It's okay. Right. So yeah, 416. This is either M-Lock or not. Hard to tell because there's nothing on it, so it's quite possible that this is the weird the legacy of key mods for MCXs. Yeah, that's what made me think of it, because there's the key mod of the MCXs, and then there's the H key on the G36s. So obviously the MCX is not made by Heckler & Koch. I'm just pointing out the peculiarities of things that are involved with H and K. So yeah, maybe this is M-Lock, maybe this is the weird SMR, whatever. But yeah, 416s, they're cool. Yeah. Early 416 though, no ambi-bolt release. Also it's an AEG though, so it wouldn't work anyway. Next, it's a Block 2. We love a Block 2. This is a short Block 2. Let's have a quick look at the notification. Don't hear. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's just what? That's disgusting. Okay, let's bring that over. So this is Doc's Magnify solution. I believe it was Magnify, wasn't it? Scroll. Damn it. I've forgotten. It was a Magnify he was talking about, wasn't it? I'm going to say yes. WRX mentioned. Yeah, I'm a fan of this one. What have we got? If we go next. If we go, there we go. Next. Oh, that's done on another screen. Next. Oh, Harrier jump jet. Good stuff. Yeah, this is a magnifier. But look. Ugh. Oh, okay, that's not a magnifier. That's a magnifier mount. That's still absolutely disgusting. Why? Why would you want your magnifier to go ugh, and then sit on the side that's hitting you? That's horrendous. And then it's the wrong way around, so then you turn it. Ugh. Who made that and who hurt them? Put simply, that's gross. That's absolutely... I'm not supposed to be being mean to people, but wow, some people deserve it. That's crazy. Whoever designed that, nuts behaviour. Right. Build fix. That's crazy. So, Block 2. Maybe before FTC solutions were around. Oh, they thought they were so smart. Maybe if it went the other way? No, then you've got ejection issues, right? Well, potentially. Yeah. Obviously, the better way to do it is just what we ended up with, or the Unity style of going up or down. Strange. Or spur style. There's a few styles now that do the up or down. So, Block 2. This is a Block 2. Anyone who says that, oh no, it's not a Block 2 because it's a Mark 18, you're wrong. This is a Mark 18, and this is a Block 2. This is, depending on whether it is in the Naval or the Army service, depends on whether it is given the nomenclature of an Mark 18, because it's a naval thing. Mark goes naval. If it's a naval gun, then it has Mark. Or Army, in which case it has M. unless it's a Mark 19, because there are exceptions to every rule. This Block 2 CQBR or Mark 18, and this one's made by Tokyo Marui. This is on the NGRS platform, so it's an AEG, but it has a little going back and forth in it. I've fired an NGRS before, and it was an interesting experience. I recall that there's a lot of... Oh, you can mount it in either direction. Cool. This is a Colt M16. It is none of those things. Is that a FAMAS? Is that a Supra? I have fired an NGRS once before, and it was an interesting experience, but the teching that goes into getting them up from that 1 joule power level, it looks quite annoying and quite finicky. I don't think, if I went into AEGs at any point, I don't think this is what I would go into personally, but it is still very cool to see everything that people did. CQD! This is the sling mount I was talking about earlier. This just slides on, and then you have 2 screws, in theory. You're supposed to have 2 screws to hold it on. They might be recessed into the design. Yeah, those screws just hold it on laterally rather than actually clamping it on, and so even if the screws fail, it is not a big deal at all. And we've got some night glow sights here. That's cool. And the ready mag, good stuff. So let's start reading through this. TM NGRS of Nightmares. It's not worth it. That's my impression as well, Larpist. I've seen the bolt system as well, and I've tried the bolt system as well, and I was more impressed with the recoil on that. But again, I don't know the dual limits, the longevity, the reliability. There are so many things that need to be taken into account that it's... you wonder if it's worth it, you know. I hold the belief that gas blowback guns are easier than AEGs if you are not happy with the off-the-shelf product. With the caveat being, of course, that if you buy a bad GBB, then good luck. If you were to buy, like, I don't know, oh, I bought this WE Makarov and I want it to last me 10 years and 500,000 rounds. Like, no, that's not happening. But yeah, there swings and roundabouts. So BCM vertical grip, this is the one up front here. The M-Lock version of this was what I was talking about with Sky's MCX, actually the one that I've tried for M-Lock. I'm very much a fan of that design. And there's a whole, well, there was a whole thing about, oh, do you mount it this way, do you mount it that way? It doesn't matter, whichever works for you. I personally like to mount it this way because then it hooks your hand in, but honestly, it really doesn't matter at all. Reproduction Thorntail with an M300, so this is where we get into our suppressor type stuff, because the Thorntail is under here and coming forward, and then pushes the light out beyond your big blue can, and so you don't get any of the shadow off the cam. Usually, sorry, I went through puberty like 3 times there. Usually you have this on the upper bit or on the upper bit, but I would guess that it is interfering with the iron sights or the mod button now. Excuse me. Yeah. So that's why they've got it like this, and then it pushes the light out past the suppressor and then makes that all good. Reproduction Unity Axon switch, that's the double switch that we saw earlier. Love how reliable these are, and the momentary and constant is fantastic. Fair dues. Turd Tarn painted red Veers laser. Laser is on the other side. There. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm seeing the turd and I'm seeing the tarn. It's a bit unfortunate, isn't it, really, with painted builds, because once you paint a build, you can't really take the stuff off of it and use it for other stuff without it looking a little bit odd, which is what we've got here. If the GBLS DAS was like half the price and 10 times more reliable, that would be the ideal recoil AEG. Fair enough. We deal with what we deal with, you know. Yeah, so you can get odd stuff like that when it comes to painted parts on non-painted guns, but hey, if it works for you, it works for you. Reproduction Ready Mag. I believe these were made by G&P. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's got that like a moss pattern on it, hasn't it? Like it's been done with a sponge. I believe the Ready Mags were done by G&P, but I don't recall because obviously different magazines are different sizes, an AEG mag versus a MWS mag, for example, or a Tokyo Marui GBB mag. But I don't know what ready mags take which mags, because trouble is, I haven't had reason to try one yet, even though I do kind of want one for the vibes. But sorry, at the end of the day, these magazines, which I don't have any within arm's reach right now, these magazines, they're quite heavy. They're about 300 or 400 grams, sometimes more. And so if you're hanging an extra one off the gun, you know, it really does add to the weight. So 5KU training tube for the passive shoot douche noises. Yes. So this is wrong button. Training cans. They are, I assume, in the real world, they're blank firing adapters to increase back pressure and keep the weapon cycling. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's something that people see in training of, you know, SEAL Team 6, 21st SFG, this or that, the rest of it. And so people have, you know, cloned them, and that's what we see here. Only outstanding part for me source is some reproduction Daniel Defense iron sights, which will get the same night mod. Yeah, so DIY flip up night iron sights. Okay. I think you've said, Lapis, on Heavy Vehicle Club potentially, what paint you use for these. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear again about them, because this does look very good. I'd also be curious as to how you've done it. So how you've gotten it so perfectly circular in its correct place and all the rest of it, because these do look very good. You've really charged those with the torch before putting that down, but that does look very funny. But yeah, I'm a fan of glowy sights, but I've never gone to the length myself of doing it myself. But this does look very good. It's unusual to see these without an optic. Have you said anything about an optic? Built for indoor/travel use to lock up the gearbox, trying to keep to lock up the gearbox, trying to keep up the speed softers with a battle belt setup with 3 mid caps, 2 in the gun. Yeah, 2 in the gun because of the ready mag, and 1 on the belt. You lick the paint and cancer. So funny, the British, what is it? It's not the PRC 343, I think it's the PRC 117F, which is the big Manpack radio. There's a big sticker on it saying "Do not lick." I don't really know the story that led to that, but there is a specific sticker on those PRC 117Fs that says in very big block capitals saying "Do not lick." I think that's probably like the Nintendo Switch cartridges, right? If you tell people not to lick it, then they're gonna lick it. So I can only hope that those Manpack radios are absolutely covered in vitamin D or something like that, because otherwise that sticker is not going to be doing a very good job. But yeah, I'm surprised there's not an optic on it, but hey, if the irons work for you, then happy days. It keeps things light for sure. And yeah, it is a solid block to build. Good stuff. The rubber band here, this I've spoken about this before. That's tape rather than a rubber band, fair enough. The reason for this is because the springs that hold these plunges in are quite often too soft, and so you can bump them accidentally, and the stock just goes whoop, whoop, it goes all over the place. Nintendo Switches are so bitter. You are absolutely correct. A friend of mine, she's a streamer. It's not parasocial, I swear. And for her subathon recently, she goes, right, if I get whatever it was, I think it was 10, it wasn't 10 subs, it was, I don't remember, but I will lick the Nintendo Switch cartridge. And what she did, she put her tongue all the way out, and the flat side of this cartridge, she going and it was so funny. For the next like 12 hours or so, she was just like, I still taste it, I still taste it. And for the like immediately afterwards, for the next like minute or so, every time she opened her mouth, she tasted it again, and it was so severe that she couldn't speak. And so she tried to speak, and she'd go, tried to speak again, so funny. Yeah, very, very bitter. And I imagine there's something along the same lines with those radios. yeah. Yes, tape here. These spring plungers are quite soft. You can accidentally bump these and then the stock just goes out of place and all over the place. And so taping on this side of the plunger, as they have done, is the correct thing to do if you have that problem. Excuse me. Bike inner tube. That's a bike inner tube? Oh, I thought that... Oh, that's a seam. Alright. So bike inner tube is the LARP correct way of doing a Ranger band. And it's one of those things, again, of people imitating what people do. Yeah, cool. Block 2 build. I'm surprised at the lack of optic, but if it works for you, it works for you. Other than that, looks good. You've got everything in the right place. Good stuff. Good job. Next, we have a WE MP5K and a TM MP7. All built with similar parts, notable bits. Okay, so focusable IR torch. Same as the 3-pound white lights from... Oh, yeah, with the... active aiming without air frying people's eyeballs. Thank you. We're messing with digital and NVG at Invicta. Square of Doom. If you don't look at the mask, this really looks like it's going to be on line bleak. Like, that really looks like, you know, photos taken seconds before death. Are you Henry? Is your name Henry? MP7, MP5, genuine surplus 1-point HK bungee loop sling. That's quite difficult for me to say, apparently. Makes for an absolutely amazing pairing with the MP7, but not so much with the MP5 unless you push against it. Yeah, that's just... It's the same with the MP5, A3, A5, etc. If you're using it in a way that you can't use the stock, then press it up against the sling, and that's just the common way of doing it. And if you can't use the stock, then it's considered to be the best way of doing it. It's still a bit of a faff, especially if you don't have a full grip. Doing it against the handguard is a bit... but it works. Excuse me. So is the... No, this is... Oh, no, that's bungee. Yeah, I wonder how stiff that bungee is then. That's interesting. Midwest Industries MP5K M-Lock rail and SIG style stock. I fell for the PDW trend. I mean, yeah, that does look very good though, doesn't it? I'm surprised you've gone for this particular one rather than the one with the drop down, because there is a version of this where the pad of this actually starts about here and then finishes about there. Because your iron sights are quite low in relation to this, you'd probably be better off with that. But hey, again, if it works for you, it works for you. And we've got some bits and bobs going on here. That's a Summer Gear, isn't it? That's a Summer Gear logo. Is it? No, that's the Watson logo. Sorry, the Summer Gear is upside down. Why are they so similar? It's like a flipping death metal band. Yeah, we're coming over, and then pressure pad is going to be on the other side. We've got our optics mount there. Yeah, good stuff. It's an MP5, and it's done all right. Good stuff. Oh, I feel like I was gonna say something. I was planning to come back around to a point, and now, oh yes, the Wilcox. So this mount, I assume this is a reproduction Wilcox mount of this. Again, I would assume reproduction of an Aimpoint Comp M2, but I'm not sure. That could be genuine. Not sure. Assuming this is a reproduction here, though, have a look, if you have this still mounted, on whether the sight lines up left to right. Because with these, the reproductions of them in particular, this shoe, the clampy bit, do you guys accept 3D printed Airsoft here? I'm not sure we're... That is a very good question. It depends on what you're talking about by build. If you've, you know, gone and designed it yourself and it's... Okay, one, if you haven't designed it yourself and you've just gone on Bamboo Lab or whatever, and 3D printed... Yeah, okay, so 2 points. One, if it's just something you've got off an external site to print and then use the design from, then is that really a build at that point, or is it just assembly? In which case, quite a lot of these guns require that. It just takes more time to print. And two, if it's not gas blowback, which this is, but if it's not gas blowback, then it's just a motor in a shell, and the fact that it's 3D printed, again, is really neither here nor there. So those would be my two stipulations for 3D printed stuff. Yeah. So the clamping part, the part that is in between the nut and the mount on these, they can get stuck in the wrong position and end up with you clamping it at a slightly off angle. So with these reproduction Wilcox mounts, it's always worth keeping an eye on whether that has happened, and it can be quite finicky to get it right sometimes. Redesigned the VFC trigger for it to work, and it is gas blowback. Yeah, pop it in and we'll see what we think. It's going to be a long time though until we get to it, because we have a lot of submissions to get through. So right, Mr. Dangles there. Okay, looking good. I wonder how thick this the bungee is. No, don't go in my eye. Oh yeah, I wonder how thick this bungee is and how secure it is, because that's, you don't generally think of bungee as being a good main component of a sling, but if it works, it works. Oh, that's okay. So a lot of things here. Garter, MP9, we can see that, and a lot of steel here from Heka. Heka is one of our collectors and does a lot of very high-end builds. Recently, actually, I think it was last week, he gamed a Rare Arms, so took the Rare Arms to the game, and it did pretty well apparently. So finally got it finished after all this time. Messed up on the stippling. Well, let's immediately criticise that. I'm not seeing an issue. Alright. I mean, I guess we can say that this isn't quite right. That's fine. Maybe there's something on the other side they're hiding. So yeah. Slide. Barrel. Steel slide. Barrel. Night sights. We like night sights. Trigger housing. Front rail. Ambi safety. Takedown lever. Recoil rod. And then we've got leaf spring, so I assume it's like a 1911 type thing, if a leaf spring is a component all of itself. In the 1911, I don't know the MP9, but in the 1911 you have one spring for just full trigger movement. You have one spring for holding the trigger sear against the hammer sear, and another for the grip safety itself and stiffness of that. So I wonder if that's a similar thing here with the, where is it, leaf spring. Obviously the MP9 doesn't have a grip safety. Yeah, give it away. I'm sure someone here will take it off your hands. Nylon frame, nylon stainless disassembly tool. Oh, you need a tool for this? Well, that's interesting. Caution, capable of firing with the magazine removed. Like a gun. That's very interesting that that this is a necessary instruction. It's like the HK 416s. I think maybe a couple other Heckler & Koch guns that say, hey, read the manual before use. Like, all right. It's interesting to see things like that. This, I'm not sure if it's the angle, but this looks like a very severe grip angle compared to what I thought an MP9 was. That's pretty cool. Okay. So, nylon frame, mag release, yeah, trigger, yeah, nylon trigger. Interesting. I don't know the real MP9 well enough to know if that's supposed to be nylon. So when we talk about nylon, we're talking about a type of plastic. Is that nylon? All right. VFC MP9 says the same and doesn't fire without the magazine. Well, that's a good point actually, because it's gas blowback and the propellant is held separately to the projectile, whereas in a real gun, of course, it is in a round. We have the casing, the propellant, and the bullet in a round. Whereas in Airsoft, of course, we store the propellant separately to the projectile, and so if you take the magazine out, then you can still have the projectile without the propellant, and therefore it will not fire with the magazine removed. Fair point. Aluminium hot chamber set. Fair enough. This is where we get into the thing of like, if you're going to build a custom gun, then it can be beneficial just to go all one brand, really, because otherwise you can end up with fitment issues, and then it can be a whole thing. MP9 matrix style tag, so that is this thing here, and it's just a little sticker. Yeah, for clone correctness, all that kind of thing. I have one here actually, so just like that. That's probably not showing very well. There we go. That's for an M4, and it's usually for scanning in and out of the storehouse, and just makes things easier in that regard for professional use. And so because it is on the professional use weapons, it is then cloned for the airsoft weapons. Simple. Flamingo Noir, that is a bucking. Crazy Jet 91mm. Maple Leaf, the Crazy Jet bit itself is a fad, but the barrels themselves are absolutely fine. So, and Crazy Jet do come in so many sizes that they are often the best choice. Flamingo Noir bucking, yep, cool. People like them. I haven't tried them myself yet. Cow MP9 Rocky trigger bar. Rocky. Alright, so the trigger bar is going to be... Is that going to be this bit here? Again, I don't know the MP9 system, but that looks like it's levering from here and then going back here to then disengage the sear when it goes through. So, fair enough. And then CTM AAP Magwell modified to fit. Cool, we love a bit of Dremlin. So, this will be off an AAP. AAP is using the lower of a Glock, and therefore this is a Glock Magwell that has been modified to fit the MP9. Hopefully that wasn't too much of a faff. Right, let's check messages again. Ah, yes. Just someone making sure that I haven't stolen Nacho's photo. Sorry, I just massively clipped the mic. I heard that. Oh dear. I am not going to speak on such things, but oh, that. Yes. If you are in the HRC, the Heavy Recoil Club Discord, and look at the videos channel, then you can see what I just saw. Right, let's pop back up to where we were. No spoilers allowed. No, there is Heckers MP9. So it's like a Glock trigger safety. So this trigger bar. Oh yes, of course, there it is. You can just about see it. I didn't notice that before you mentioned that, Miracle. Cheers. So, steel pistol builds are very, very cool. Quite expensive, though. From what I've seen, from what I've seen, the steel kits tend to be quite close in price to the aluminium. So for the Nova Glock, for example, the Bomber Glock, they're quite similar in price, I believe. I think the aluminium might have actually been more expensive. And for the Z Parts Mark 12 kit that I had, I got the steel barrel. If you've seen the Mark 12 Mod 0 video on the channel before, then you'll know what I'm talking about. I bought the steel barrel version of the Mark 12 kit because it was cheaper. And then I figured out that it was cheaper because no one wanted one. And I figured out that no one would want one because it's so damn heavy. And unfortunate. So steel isn't always... Gotta hit the bed, need to get up very early tomorrow. Alright, have a good one, Dejan. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate that. When it comes to steel, it's not always crazy expensive compared to the aluminium kits. But building something like this is a very... It has to be a priority for you because it is that expensive. And when you do this, you have to prioritize. You end up prioritizing one thing or another. If you go steel, then you are prioritizing the feel, the weight, and the balance. Especially the steel slide, it changes the way the gun feels in your hand. When moving it side to side like that, it makes a huge difference in how the weapon handles. However, when it gets to suboptimal conditions, cold, shooting for a long period of time, and so the working parts get cold, the magazine gets cold, etc., it starts to struggle. You are pushing a much larger amount of reciprocating mass back and forth, the slide, and so as a result of that, it struggles over time because the propane cools to the point of not having enough pressure to fully cycle the weapon after a lot of use in difficult conditions, and so it can have trouble over time. It feels so much nicer though than aluminium. The aluminium kits are good. They feel good, but you really do notice the difference. It's like actually, it's similar to comparing the Vipertech to the Tokyo Marui M4. You can put them side by side and you can notice the differences, and you know that the Vipertech has done the things that are different in a way that is more realistic, and so you put the two side by side and go, oh yeah, well the Marui's different in all of these ways and therefore, oh, it's worse. No, it's not worse. It's prioritizing different things. Strong recommend to steel outer barrel combined with an aluminium slide. That's an interesting point, because then you're getting the balance. You're getting most of the balance anyway. You're getting a long way of the way there. That is a very interesting point, Mr. Minkle. Okay. Minkle is a very experienced pistol builder, and so I would trust his recommendations anyway. But even from a logical perspective, that does make a lot of sense. You could call out, so certain designs press the outer barrel, against the slide as part of their blowback mechanism, like a Glock, for example. The Glock we got, oh god, how do I do this? Right, that's the barrel. This is the slide. Yeah, cool. So when we fire, the slide goes and slams the barrel down each time. So I would wonder if that's going to cause wear to the slide, but it's causing wear to the slide in such an obscure place that I don't think that would be a problem. That is a very interesting point, and I do have a steel barrel for my Glock 19 that is currently using an aluminium slide, and because you're using the aluminium slide, you're not sacrificing your efficiency. That's it's not efficiency, but your general ability to get through a magazine. That's my experience. Is not an issue. That doesn't surprise me. The way that it is, yeah, it's the thing that came to mind first, but I think you're right. Thanks for that tip, Minkle. I am going to give that a go on mine. Oh, just a moment. Cool. Yeah, okay. So there are ways and means of doing things, but here we have a full steel build, and it does look absolutely fantastic, doesn't it? These are builds for people who prioritize these particular platforms. For me, example, I prioritized the Glock for a very long time. Didn't really feel kinship with the end result as much compared to the Staccato, for example, which was very surprising to me. But yeah, this looks absolutely fantastic. Having it fully made out of steel it feels really good, and I think I've seen video of this firing and it did very well as well, which they do. They're not absolutely terrible. It's just when you try and put a lot of use through them that they do start to struggle under the lower pressures of propane. Sometimes I worry about steel and aluminium wear, but I don't think it's actually a real issue. I just like worrying. I mean, it depends on the steel and it depends on the aluminium. You know, you can get some really good aluminium, you can get some really bad steel, and you can get it the other way around. It's a simple thing where we go, oh, this bit is steel, this bit is aluminium, therefore the steel's going to go through the aluminium. And in a lot of cases, that's correct. If you talk about like a WE trigger box, and you go, oh, well, the aluminium of the original WE is going to get eaten up by the Ratex steel parts that you put up inside it. Okay, well, one, Ratex steel parts are not tolerance that great anyway, and so they are going to have trouble. And two, WE aluminium is 80 or 90% zinc. It is what we call pot metal, and so it's not really what we would class as the same kind of tenacity there's a word for it, the goodness of what we want from proper aluminium, be it 6061 or 7075 or any of the other thousands of potential alloys that would be suitable for this kind of production. It's one of those things. So yeah, steel MMP9. It is very cool to see. It's very cool to see someone take the Garda catalogue and just like motorboat it, and that's what happens when you get something like this. I really like the barrel finish of that. That looks quite nice. Yeah, overall, excellent build. I like the magazine base plate as well. Big fat old thing. I like an extended base plate. I do. Oh, apparently no, I don't. All of the Glock magazines I have over here are currently on flat base plates. Oh, because the Glock itself has one with an extended base plate. Yeah, I'm a fan of the vibe, I'm a fan of the look. Haven't tried the gun yet. Of course, there is the anime Licorice Recoil, in which one of the main characters, Takina, uses an MP9, and so the gun's become a bit more famous than it already was, just because of that. But yeah, cool build, good stuff. VFC URGI build done. Semi-done. I know the feeling. Built from Mark 18. So again, when we say Mark 18, we're talking about the 10.3 inch CQBR version of the M4 with the Daniel Defense rail. So already we know that quite a lot has been changed. Historically, of course, a lot of those guns were turned into URGIs. It was part of the SOP mod progression. So part list: VFC Colt M4 lower, DNA A2 grip and selector spring detent combo. So that will be when we talk about. Just sent mine. Thanks, man. We'll get to it when we can. When we talk about grip, selector spring and detent combos. So, excuse me. The grip itself has a channel that the selector spring goes down into, and then in this channel, spring, and then we go up, and then there's a detent that is being held up by the spring. That detent is going into a groove in this selector, and then as the selector goes through into a position, that detent then goes up and it goes click, and that is what gives us our selector click for AR-15s. Spare VFC upper, fair enough. A DNA steel dust cover, again fair enough. This is probably going to be that looks, I can't tell if that is blued steel or manganese phosphate steel. It is darker than our sort of, what is it, zinc phosphate. That's the lighter one, probably of this trigger actually. VFC dust covers by standards are quite light, and if you're not a fan of that, then it is totally understandable that you would want to replace the dust cover, especially if you've already replaced the handguard, because in order to replace the dust cover, you need to take off the handguard, because you need to get this rod out forward. Steel dust cover, Z parts, 14.5 steel outer barrel. I was initially somewhat against steel outer barrels, because would love to listen to your suggestions. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's like I say, unfortunately, it's going to be a while before we get to it. But when we get to it, I will be looking at it when we get to it. It's one of those things where everyone's builds have gone. I've said this earlier in the stream actually. Everyone's builds have taken weeks, potentially months, and potentially thousands of pounds. And so the least I can do is give every single one of them their due respect and attention. Unfortunately, that means for people that are just coming into the stream and freshly submitting, it's going to take a while for us to get to them. So I apologise for that, but I hope you understand why we're taking as long as we are. Right, initially I was against steel barrels for a very long time. It was because of that Z Parts Steel Mark 12 outer barrel. That gave me a distorted view of how heavy these things are. Now that I have the Vipertech with its 14.5 inch steel outer barrel, and again it's in the government profile, so it's going to be exactly the same as this essentially, it's changed my viewpoint of it, especially with the Block 2 stuff that it is on now, the extra accessories and extra handguard and all the rest of it. It doesn't feel, that as a Block 2 with the stuff on it, doesn't feel much, if any, different to the Marui with the handguard and the same furniture on it. The reason for this is because all of that stuff is a larger difference to the overall weight and to the front end weight than the steel on the Vipertech or the aluminium on the MWS outer barrels. And so, yeah, turns out steel outer barrels, they affect the balance without being horrendously detrimental unless you go for the Mark 12 profile, which is not what we've done here. Z-Parts, Geisley, Mark 16 handguard. I've heard good things about these Z-Parts handguards, and it's a bit tricky with these because anodizing is not a precise process. We say this all the time, and even the Mark 16 handguards from Geisley have a very large variance on them, and people sometimes don't like them. They don't go, oh, it's not clone correct, because obviously it technically is, but they don't like them because it's not what they see when they look at the cool guys using them in, you know, wherever these days. There was also a whole thing with these damn flipping QD cups. I'm going to say cups now without mispronouncing. Because Geisley, they wanted to be helpful, they wanted to be good, they wanted to improve their product, and so they put steel QD inserts in here. Obviously this changes the look of the handguard. Trouble is then, people are buying these handguards, wanting them to look like the ones that are used on the URGIs in, you know, Syria, Afghanistan, you know, wherever they're being used, and they look different because they've got these cups in them. It's like, ah, and people are mad, and they didn't really announce when this was going to happen, and they didn't really have a set date of when they were rolling out. Some people got the cups, some people didn't get the cups, some people wanted the cups and didn't get the cups, some people didn't want the cups and they got the cups. It was a whole thing. Nowadays, of course, as these rails break and bend, because it's M-LOK, this is the bendy Mark 16, they are being replaced with versions that have QD cups, and so the QD cup version is becoming more and more correct as time goes on. Whatever, one of those things. But yeah, the Z-Parts handguard is very well regarded. There are a few. There's the Z-Parts, there's the CNC tack, there's the HAO. The HAO is good for fitment. The CNC tack is good for its surface finish-ish. It's cerakoted rather than the others, which does help it a bit in terms of surface wear. The HAO in particular, or rather I should say HAO. The HAO in particular does not have any scratch protection at all, and it does scratch very easy. The reason I say HAO instead of HAO is because the guy behind it, his surname is HAO. It's spelled HAO, or well, in the Roman alphabet it's spelled HAO, and so technically it's HAO. It's fine. Z-Parts, I haven't got a Z-Parts Mark 16 handguard myself, so I can't speak on them, but I have heard very good things about them. What else have we got? Geisley charging handle with mill markings. Yep, good. Why is Twitch emailing me? No. It's trying to compete. Geisley airborne charging handle. Again, part of the URGI program, and yeah, they, functionally speaking, from an airsoft perspective, they are not really an improvement over the standard Colt charging handle. However, when shooting through real guns, especially with suppressors, if you're shooting without a suppressor, then all of the gas and gunk and propellant is going forward and out into the environment. It's not great if you're shooting indoors a lot, but it's not really that bad. If you're shooting with a suppressor, then we have excess back pressure, and then that will actually come back through the system and out through the port of the charging handle, among other places. But mainly here is the problem, because you're up in here and that's very close to you. And people have had issues. There are actually some lawsuits ongoing regarding toxic gases and such. Suppressed weapons being part of that, but it's part of a bigger picture, and so part of trying to mitigate this is these kinds of charging handles, one of which being the Precision Reflex Industries Gas Buster, which is a fat old thing, and the later version, well, the later replacement of the Gas Buster being the Geisley Airborne Charging Handle, ACH. And so it's more meant to plug that gap than really do anything else from an ergonomic standpoint. Excuse me. Yeah, so Geisley charging handle, HAO 1.93 Geisley style scope mount. That would have been expensive. You didn't need to go that much. There are AliExpress clones of that Geisley scope mount, especially in black, that are much cheaper than the HAL version. We'll probably swap that one to a 1.54. Is this that high? Really? Yeah. 1.93. I mean, the Unity, for example, the T1 mount that we saw earlier on Sky's build at the beginning, that's like 2.26 inches, if I remember correctly, and people don't really consider that to be that high. So, yeah, it's up to you, personal preference. Of course, if you mounted this that high, then that would be silly, because that thing is like heavy, and so you do feel it. Also, people who like to overthink will say that, oh, if you go higher, then it's difficult when prone, and because it's, you know, this is a gun that can be used prone, then it's better if it's low. It's not better if it's low. No, you get on totally fine with a higher optic mount when prone. It's not a problem at all. Right, Evolution Gear 1-6 Vortex Razor Gen 2. I do not have experience with the Evolution Gear reproduction of this. I'd love to. I really would, because I actually have a real one of this scope. I'd love to put the two side by side and see how they match up, because generally the reproduction of these scopes, they can match up to the real ones in certain aspects. Not in all aspects, of course not. There's such a huge price difference, that's not really possible. But they do match up in some, and it's very interesting to see which aspects they do match up in and which aspects they don't. For example, if I come here and take this Aimpoint Comp M4, the reproduction I have of this is... That was good. Alright. Well, we dropped it on the floor, but apart from that... So we have a Aimpoint Comp M4 and a reproduction Aimpoint Comp M4. If I look through both of these, then we do notice some differences. Generally, that's actually not too bad here, but when we're out and about in higher lighting conditions, we notice the tint a lot less with the genuine one than we notice with the reproduction. This has a bit more tint. Also, if we turn this one on, hey, it did work, even though I dropped it. That's good. If we turn this one on and then shoot with it, that dot has now turned off. Can I show you guys that? Okay, cool. Is that going to be straight? Good. Come on. Come on. Hey, now it's on again. Or has it actually turned off? Or no, it's still on. If I just go straight up there, and we can also see that window size is very small. Oh, I should probably oh, that did actually turn off, didn't it? Oh dear. There we go. You get the idea. So now I have to find the version that turns it off with it actually being off. Oh, now it's on. Now it's off. Cool. You get the idea. This cannot take impacts of any kind, whereas the genuine one can. Absolute quality. The reason for this generally is because of the battery compartments. The way in which this is held, the battery is held in tension, it's not good enough. And so we start to see issues with reproductions in that regard. We actually see the same with reproduction Aimpoint Comp M2s, and it's the reason that I ended up buying the genuine ones, even though I don't tend to use Aimpoints that much. We'll see. Now that I use glasses, I'm not sure if I'm going to be using unmagnified optics more than magnified optics. Time will tell. That's the reproduction. Also, the surface finish is different between the two. But it's one of those things. How much do you care about that, really? Up to you. Yeah, I actually did a poll a week or two ago. I did a poll a week or two ago asking people what they use for optics, and the majority was actually unmagnified optics, such as this here. This is a Vortex Crossfire RG2. And it was a bit of an eye-opener for me, pardon the pun, because I really thought that I use magnified optics like a lot, and I thought I wasn't in the minority for that, and it was a fairly even split, but generally proper scopy scopes was very much a minority in that, so that was very interesting to see. Here though we have an LPVO. LPVOs are generally considered to be long-range scopes that can do short range in a pinch, whereas if we have something like a dot behind or a hollow behind a magnifier, then we consider this to be a short range optic setup that is capable in a pinch of doing long range. It really depends on your field. For me personally, in the field that I go to, obviously shooting at the kind of ranges that a magnified scope like this would be used for, you're not really going to be doing that. If you can't shoot 100 meters open sights, unmagnified sights, on a high contrast target, then that's a bit odd. I'm blind to tell. Magnified optics don't work with my eyes for some reason. Astigmatism. That is probably the surface of your eye being a slightly odd shape. Just getting the eye relief and eye box right. I hate it. Well, that sounds like user error on the face of it rather than astigmatism, actually. But that would be one of those things where we'd have to take a look at it and see what's what. Tricky one. Yeah, obviously, a human being can shoot open sights, unmagnified optics, on a high contrast target. 100 meters, easy. 200 meters, really should be easy. 300 meters, that's where we start having issues, where if you do have any kind of visual impairments, then that can get tricky. Airsoft, you're not going to go beyond 100 meters ever. You barely go beyond 50 meters a lot of the time. It depends on your sight. But for my sight, for example, the place where I shoot, you often need to look at, just a speck in a brush or whatever, like, oh, is that an armband, is that movement, which team's that guy on, etc, etc, and it gives you context for where you're going. And I imagine it's a similar situation that we're seeing here for this build. Excuse me. So LPVOs have their place, but it is not every place, and for the vast majority of Airsoft games and Airsoft sites, an unmagnified optic can be beneficial. I shoot 500 Airsoft meters, thank you. Oh, bow down. Yeah, it's personal preference at the end of the day, but depending on where you shoot, different sites have different benefits. And here we have an LPVO. This is going to be a 1 to 6 times. IS, EG, NGAL, dummy. There's rumours. So this is the laser system that he's talking about here. Well, dummy laser system. Missing its stickers as well. There are rumours that this was worked on in collaboration with Invisible Sight, I think it's called, the company that actually made the NGAL. But that seems a bit strange for the original manufacturer to be assisting with a reproduction, so I'm not sure if that rumour is true. Nevertheless, the Evolution Gear NGAL is considered to be one of the better reproductions, so good stuff. Angry Gun Surefire Mini. Oh, I've skipped I was going to say, Angry Gun doing a light? That's unusual. M600 dummy on Arisaka inline mount. Are you German? This might be a German person talking about dummy lasers and lights. M600 dummy on Arisaka inline mount. So, Arisaka thing is the bit here, and again, it's one of those things like we talked about earlier. Invisible Sight is not the original NGAL maker. Oh, are they not? Who made the NGAL? It's not an EOTech thing, is it? I'm curious. Oh, Harris. Duh. Alright, fair enough. I've seen L3 Harris marked EOTechs. I wonder. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is. Yeah, so Arisaka mount, M600 light. The M600 works on what we call the Scout mount. It does make a reproduction intel. Oh, okay, fair enough, cool. Yeah, the M600, along with a few other lights, work off the Scout mount. This is just it's 2 screw holes in a specific place at a specific distance that lets a lot of light mounts hook into them. Easy peasy. And the Arisaka is one of those. Again, with the Arisaka, is another one of those things where it's supposed to push out a bit past the suppressor, but they're actually not considered strong enough to push out way past the suppressor, and so purchasers of the genuine Arisaka mount were advised not to mount them all the way out at the end, which is exactly what we have avoided doing here. So again, clone correctness type stuff, all good. Angry Gun Surefire Mini, this is our suppressor. Is that a Surefire Mini? Is it? Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess that's a bit shorter. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm a fan of the Surefire style, personally. I have so these ones are Z parts, recently came out with those, and I'm quite a fan of them initially. They're a little bit heavy-ish, but, well, they're not steel. I thought they were steel. I was told they were steel before I got them, but they're the lower part of the collar of the Z parts SOCOM suppressor. This is all steel. The Airsoft Artisan is not. This big housing, however, not steel. Is the top bit steel? Nope. Nope. But yes. So Z parts do them nowadays as well. The Angry Gun have the Angry Gun. That looks odd. Can you shoot through that? I need like a ruler or something. Oh no. That's not gonna work. Alright, using this in a barrel as my guide. Oh dear. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so Angry Gun has a bit of a reputation. And if you also do a similar test yourself by lining something up along this, you will see that this suppressor is a bit droopy. There are pills for that. But you can get a different model of suppressor if you wish, because this is almost to the point of having barrel strikes. Well, not necessarily barrel strike, but striking the end of the muzzle with the BB as it comes out, because that's got a bit of a droop on it. It won't have a bit of a droop on it if you use it to rest a gun on, so that's something to consider. Oh dear. VFC CAC style iron sights. VFC make very good iron sights generally. GHK hop-up. Alright. So the hop-up is considered to be one of the shortfalls of the VFC AR platform, at least for the moment. As we talk now, the VFC Evo system is currently being released with the VFC CAC L403A1, otherwise known as the Knights Armament KS1. This is a new hop-up system for VFC that is using a rear adjust, going into a TDC type thing. It's pushing an arm down from both sides, I would assume. We don't yet know how good that system's going to be, but we do know that the V2 system before has some issues. Sebas, good to see you, man. I apologise that we didn't get to your build yet, but you will be able to check the build afterwards. You will be able to check the VOD afterwards, sorry, and see what we see if we get that far. So cheers for stopping by, mate. See you around. So we do know the V2 system of the VFC does have some issues. They can be quite consistent. Some people's V2s seem to be pretty good. Some people's not so much. So swapping in a GHK, as problematic as GHKs can be, it is probably an upgrade. Unicorn in a barrel and bucking combination. We've said this before. Unicorn are apparently good. I haven't used them personally, but they are well regarded. Overall, this is a URGI. There's a template to the URGI, just like there is a template to the Block 2. It is a weapons program, and so fitting into that will get you a certain result, and that's what we've got here. This is an example of the result that you get when you fit into that template. Good. It's all good. The URGI it's simple, it's effective, it's slick. Good stuff. Good job. Another example of the template. So this is a 14.5 again. Another 14.5 URGI with a LPVO. Let's see what we've got. So this is from Julie. Julie is very heavily on the clone side of things. She's very into the details and getting things clone correct in that regard. So let's see what we've got. So Sight Life as a Tokyo Marui MWS URGI 11.5. Already I can tell you that none of that has stayed, because nope. Right, so USA SOC. USA SOC is, let's Google it before I make myself look silly, because I think USA SOC is Air Force. USA SOC. Oh, Army Special. US Army Special. Yeah, cool. Oh, it's AFSOC. It's AFSOC that's Air Force, not ASOC. Alright, cool. So this is US Army stuff then, so your SFGs, ODAs, etc. Right, Z parts forged 6061 M4A1 receiver set. 6061 is a compound of aluminium. It's regarded to be a very good compound of aluminium, and it is used for a certain amount of real AR-15s. Hey Nacho, how you doing, man? Yeah, it's well regarded. The way that it does it is you get a block of aluminium in a certain alloy, which is spec'd out to 6061, which is you know, certain percentage of this, certain percentage of that. You make it hot, and then you get stamps, molds, and you go honk, usually twice to get it sort of close to the shape that you want. And then after that you send it off to a CNC machine, and then the CNC machine does all the precise things like the Picatinny, the openings for the fire control group, for where the bolt goes, etc, etc. You get the idea. And then it does all that. So the reason that we do the forging process to begin with is because we line up the grain of the metal in line with the shape of what is going to be, and it makes it a bit stronger as a result. Eventually getting Type A refit to hard coat and rethread one. That's going to be expensive. I wish a Z parts receiver that isn't threaded to RS spec by default. That's surprising. The Vipertech that I got, I had a very quick check of other barrel nuts, and it did take AEG barrel nuts. So I'm surprised that Z parts didn't just make it real steel threading, because it would have taken the correct barrel nuts, regardless of whether the correct one is AEG or real steel. So I'm surprised by that. BPW steel pinned barrel. Good stuff. BPW are a bit of an odd company because they'll make something and then they'll stop making it, and then you'll never see it again. And yeah, then they gaslight you. They'll just say, yeah, we've never sold that. No. Yeah, so BPW are a bit FOMO. They like getting on that, and so that's a bit frustrating. But here we are. Guns modify 13.5 Geisley Mark 16 DDC. DDC is desert dirt color. It's just there. It's Geisley's word for tan, essentially, because you can't say FDE. That's flat dark earth. That's Magpul. You can't say it. Eventually going to replace with a real one. Fair enough. QD cup situation. I wish you luck in getting whichever one you want. HAO HAL Surefire 4-prong replacing with a real one. Fair enough. What button was that? What does that do? I can... What? Why would I edit your image? Okay, that's weird. So, is this... Okay, hard to tell. With the Airsoft Artisan 4-prong Surefire, Airsoft Artisan reproduction of the Surefire 4-prong, it is an anodized grey, whereas the genuine one and the Z parts one is manganese phosphate coating. I don't know if the HAL is one or the other. Usually I wouldn't be too particular about this kind of thing, but Julie is the type to be that particular about that kind of thing. So I'm not sure which one the HAL is. BJ Tack, Geisley. Please call Julie Farb. Yes, wrong surface coating on your muzzle device potentially, Farb. But I'm actually not sure. Let's do a quick Google. So, HAO 4-prong. I'm not going to say which site I've ended up in going to for this, because that would be advertising for sales. Yeah, fine. No. I'm not seeing information on the surface finish. So, I don't know. One last check of this site as well, because they tend to have stuff. Nope. The pictures. Yeah, that's manganese phosphate coated. Alright, no, she's not Falb. I can't tell her. Alright, she gets it right this time. So, NSM marks ACH, so this is the airborne charging handle, the Geisley charging handle that we've mentioned before. Eventually getting Type A refit, they're going to have a job. To weld a real one for MWS. Okay, so, charging handles. I do not have a spare charging handle here to show you. An MWS, a Tokyo Marui charging handle, is shorter than a real one. Aside from that, I think it's about the same. I don't know. Let's find out. Back in a sec. So this is a Airsoft Artisan one, and we can see, so one, this is shorter than a real one. Usually it comes up to about here. And we do have these wings on the side. I don't want to touch it too much because it's got grease on it. So we do technically have the wings on the side that would hook into the channel in either a real AR-15, or I think the VFC has the channel, the Vipertech has the channel, the Marui doesn't. So we do technically have the wings, but if you can see there, well, you can't see there actually. If we go there, then yes, sure, you can see that we can see the protrusion of this rectangle here, but we can see that it's vestigial. There's nothing there basically. So not only would you need to shorten it, but you would need to ground off those wings, because on the Vipertech, for example, and on a real one, there are I don't want to touch the grease. There are these wings that come out and then hook into the channel, which is not on the Marui receivers. I assume it's not on the Z-Parts receivers, because that would be surprising, but I'm not sure. The reason, by the way, that a Marui charging handle is shorter is because in the top here, in the top up here, in this area, this is actually where the hop adjustment system is, and so you can't get the charging handle to be all the way forward like it would be on a real one, because that adjustment wheel and adjustment system is all the way up there and it takes up that room. What else have we got? Right, BJTAC Colt Ambi Selector. Simple stuff. Yep, part of the URGI, well, not part of the URGI program, but commonly issued on URGIs. Ambidextrous selector. DLC coated bolt carrier. What's a DLC coating? Downloadable content? Probably not. I don't know what that... Not a clue. Don't know. Excuse me. Again, getting Type A refit. Those Type A refit guys are going to have a lot of work to do. Getting Type A refit one to dry soon. I heard someone trying the Type A refit MWS bolt recently. I think they had a good experience. I think. But I don't remember. Diamond-like coating. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. Diamond-like? That can't be right. That sounds silly. I'm not sure. Not sure I believe you. Let's find out. Right, DLC. Diamond-like coating. Oh! Diamond-like carbon. It's a class of amorphous carbon material that displays some of the typical properties of diamond. How strange. Okay, and what does it look like? Yeah, it looks black. Alright, thanks. It's... Oh. It's kinda shiny-ish. Yeah, if we bring this over, we've just got... It looks like a shiny black. If we talk about manganese phosphate coating, for example, then it's very matte. How strange. Alright, fair enough. So, DLC coated bolt carrier, diamond-like carbon. Getting a Type A refit one soon. A BJTAC trigger guard. Is it... That is literally a flat trigger guard. Alright, fair enough. Was the standard URGI because of the atomic structure? Okay. Well, yeah, I mean diamond and carbon, but interesting. BJTAC Geisley trigger pin. Trigger pin. Oh, this one. Yeah. Dytac steel trigger box, dust cover, mag release, bolt catch. Okay. Steering off, there's a word for it, deviating from Tokyo Marui in trigger box can be tricky. Guns Modifier is considered to be very good. I'm not personally aware of Dytac's reputation for their steel trigger box. Obviously, it being steel implies more longevity, but the Tokyo Marui system is so like low impact that breaking stuff in it is quite uncommon. I've broken a receiver. I've broken a selector before, which I guess you could count as part of the fire control group. But generally, breakages on the Marui fire control group are so rare that it is rarely worth taking an alternative brand of fire control group of trigger box. But here we can see, here we can see that she's gone for the Dytac one. Fair enough. Guns modify. Oh, steel trigger box, dust cover, mag release, and bolt catch. Is this going to be... Yeah, blue steel again. What else have we got? Mag release and bolt catch. So the mag release will just be this, probably this little bit in here that then comes through. I'm not sure if the button itself is going to be steel. Not sure. Wow, my memory today is terrible. Bolt release, wasn't it? Yeah, bolt catch. So that'll be on the other side. Fair enough. Guns modify, steel forward assist. Cool. That bit. This is we're getting into a very expensive build at this point, especially with the receivers. Aero precision mil spec end plate. Oh, I'm not familiar. Okay, fair enough. This is probably a clone correctness type thing, because the URGI... Oh, what does the URGI have by standard? The Tokyo Marui URGI, sorry, specifically. Or has it got a weird end plate? Oh, that's the AEG. No. Gas, please. Okay. Oh, thanks. You've given me a black on black product photo. Cheers. Right. No, that's the AEG again. Internet, please. Right, there we go. Oh no, that's a blank. Okay, right, fair enough. So the end plate, which is this part here, by standard that is also a flat end plate, but she's gone for this one to be even more clone correct. Fair enough. CGS T8 4 position buffer tube, replacing with Colt when rethreaded. Fair enough. You can't put real buffer tubes into the Marui receiver, and by extension I guess the Z-Parts receiver, because they're not threaded for that. Same with the handguard. But yeah, by rethreading, which is very simple. Don't ever look into night vision accessories if you hate black on black photos. I haven't, but that absolutely does not surprise me. That's very funny to think about. Yeah, rethreading uppers and lowers for Marui, it's apparently not difficult, but I haven't done it myself. Angry Gun, Geisley SSF trigger, replacing with BJ Tac SSA. Yeah, fair enough. I very rarely trust Angry Gun with anything involving precision or needing to be level. But, hey, if it works for you, then it works for you. How for Geisley trigger pins? Cool. So on the Marui system, these trigger pins 1, 2, and 3. 3? I think that's 3. They're not real, and they don't need to be. They actually can't go all the way through because the trigger box is in the way, and because of the mechanism of the trigger box, you can't get trigger pins through there. You can't make space for it, and so you have the little faux trigger pins, which are just like tiny little panels, almost like a nut like this, that just go on there and complete the look. So that's what she's done there. Fair enough. Macbull K2 Plus, the overmolded version, and CTR. We love the CTR around here. The Macbull CTR is an excellent stock, and I think any iterations beyond that are somewhat superfluous, but at the same time the company's got to make money, so fair play to them. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the CTR. I think it does everything that it needs to do. BCM CAG, that is this part here. I didn't get on with this personally. I do have one. I have the the Picatinny version, and the fact that it's Picatinny is kind of neither here nor there to whether I get along with it. It's the bone stuff. When we look at the Macbull K2 here, we spoke earlier on, I don't remember whose build it was now with the K2 on it. Was it Sky's? I think it was Sky's. Macbull K2 dug into the bone here. I couldn't get along with it. With this, what is it, CAG? What they call it? CAG, yeah. With this hand top type thing, it's the same problem. Obviously not the same bone, but the bone of my little finger, specifically like the inner edge of it where your hand stops against it, it just gets painful over time. I'm not a fan. So I don't personally get along with it, but hey, fair play to everyone who does. Evolution Gear Angel, once again, and Sig Tango 6T. Oh, and Evolution Gear Sig Tango 6T. Gotcha. maybe replaced by new corrected e.g. attacker. Yeah, I saw on Evolution Gear's Facebook page yesterday, actually, they were posting that. I don't know yet if the measurements line up, because previously their Night Force attacker, this thing, which is another LPVO, it doesn't match the real one for measurements. It's quite far off, apparently. It's one of those things where if you don't put them next to each other, then you won't notice. But if you know, then you know, and especially if you're into the cloning side of things and iterative perfectionism, it can become kind of not worth it to spend that money if you know there's something wrong with it, because then you know you're going to want to iterate of it over time. And so, but apparently they are coming out with a new version. Apparently it's corrected, and it would be somewhat more common. If again we're talking about clone correctness and historical accuracy, it would be somewhat more common to see an attacker on one of these URGIs than a Tango 6T. The Tango 6T is absolutely used on the URGIs, but it depends what you're into and your personal preferences. Spec Precision Reptilia Aus until the Alpha 4 is back in stock. So that is the mount here. Aus. I don't know what that means. It's obviously not Australia because it says made in USA here. So I don't know what that means. But yeah, it's a type of mount, and until the Alpha 4 is back in stock. I'm a fan of the Alpha 4 myself. It is a very good looking cantilever mount, but they're all cantilever mounts. The intention of them is to bring the scope forward. These have very long eye relief, so if we talk about the G33, it needs to be here. If we were to talk about that SIG and any kind of LPVO really, we end up having to go much further forward, and that eye relief is much larger. As a result of that, it needs to be mounted further forward on the gun. Even if you extend the stock to its fullest rear and have the scope in one of the conventional scope mounts as far forward as it can be on the receiver, then it won't be far forward enough, even though you've got the stock fully extended. In occasions where that does work, you still have a problem because you have pushed the whole gun out far forward and you are causing yourself excess fatigue. And it's not fun, it's not enjoyable. So instead of doing that, what we do is get a cantilever mount like this and only mount the scope farther forward rather than having the whole gun further forward. We do still have to have the stock a bit further back in order to get into that, but you don't necessarily have to have it all the way back then, and so you end up with less fatigue and a better experience over time. The alternative, the obvious solution that comes up when we think about this kind of thing is, just have your front scope mount on the handguard. We don't do this. The reason we don't do this is because the handguard has more potential to move than the receiver. Those two objects are of course linked to each other and fastened to each other, but those fastenings are not perfect and you can get shifting over time. And when it comes to a scope, a small shift in a handguard rotation can mean a big shift in where your scope is pointing, and so we generally, wherever we can, we try to avoid not mounting on the receiver where we can. We try to avoid mounting on anywhere but the receiver where we can. This is where we actually, so hopefully we'll see an MCX soon again, because what they've done in the design of the receiver, they've actually included a cantilever in the design of the receiver, and so the receiver rail section actually goes way forward compared to an AR-15, and it's an interesting design choice that is very beneficial to optics usage. So and then we've got SOTAC M640, DS00, I believe that's a tail cap, and SR07, that is probably a pressure prod. I don't know I don't know a lot of light nomenclature words. I don't know a lot of light words. Eventually replacing with real ones, and Warrior X Element, yep, and later the Evolution Gear WMX200 alternatively. The WMX200 is an icon of the global war on terror in terms of lights. It's not good, but it's considered iconic. Evolution Gear is coming out with one soon. Element and Wadson, WADSN, do have ones as well, but they're... my Element one actually is dying, which is very unfortunate. So Evolution Gear are coming out with one soon, Summer Gear are coming out with one soon, and hopefully our market will be better off then. For now though, this is a surefire setup. If we're talking about clone correctness, absolutely fine. Blue Force gear, VCAS, multicam, again for clone correctness, absolutely correct. And yeah, I haven't used these ones personally. They are quick adjust, so you have the tab, and I think this is the tab here. I haven't used them personally. They're considered an older design. They're also considered really bloody expensive compared to their competitors. They're newer competitors that are considered to be better. So if you want a sling and you don't care about clone correctness, then have a look at things like the Ferro Concept Slingster, even Magpul in a sense, because they're so much cheaper than this. These are very, very expensive. In the UK, there are optics that are cheaper than this, and I mean real steel optics. You can get, if I look at this Vortex Strikefire Red Dot, this is cheaper than that sling, depending on where you get it. So, expensive sling, not considered to be that great in modern terms, but again, clone correctness, etc. Overall, this is a good example of someone building to the URGI template with a different set of priorities to what we saw before. If we look here, then we have all of the function of the URGI that Vestra wanted to make. Here we have all of the logos, all of the trademarks, the clone correctness, the historical accuracy, the details, the aesthetic and cosmetic aesthetic details of the URGI being absolutely correct. This is built for historical accuracy. This is built for function, in a sense, of functional accuracy, we'll say. You use this in the same way you use a URGI, but this is to historical spec. So this will be better in terms of cost. This will be better in terms of details. It absolutely depends on your personal priorities, what you go for, and that's part of what makes this whole thing good, right? This is what brings us enjoyment, because we can all follow our personal priorities and get what we want out of the hobby. So Vestra, great job in following the template and getting a functional URGI and to exactly what you want, especially with the hop up and such, right? And then Julie, great job of creating a historical accurate down to the detail build of the URGI program. Good stuff. Next. Excuse me. Right. Let's just do. Now, Nacho with a Bomber 1911. Bomber, also known as Nova. 1911 operator. So, starting off, SFA 1911 operator slide inch, 5-inch slide and frame set. I'm immediately curious as to whether this is steel or aluminium. Nacho's very much a gamer, and so I assume this is aluminium, but I'm not sure. When it comes to 1911 specifically, the round capacity that the real ones have is so much lower than the round capacity of the Airsoft reproductions. With one of these, you can get like 15-20 rounds in these, in the Airsoft ones, but in a real one with that kind of magazine, you're looking at, okay, aluminium, cool, you're looking at sort of 8-9 round capacity, obviously 7 for initial 1911 A1, all that kind of thing, but the more modern ones, you can be looking at sort of 8 to 9. And so if you're filling an Airsoft one with 8 to 9 rounds, then you can potentially get by with a steel set if you want, but it's up to what you want, you know. When it comes to capacity, 8 or 9 is very low in the Airsoft world, and so I do have a 1911 myself, and I've been looking at for a very long time getting, so I have the VFC 1911. For a very long time I've been looking at getting the Tokyo Marui M45 A1 as well, and then, you know, doing a bit of a comparison against the two. I'm not sure. I'm still not sure. I keep sort of humming and hawing about getting the Tokyo Marui as well, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so Nacho's one here. We start with an aluminium 5-inch slide and frame slet. You fucking slet. Alright, you can get 25 shots out of a steel slide from someone. Yeah, but then that's, you know, that's assuming good weather. That's assuming you haven't put, you know, you haven't put mag after mag after mag through it, so it's, you know, the working parts are still warm, etc., etc. It's like, excuse me. So the bomber set to begin with, that's going to be like quite high cost, and there's some fitment that goes into this as well, and getting it to work overall. They're not necessarily plug and play. If you saw the trailer of the channel I released yesterday, I believe, you see at the end of it, I was trying out a staccato, which is a double stack 1911. That was made by Gunsmith Bros, and so it's not my gun, someone else's, just someone I met on the range, and and it was so slick, dude. And he said it was plug and play. He didn't have to do any fitment on it at all with this Gunsmith Bros kit, and it was so smooth. It was so lovely, and it shooted so well as well. Really impressed with that. But with the Nova stuff I've had, with the Garda stuff I've had, with everything else I've had, there's always a little bit of fitment. There's always a little bit of something that just needs to smooth out, or maybe a little bit of filing here and there if tolerances aren't quite right. There's always something. So a kit like this will always require work, and as Nacho says here, yeah, it was a lot more work to get this to run smoothly than the Gunsmith Bros high capper. Exactly. Yeah, fitment is a reality of Airsoft, and it makes me appreciate projects like this so much more, because you've really got to care about it. You've really got to want it. Detonator is also usually plug and play. Don't tell me that. Those kits are really expensive, and I saw their USP slide a while ago and made me go, whoa. Thankfully, I stay away from those sites as much as possible, because it's quite difficult to avoid spending money sometimes. So, Nova aluminium blowback housing. Nova and Bomber, same company, so you're just making everything line up there and avoiding fitment issues as much as possible. Total cost of the build is about €950 for this. That is that's crazy. How many pistols do you have, Nacho? I'm curious. How many pistols do you have? And also, how many 1911s do you have? How much of a priority is the 1911 platform for you? Oh, excuse me, quick in my back. I saw that, Marcus, actually. I got spoilers earlier scrolling through. Right. Yeah, I got water up my nose. So, Nova aluminium blowback housing, using the same brands, Bomber and Nova are the same brand. You're reducing those fitment issues as much as you can. Guns modify, enhanced loading nozzle, cool. PDI precision in the barrel, cool. Calcar recoil spring, cool. Garda steel spring cap. Spring cap is this bit up front. Oh. Steel bushing. Oh, that's the don't do that hand motion, knobs. It's the bit on the end of the recoil guide rod. Gunsmith Bros STI DVC Omni. Oh, of course, we looked at that in the previous one, in the previous build review, didn't we? Bomber 1911. Here we are, and the Weagle. Okay, cool. Just the one 1911. I'm actually very impressed that you. I'm very impressed that you have a small amount of guns that you've built out to that level. Does that make sense? Usually I helped him. Good on Minkle. Minkle has a lot of 1911, so if anyone's going to help, then he's going to help. Yeah, I'm impressed with someone who has a small amount of builds that they've done to that degree. I wonder if that's because you've sold others, or if you just really know what you want. Because usually, right, you built a lot of... No, usually people buy a lot of guns and then figure out what they like and then drill in. But yeah, if you only have 3 guns and you build them out to this level, that's very impressive. Right. We have a lot of Garda steel. Once again, let's go through it. Slide stop, block, slide stop. Slide stop, block, slide stop. This is off a Tokyo Marui base. This is off a Tokyo Marui base, isn't it? Kind of. So this has a... is this one of the ones with the... Yeah, off in sailboats. There you go. I got you now. So this is one with a steel insert in the slide, isn't it? So you're not ruining the slide by just using the slide release how you intend. That's pretty cool. That's actually the reason that I keep forgetting that I've been thinking about the Marui M45A1 myself. Sold the built Staccato P and the MCX Oh, you sold the MCX. That looked very cool. I remember that. And built the VFC SR16. You built the VFC SR16, but didn't you then get the Vipertech SR16? Marie MEU base. Isn't the MEU base? I remember Minkle telling me that the MEU base is worse, but I don't know if it's worse in ways that have been completely replaced here. So I don't know enough of the details for that. Basically, it replaced everything with steel, so probably the case. And yes, we do have inserts for the slide release on here with, yes, cool, good stuff. So, hey, you know what you like your SR16s. With pistols, in general, the slide release will be a very strong material. The slide is often not as strong as a material. So when you flick the slide release down on the slide, oh, M45A1 can't fit older kits, that's interesting. Okay, I also saw there's a bomber Nova kit for the M45A1. Oh boy. But yeah, flicking the slide release down on the slide, it wears out the slide over time. And it wears it out to the point where it stops working. Whereas, if we have something like this here, on the Marui base, we don't have that problem. The reason we don't have that problem, there is an internal insert. This slide release does not lock on this surface. It actually locks on an internal surface, and you can see this when it's locked back, because you will see a very slight gap in between the slide and the slide release. This is a fantastic means of increasing the longevity of your gun. The only time I have ever gone away from an airsoft pistol is because I have used up the slide, and the way I've used up the slide is always this slide release. So having the insert internally that it is acting against rather than the slide material itself is a fantastic method of increasing the longevity of any airsoft gun. But some designs simply don't allow it. If you talk the VFC 1911, can't do it. It will just go through the slide over time, and that's that. You've got to live with it. If you look at the VFC Glock, same problem. There are airsoft Glocks. I think the Burberry is one of them. SRC is one of them as well. Don't buy an SRC Glock. But that's one of them as well. That has a steel insert. It's one of the major points that companies are not quite caught up yet on, because they are a major cause of longevity issues with airsoft pistols. But not the issue here. Fantastic. Especially when you replace it with Garda anyway. So we have steel acting on steel here, and everything is good. Steel thumb safety, cool. Steel grip safety, cool. Steel hammer, cool. Steel sear, cool. Cool. Steel magazine release, cool. Oh, we've got some V10 parts coming in here. V10 is the smaller one. The VFC PDP also has a steel insert, which is a very nice detail versus their Glocks. That's very interesting to hear, and makes me wonder if they're learning. That would be great to see. I haven't seen yet, as of the streaming of this stream, we are currently awaiting. We've had an announcement of the VFC Glock 17 Gen 5. This is the newest release from VFC. We don't know yet if that's going to have a steel insert. If it does, then that's very interesting indeed, and would make me much more likely to buy one myself. I don't really have any plans to buy one if it doesn't have a steel insert. If it does have a steel insert, then we'll have a think. Then we'll see. But I'd be very interested to know if that new Glock 17 from VFC has that slide insert, because I don't think it does, and if it doesn't, then it's the same problem as they've always had. But that's great to hear that the PDP has it. So, starting to get some V10 parts in here. The V10 is the smaller 1911, but apparently it seems that parts do still fit, which is great to see. This is where people like Minkle are so damn useful, because they've put in the time and the effort, and they have the experience, and they're willing to help other people in the community. And so it's really fantastic to have those sort of those people that are so willing to help with their massive resource of knowledge. And then you end up with situations like this where you have more parts available to you, because you know what fits and what doesn't, and you end up with a better end product because you know what is good for fitment and performance and what isn't good, so you know what to avoid as well. Would be great if they include that insert on the 17 MOS but I feel like they won't. I really wish they would. Obviously, the fact that I wish they would is completely inconsequential, but I wish they would. I wish they would do that, and I wish they would upgrade their previous models with that, because, call me silly, I don't want a Gen 5. I've had a Gen 5, I had a Gen 5 WE, funnily enough. It's just sitting in the back now with a completely used up slide release because of the issue. I'd love a 17 Gen 3, because I like the older stuff, right? That's a 17 Gen 2, I'd take it as well. I'd go for that. I'm not really up on keeping the major, the newest, the hot thing, all the rest of it. I like the older stuff generally. I like the vibes. I'm silly, I know. We'll see. It doesn't seem like these companies really have a habit of updating their older designs, and I think that's unfortunate. But hey, that's not what we're here for today. So, V10 parts, it's great to see that these fit. A stainless steel hammer and sear pins. I wonder if this is the majority of the fitment that Nacho was talking about earlier. Excuse me. You can fit a Gen 4 blowback unit into a Gen 3 17. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. Of course it's good to hear. But it still doesn't have a steel slide insert. And so, is it worth it? If the gun's not going to last that long, is it worth it? If the gun's not going to last that long, if you use it how it's intended to be used. So with I have I have a 19 MOS Gen 4 with the Nova, blah blah blah. If I insert a magazine, if I insert a magazine too hard, then it will bump the slide, not bump the slide, but inertia and all the rest of it, it will drop the slide as if it's on the slide release, meaning it's using up the slide. And every time it happens, I'm like, ah. And also, if you insert a magazine, drop the slide, of course you are filing away that portion because there's no steel insert. If you can't use the gun how it's supposed to be used, is it worth using? It's tough. It's tough. It's very tough. So instead, when I reload, I come over and run the slide. It's a negative point against it, and so I'd really like to see those steel slide inserts. So, stainless hammer and sear pins, cool. Checkered straight main spring housing. The main spring housing on a 1911 is this back bit here. So this actually has a fat old spring in it that then goes up, and it impacts, what does it impact? There's a hammer bar. So on the back of the hammer there is a bar that comes down. This comes down behind the grip safety here into this spring plunger, and it's actually this spring plunger that provides force to the hammer to then bring the hammer forward and fire the gun. It's an odd design, but it works. So main spring housing, steel grip screws, cool. Gone. Is that correct? Gone. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Red G10 1911 grips. Cool. They look... With the streaking there, you think, oh, it's Wilson Combat, especially since it's coming out from there. But then it's like got all this other stuff going on, and he's like, whoa. But yeah, got its own thing going on. Fair enough. And Whitestone Surefire. All right, cool. 1911s are, in theory, not difficult to get right. However, it takes a whole other level of dedication, planning. There's a lot of planning that goes into these projects of getting all of the... it's funny. All right, fair enough. Gone. It takes a lot of planning to get something like this right, and a lot of research, and a lot of asking around. And even if you ask around about a build like this, planning a build like this, you don't necessarily get the correct information. Correct information is a bit of a stretch. The people that know are not always going to be around, right? Of course. So people with the relevant experience. And so if you want to do something like this, it can be months, it can be years of sitting in Discord channels lurking and soaking up all of the knowledge you can get from other people that have done the same things and potentially made mistakes, potentially had great successes, great failures, and you learn from each of these people and their experiences, and then you end up with something like this where you do spend an incredibly large amount of money and you make that investment of time and make that investment of money, make that investment of effort, and you get hopefully exactly what you want. And it's really cool to see something like this come together. This kind of thing is what I want. This kind of thing is what I wanted to make the stream for, I guess. Things like this where people have put in such a huge amount of effort and they deserve the time and recognition for it. And so yeah, this is very, very well done, and congratulations on an excellent build. I hope you haven't sold it already. The grips are pretty similar to VZ grips design wise. VZ, I'm not familiar with VZ. But yeah, they look good. I like the circling. I like the weird uneven bullseyeing stuff here. It looks strange, and I think there's probably a phobia associated with this, but I quite like it. I think that's good. But yeah, that is a very good. There's a very good build. I wonder what holster you use for that, because 1911 holsters can be a bit annoying once you start getting surefires involved. Do you use Safari Land by any chance? Not sure, because I know Nacho is a gamer, and obviously this is an aluminium slide set, so this is made for gaming. As much as you can make the steel slides work for gaming, especially if you bring down the capacity of your magazines. But yeah, holstering for 1911s can become a little bit tricky. But yeah, excellent build, good job, I like it. Those ones that go on based on. Yeah, okay, so that's that. The grips. Cool. A 2011 holster. Oh yeah, you got the Safari Land as well then. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've heard previously. Oh, they've actually said the operator holster works for it. So that's good to see that they that a staccato holster still fits the 1911s of this kind. The reason I'm staccatoing, for those that don't know, the Staccato is the brand name that was later stuck on to the STC, the double stack 1911 that was called the 2011, but there were other double stack 1911s before that by a company called Para Ordnance with the P14. It's a whole thing, and so Staccato is just what we colloquially call these kinds of things that are double stack 1911s rather than a single stack here. So yes, very fortunate that that has worked out so well for you, and I think the end result is very cool indeed. Good job, STI, with the company that popularized the double stack 1911. Next up, steel and wood. That's all you need. You're not wrong. This is a PPSH 41. This is bone stock and brand new from the stickers. The PPSH 41 from VFC has had some initial issues, which is unfortunate. VFC's gas releases, it's quite common for their first versions of things to have minor to moderate issues that are usually fixable. However, it is also common for VFC in their later releases of those lines to fix those issues as best they can. For example, the HK53, the magazines on them, the stop on empty thing was it was too long, and so you had to chop it down in order for it to work. Sure enough, later batches of those magazines come out, and it's already just designed shorter, and so they fix that issue. They fix that issue over time. They're not intending, as far as we're aware, to make more PPSH 41s, and so the issues that people are experiencing, we don't believe the VFC themselves are going to address these issues, which is quite unfortunate for the platform. I don't recall off the top of my head what some of those issues were. One of them was a cosmetic complaint. The wood stock here, the staining of it is very even, and even to the point of looking boring. Flat. We'll go flat. Real PPSH 41 stocks look more gradiated than this, because things happen over time. It's the same with any wood rifle stock. But this one from VFC, most of them look very flat in their staining. VFC has claimed that they can take real stocks. People have tried this. It's not true. It's not true at all, unfortunately. People have taken stocks off of real PPSH 41s, tried to put it on that, hasn't worked. I don't know to what extent it hasn't worked. I don't know how much woodworking would be required in order to get them to fit. This was just a sales post of someone saying, hey, I'm selling this PPSH 41. I tried to put a real stock on it. It didn't work, and therefore I'm selling it. it's sad to see. It's kind of funny that they went, oh shit, and then sold the thing immediately. But it's unfortunate when you wait so long for a product and then it doesn't do what you want for it. There are also functional issues, of course. I've seen double feeds and misfeeds and various issues with them, and it is unfortunate. If they do a V2 and fix all the issues, cool. This is a good design. They have actually, so the magazine is two parts. One of them is a massive gas reservoir, and it's huge, this thing. And the other is, that was my elbow. The other is a cassette that has the BBs in it, like a AEG high cap type thing. And so the front bit, I think it's the front bit. It doesn't look like the front bit. Part of it is this cassette, and part of it is the gas reservoir. It's actually two pieces, and so you can do some things with that. In historical terms, I believe each gun was issued with one drum magazine, and each drum magazine was made for each gun, kind of. And so, because, well, World War II manufacturing, not that great. They were kind of desperate at the time. They were just pumping out as much as they could, and so each gun historically came with the magazine for it, and you didn't really want to mix these up. So each gun only had one drum and then sticks extra. So VFC doing it with one drum, hey, historically accurate if you're into that. But you can also buy extra drums as well. And you can buy extra cassettes as well if you want to split the magazine and do that kind of thing. So yeah, this isn't build, this is just someone showing off their new gun. The platform has had some issues. I hope VFC continues to iterate on it. However, at present they have stated that it's a limited release, that they are not making any more of. I think that would be unfortunate. I think we'd all like to see more and some improvement on this. So the PPSH 41. Next up we have I'm not sure who this is. This is Knuckles. Yes, this is. I can't show it because it's streamer mode, and if I disable streamer mode, then I don't think I can actually re-enable streamer mode. So I'm not sure whose this is. So this is an M4. This is a BCM M4. Looks like, most likely off of the VFC system. Yeah, probably the VFC system, because the VFC BCM comes with these two-tone receivers. Based off a Mark 16, so we are once again following the URGI template, but we do have some key differences here, of course, such as the handguard. The stock itself, fine. This is an unusual sling setup, but whatever works for you. We don't generally use 2 points in this way. We would come up here and use, what is that? I thought there was a QD point up here, but that looks like it's got something in it. That's hard to tell, not sure. So yeah, odd sling setup, but whatever works for you, and here it's got further up, so fine. I'm seeing, what are we seeing here? I think you're left-handed. I'm having trouble really figuring out because there's not quite enough to see, but I think you're left-handed. Yeah, you're left-handed. Yeah. Yeah, you're a lefty. Okay, right, cool. Lefty. Yeah, same with this grip. We said earlier with earlier builds, you can have it flipped one way, flipped one way. It's fine either way. This person here has done it in the sort of more angled style. Absolutely fine. And we have the pressure switch underneath. Slightly unusual, but it does work. Especially when your standard hand position is going to be filling this gap here. And so if you just come forward whenever you want to actuate the light, because the light pressure pad is actually up here, I believe. No, sorry, that's not a pressure pad. That's the oh, this is strange. Okay, right, I'm learning. So that is right, bloody hell. This is a that is a Surefire M600 with a Picatinny mount that is going into a Picatinny adapter that is going into an M-lock that's going onto that rail. The reason that threw me off is because typically you would simply use the scout mount, the pattern of screws that we talked about before, to mount the light to the M-lock. That's not what he's done here. Okay, so from there then we can look further up and see the pressure pad's probably up here. Okay, fair enough. And what have we got for muzzle device? That's not a bird cage. I'm covering a light at the moment so that I can see the left hand side of the screen. Yeah, cool. Standard kind of flash hider, PEC 15 type situation, light type situation. It's following the URGI template. And we have some optics here. These are reproduction EOTechs. I've spoken before on reproduction EOTechs, and we actually see a very good example here of why I don't like them and why I advise people against them. If you want to aim at something through here, well, you can see behind you very well. That's great. I'm not a fan of reproduction EOTechs. I'm really not. Even real EOTechs. This is an EOTech EXPS3. This is an EOTech G33. I wouldn't recommend these to anyone. I really wouldn't. They have their niche, and their niche is not 99% of airsofters. Their niche is night vision users and people that have a military budget behind them to replace them when they break and when they suck. So this mount, for example, this is actually an Evolution Gear mount with a genuine G33 because the original EOTech mount sucked so much that it wasn't usable. I emailed EOTech about this, and maybe one day they'll read that email, but it's been years. So 1 year? It's been a very long time, and they have not responded to that, and I don't think they're ever going to. So I'm not a fan of EOTechs. I'm not a fan of reproduction EOTechs even more. Unfortunately, they do have a vibe and a visual language to them that is very popular, but they're generally not a great choice, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a BCM. It's kitted out with the accessories of a URGI. Solid design choices all round. Yeah, it's the VFC gas blowback base is generally very good, except for the hop-up. Again, we mentioned the hop-up stuff previously. But yeah, they've got some really cool features like the adjustable hammer, and little bits and bobs like that. It's all good stuff. But yeah, the only thing I can criticise here really is that optic setup and the fact you're left-handed. No, you're not left-handed because the light is on the other side, and we were wrong about that being an M-LOK mount. So what the hell are you? This is strange then if you're not a lefty, because your hand's got to go somewhere and you've actually covered both sides. You know what? Whatever works for you. Typically when we see something like this, this would be for a long range setup, so we would put stuff on either side to keep the top entirely flat. The reason we would keep the top entirely flat is to allow for the mounting of a huge scope or night vision scope. With something like this, your PEC, if we talk about putting the PEC on top just because that's the most common thing, your PEC is under your EOTech. The PEC will fit under this shelf, and so technically you see it, but it doesn't block your vision in any way. From an angle perspective, it kind of can't ish. So yeah, it's one of those things. Different people have different priorities, and so if your priority is getting the PEC completely out of the way of what you're looking at, then fair enough. Just obviously, you know yourself from experience that it ends up taking up space of where your hand would be. So yeah, otherwise the VFC platform is considered to be very, very good these days, and they're doing a pretty good job. I'm curious to see what they do with their new hop design. Next is a Hecker build. This is, don't need to review, you've already reviewed it twice. Why is it here then? So this is the rear arms. He did post this in the previous one. It was mounted on the wall at that point, and we were talking about getting, I think it was getting a new optic for it maybe. And here is what it looks like now. So cheek riser in order for it to get up, in order for the eye to get up to there. New pole green gas in the background. Yeah, so this is the so this is the rear arms that Hecker was showing previously. We've got the chest, the cheek riser there to bring up your eye perspective, and then keep your point of reference on your face. Unity scope visor, keep everything in line there. It's a Mark 16 rail system, got a maul on there, I don't remember if that's a reproduction. Surefire light, we've got a Warden style can. This is that looks like the proper Carolina Laserworks sticker, one of these. Short mag, Magpul grip, Lord Tactical folder. Like he said, we've actually reviewed this in the previous stream, so I'm not going to obsess too much over this one, but yeah, it is a very clean looking build and it looks very, very good indeed. Shell ejecting, of course, this is why we have the we have the holes in the bolt here. Usually you can't have those holes in gas blowback guns. The reasons for this are a bit difficult to explain. As the bolt is pistoned back by the gases that are coming into the nozzle, of course the nozzle is moving. Well, the nozzle stays here for the start of the blowback cycle, whereas the bolt comes back. The nozzle is staying here as the bolt comes back. So the bolt comes back. Eventually these holes can, depending on the distances involved, come over the main sealing O-ring of the nozzle. This can have two possible effects. One, we can have an efficiency issue. An efficiency issue being that if gas is still being supplied into the system by the valve knocker, so the valve knocker is hitting the valve on the back of the magazine. The valve knocker is hitting the valve on the back of the magazine. The magazine is expending gas into the nozzle. If it is still doing that by the time these holes cross the path of the O-ring in the nozzle, so this is valve knocker lock territory really, then we are expelling high pressure gas, 160 to 180 psi, assuming green gas uses propane, and we're wasting gas. Okay, that's if that's the case. Usually it isn't. If not, you are still having potential issue number two. So these holes coming over the O-ring over time, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, you're eroding the O-ring. You're bringing an edge across the O-ring where you shouldn't be. And so if your O-ring isn't very, very strong, then you're going to cause sealing issues. You're going to erode your main nozzle O-ring over time. This is not good. This is never good. And so we generally don't want to do this. Here it's absolutely fine because this is not the same design. This is a shell ejecting, this is a rare arms, but on general gas blowbacks, that's why you don't have those holes in the bolt. And that's my TED talk on obsession of holes in the bolt. Thank you for coming. I considered doing a YouTube video talking very specifically about those holes in the bolt. As part of a series of generally thinking, going into real specifics. Yes, it does, Rob. We'll talk about that. I wanted to talk about the specifics of that and why that's the case, because I get really nerdy about specifics. I wanted to title the video "Let's Talk About My Holes," and I thought maybe YouTube won't allow that. I'll pass. But yes, Rob Boss, the Evo does have those holes in the bolt. The likely reason for this: one, internally chamfered holes, probably. If not, then we start to talk about O-ring wear and we get into the issues we just talked about. So, one, chamfered holes, in theory. Two, probably no valve knocker lock. I don't believe the VFC AR platform doesn't have a valve knocker lock, so we're not worried about it still expelling gas at that point in the blowback cycle. But they do have that adjustable hammer system. They have a little screw on the hammer that just brings up a little bit further forward or back, depending on whether it's colder or warmer. This is something you adjust yourself in the system. It's unlikely, either way, that it would still be expelling gas by the time that O-ring passes those holes. So, in that regard, it's probably fine. And in a lot of regards, a lot of designs could have this and be fine. It's actually quite a common customization. There are customization shops for the Tokyo Marui platform, the MWS platform, that do those holes if you want those holes. But you're wearing out those O-rings over time, and we don't know yet if that Evo system from VFC is going to have that problem. So time will tell. So the gun that we were told not to review, now we've reviewed it. Let's move on. Another Dutch one. So Dutch's CAG build. Alright. Combat Applications Group, Army Compartmentalized Entity, Special Forces Operations, Delta Delta, CAG, SVOD, whatever. It's all the fancy army guys. Built around a rifle I use for work. Dutch is an infantry guy. Base gun, Noveski Ghetto Blaster. Tip to stock, starting tip. Alright, Garand Thumb, chill out. Starting at the tip, we have an Ace Tech Radar, so that's the tracer unit. Breaching muzzle brake design. Alright, so it's got some spikes in it. You poke the spikes into something and then you shoot. If it's a shotgun or whatever, then that's fine. Obviously in Airsoft that's not really relevant, it's just cosmetic. Following that, we have the Streamlight. Do I have to speak this like Garantham? I'm not going to slander Garantham, I'll get sued. Following that, we have the Streamlight HLX Pro with included pressure pad. Yeah, fine. Streamlights are actually quite well regarded, especially in regard to reproductions, because in theory they come at that price point between Surefire Mod Light, we'll go up, Surefire Mod Light, reproduction, Streamlight. In theory, in the UK market, it's Surefire Mod Light Streamlight, reproduction, and that's why you see so many reproduction lights in the UK, except for Olight. They have other issues. Magpul QD sling mount. Behind the QD sling mount is an irregular defense red dot riser. Alright, that's going to be some flipping tactical try-hard stuff, isn't it? Yeah, one of them. Alright. Board on which I have a PEX 15 UHP on it, gotten through... Alright. Dutch will occasionally have work things on his airsoft guns. Behind that, I have a 2x magnifier. Pistol grip, I have a Magpul K2 XL. Okie doke. So, 2x magnifier. That is that's really big for a 2x magnifier, isn't it? Is that a G22? Is it a G22? Is it the G? Is that what that's called? A G22? Is that the old EOTech magnifier? Because the rubber thing does look similar to the G33. So I wonder what that is. Personally, I'm not sure it magnifies, generally. This is a 3x. It's not enough for me. When shooting open in, you know, your close quarters or whatever, then sure, open sights, be it a holographic or a red dot. Generally, the red dot is more recommended. Absolutely fine. No problem at all. Or big window red dot. Good times. But when you need magnification for whatever you need magnification for, I haven't personally found that 3x is enough. And so it made me wonder, so we were talking earlier about the G45, but then when you get into 5x magnification, as you increase magnification, you decrease your eye box and you make everything tighter. That's just physics. There's not really a way around it. It's just how the light is contoured, manipulated, etc. to get the zoom level you want. Even like the super fancy genuine Vortex Razor 1:6, if I put that up to 6x, it's got a really tight eye box because it is 6x magnification. It's physics. So with a 2x magnifier like this though, I would envision that this is actually a very forgiving eye box and that you can be quite dynamic, should we say, about it. And still have a good picture. So from that perspective, good choice. It depends on whether that level of magnification is enough for you. Otherwise, we have the PEG 15 excuse me, that is mounted high. We can see that the mount is mounted on the receiver, and so the PEG 15 is kept on the receiver, and therefore you have viable laser 0. The laser 0 was viable when it was on a RIS 2. The laser 0 was considered to be viable when it was on the non-free float CAC handguards. This kind of thing does feel a bit like a solution searching for a problem. Unless M-Lock handguards suck. Funny that. Then we have our lights mounted up front. And then the pressure pad is out of sight. We have the shiniest sling imaginable, and then we have our tracer unit muzzle device there. And then he's painted the mags, and we've got the fat grip there with the more severe angle than standard. And then 45, is that a 45 degree safety, or is that just there's a word for it where the hammer is down and then the safety is pushed forward. Yeah, one or the other. Safety catch. No, that is a standard safety catch because it's the Noveski, isn't it? Yeah. And then PDW style stock. Again, I haven't tried the PDW style stock yet. I'd be curious to one day. But yeah, haven't given it a go yet. Vector Optics are considered to be a pretty good brand of red dot. They are a lower end real steel manufacturer of red dots, and they make very cheap stuff. Their warranties are not always as good as Vortex, for example, but they are also, they're not a slouch either. And so if you do get a breakage with a Vector, it's worth getting in contact with them because they may be willing to help, and they often are. So, Ghetto Blaster built out in your standard tactical mishmash. This is a left-handed guy's gun, as you can tell from the light being on the left. We don't have any other pictures, but yeah, left-hander, tactical stuff. There are reasons for some of it. Some of it is there are some things that are a little bit odd. GB has the 45-degree selector. Ghetto Blaster. Okay, what makes me odd? What makes me odd? What oddens me? No. What weirds me out, go for that, is that the markings are 90-degree, 90 and 180 there. So that is surprising, but again, this absolutely matches. If that is a 45-degree selector, then obviously that is in the detent for that. And the detent stuff is what we talked about before with the spring and the groove. It's not quite the same on an MWS. How is it on an MWS? It's in the trigger box. It's in the trigger box on an MWS, on a Tokyo Marui style. But yeah, if that is where that is, then that's where that is. Fair enough. 45-degree selector. Hannum. This is an M16A2. Oh, this would be the Vipertech. So, Vipertech M16A2, which is 3.8 kilos. Have we got any light as a feather? Yep. We can't see much more of this, so we'll see what we can. This is a manganese phosphate coated barrel. This is manganese phosphate coated front sight, manganese phosphate coated end cap. On my M4, that was originally blued, so that's interesting to see that that's lighter. We also have a sling loop in here. Mine didn't have a sling loop. Yeah, stuff going on. Cool, Vipertech stuff. This is probably a genuine furniture set. Rather, the GB from Double Eagle have full auto, but as a sticker. Oh, all right. This is probably a real steel furniture set rather than the Vipertech set. The Vipertech furniture is generally not well regarded, but otherwise, sure. This is probably an EB Tech stag because we can see from the finish and the way that it is worn, it is steel. And then we have, of course, our forged aluminium receivers, steel bolt, steel fire control group, etc., etc. It's a Vipertech. We know the Vipertech by now. I keep the Vipertech M16A2 in particular is something I've been considering myself as well, but the price is prohibitive. I probably won't get one. They're too expensive. I'm happy with the one that I have, and I'm happy to be happy with the one that I have. Still, Vipertechs, cool. VSC AK-74M. Right, so we've got some Zenitco bits and bobs on here. ZB31, ZB10, ZDL1. Not a clue. 5KU top cover cut and machined to a real steel spec and painted. Oh, that would have been an effort. Shitty 5KU DTK2, that's the flash hider. PT1 with the hinge modified. The VFC has a 4.5mm hinge. Whereas a lot of real stocks have 5.5mm. There's also a small angle difference between the 74M and the real 74M, if that makes sense. So there is a folder 74 that has that angle, but it's not the 74M, and so people have been not too happy about that because then it makes their stocks look weird when they put custom stocks on. Zenitco RP1, I think that's the pistol grip. I don't know Zenitco stuff. I don't know it. No name shitty. I can think it's Nuprol, possibly. Magpul K2 AK. Oh, so that's the pistol grip. No idea what a Zenitco RP1 is then. Nope, no idea. So this is the. Am I stuck? when we think about the tacticalized AK, and you think about, everyone thinks about the Garand, the two-tone AK, and this is an example of that kind of. Oh, that says RP1 on it, which means that's that. So that is genuine Zenitco charging handle then, charging handle knob. That's interesting. I wonder how those do. We'll get to it. So the Garand two-tone AK-74, AK-105, all that kind of thing. It is a build that has been done quite a lot now, and this is kind of an example of that. Of course, there are other people that have done this before and since, but the most popular example of it is Garand. What we have here is, so we have charging handle. The top cover has been replaced, and in replacing that, we replaced the rear sight. The way that we do this, the reason that we do this, is because the top cover of a standard AK, be it 74, be it M, be it whatever, it's not stable enough to take optics. And so there's no point putting Picatinny on an AK top cover, because it won't be stable enough. So what we do instead is pin it into the rear sight block, and then fix it at the back, and then you have a more stable sight base. The alternative to this, of course, is on the other side of this gun. Do we have a second picture? No. On the other side of this gun there is a rail. I tend to call it the N rail, but it's not called an N rail, it's just a rail. The reason I call it that is because if a gun has that on it as part of a modernization effort that doesn't include other things, then it is called the AK-74N, for example. You can mount an optics rail to this and it will be as stable as you like, but there are more modern ways to do this, and this is one of the more modern ways to do it. The RP1 charging handle is a big old block that is very popular for how tactical it looks, because it has been used by tactical people. There have been a lot of breakages of these on various guns, because one, they grub screw into the charging handle in a way that is very ungraceful, and they can cause issues over time, especially with like the GHK bolts, for example. You see those bolts break, they shear at the charging handle, and so then you just don't have a charging handle anymore on the GHK AK, because the GHK AK bolt pre V3 is not steel, it's pot metal once again, so it's not strong enough. Even the steel ones, they've had issues too. So I am not sure if the VFC bolt is strong enough to reliably hold that extra mass on the end of that charging handle. Not sure. Of course, it's worth mentioning, just as an aside, yes, post V3 GHK AK bolts are steel. No, don't buy one. It doesn't mean they're better, it just means they're a different material. They still have many issues. Explosive Enterprises has a very good video on the V3 GHK. There are a few others as well, I believe, if memory serves. Don't buy a GHK AK. Basically, can you see the? If I move, you can just about see the pistol grip of a GHK AK on the shelf behind me. Do what I say, not what I do. So here we have, looking pretty good. We've got our front end here, again from Zenitco. This is intended for the mounting of lights and lasers and things like that. Excuse me. I'm not familiar enough with the way that Zenitco mounts to have an opinion of how they mount. So hey, maybe that's the best system since sliced bread. Maybe it is even worse than M-Lock. Who's to say? Otherwise, yep, custom muzzle device, or well, aftermarket muzzle device, and then we have the stock. I don't know how good this stock is. I know there is a PT2. Well, I know there's a PT3. I haven't seen a PT2, but I assume it is. But the PT1 is just such a vibe, you know, it just looks... I much prefer the look of the PT1 over the PT3. I don't think I'm the only one. And then pistol grip. People don't like the pistol grip because it is thin and small. I'm looking at my VFC AK at the moment. I like it. I like the standard pistol grip personally, I don't have an issue, but for people that want a chunkier design, which is often what they seem to want, given the designs that come out for the AK market. It's good that those designs do come out for the AK market and cater to those people's priorities and allow them to get the experience that they want. So yeah, it is a very good looking grip, and it is a very good looking gun overall. I applaud you for having faith, for having so much faith in your VFC bolt that you want to put that charging handle on it when it is known for breaking so many other brands. But hey, I hope it works out for you. Because I'm not sure anyone is sure yet whether the VFC is strong enough, because it hasn't really been out long enough for people to really vet it and give it the time with these charging handles and say, hey, this is when it breaks, or I've used it for this amount of rounds and it hasn't broken. So it's going to take time for that kind of information to really solidify. But yeah, overall, tactical AK, it is tactical without the heaviness. There is going to be a little bit of extra weight added, of course, but it is not a major weight increase over the standard AK, and allows you to have a good sight mounting platform without too much weight addition. You didn't technically need the extra handguard as well, but it does complete the look. So, same for the stock. Well, the stock does have a cheek riser built into it, which is adjustable, so yeah, you can see that as necessary, and I don't think anyone would bat an eye. Overall, it's a good build. It is solid, cohesive. Good job. Let's swap for the next water bottle. How long have we been going? So we have not been going for 3 hours. Have we been going for 3 hours? You're kidding. We've been streaming for 3 hours. Oh no. Okay, everyone watching is asleep. Let's move on to the next build. So this is a Banana Doge. Banana Doge, otherwise known as Child Liqueur. I don't want to see a video of him shooting. I think that would be classed as adult content, and we're going to move on. Banana Doge. Alright, GHK. So, bloody hell. Right, GHK AUG or AUG, I never know the correct one on this. This is, so GHK briefly did, well, not briefly, for a little while they did Cerakote, Factory, Olive Drab, AUGs. This is not that. This has been done by the user, and can you really blame them, because the Olive Drab looks so much better than the black. We also have a custom front end on here, including what looks like either Claw Gear or Midwest Industries. Excuse me. And then we have some optic stuff as well. Let's see what they've written. Corvus Rail and Claw Gear handguard. Okay. And apparently there is some dedication in getting the rail fitted that involved Mr. Dremel. I am also a fan of Mr. Dremel. We like Mr. Dremel. Okay, cool. So, painted AUG looks fantastic. The rail itself also looks really good. I'm glad to see a bullpup here. We can of course acknowledge that maybe bullpups are not ergonomically amazing in comparison with their more conventional counterparts, but it is nonetheless very cool to see them. The AUG is also very interesting because it uses a fire selector-ish built into the trigger-ish, not really built into the trigger. It's like an MP5, but this is more known for it. With the AUG, if you put it on the unblocked trigger, you pull it, bang, pull it some more, bang. That is just how that trigger works. And apparently it quite surprises people in what is it, foreign familiarization exercises or something, whatever they're called, where foreign militaries try the AUG and they just go, oh, I'm going to have a single shot, oh god, and then they get very surprised, and it's always funny apparently. The MP5 actually does the same. If you put the MP5 on fully automatic and then only pull the trigger halfway, it will fire a single shot. If you then continue to pull it, it will then go into fully automatic. It is the same. It's not the same design of fire control group, but it is the same ethos of the method of firing being dependent on how far you pull the trigger. It's a cool design. It's very interesting. And we have some. So again, just like the just like the AK here, not like Banana Doge, we have a method of modernizing the platform in order to take optics and lights in a stable and reliable manner. So I'm not sure personally how much, thanks for the extra resolution there, how much dremeling this took. I can only imagine. Fitment of airsoft stuff can be a real thing sometimes. So we have EOTech up top. We've talked about EOTech enough today. That is magnifier and an XPS 2 or 3, not sure. 3, I guess, because the buttons are on the back. Or does the 2 have the button? No, 2 has the buttons. It's an EOTech. And Engel of some kind. Surefire of some kind. This is the PTS Sandman, I think, suppressor. And then our BCM M-Lock. Not CAG. What's it called? Gunfighter angled grip. They're keeping everything together. Hey, it is a very good looking and very functional build. With something like this, your balance is not going to be affected that much, because if we take the Block 2 and we put all those accessories out on the far end, we bring the weight up, we bring the weight balance out forward. It's tricky, it's tough. With something like a bullpup, yes, you're adding the same amount of total weight, but you're adding it closer into yourself, and so you're not affecting the balance as much. It becomes an easier to handle platform. Bullpups are not universally terrible. They do have disadvantages, they do have advantages. You can make a bullpup cool, and we can see that right here. So, excellent job all round. I am curious about how much dremeling you require to do this. I'm also curious of whether that is a QD cup, because it looks about right, but I'm also not sure. I'm curious. Yeah, looks good. It is cool to see a tactical AUG. I haven't seen a tactical AUG before, and yeah, good job. Potatoes, yes. Right, FAL. So this is a FAL because we can see that it hasn't got a sliding stock here, which means it is not the SA58 OSW. Do I have... Oh, let's check these notifications. Give me just one moment, guys. Oh, on my... But they're going into battery. So this is a ViperTech issue I have at the moment. Just reading up on it. But they're going into battery. When started closing out, the O-ring sounds more likely. Yeah, friction. It should be under the... Yeah, so nozzle return spring might be broken, but I very much doubt it. Good stuff. Awesome. Right, let's pop back. Oh dear, where have I gone? It scrolled me to the wrong place again. FAL. Right, FAL. Bring it over. Cool. So we know this is a FAL and not the SA58, because even though it does have this Picatinny handguard up front, it has a solid stock at the back. This looks like the DX maybe, because of the steel. This looks like a steel receiver. If that's not the steel receiver, then that looks very good. So let's read up. VFC FAL LAR. The LAR is just their name for it. GR Yaris. Where are you? What? I don't know where you're getting GR Yaris from, sorry mate. How do I set my gun? So the Discord link is in the description. Join the Discord and then pop it into build picks. I cannot promise that we will get to it, because holy shit, look at this scroll bar. I think the scroll bar has gone further up since we started stream than we've actually gone through. But yeah, the Discord link is in the description. You can join up. GR Yaris in the background? This? That's a Tesla. That's a Fiesta. Sir, that is a Ford Fiesta. Ford. Tut. Unless the... No, it hasn't just changed because it's 28. We can go to the next one and see what the next one be. Oh, that's changed something else. Oh, there we go. Extreme E. I like the vibe of these cars, but I'm not generally one for electric motorsport. But electric motorsport on dirt is very interesting because of the instant torque response. Anyway, FAL. At the very tip, an Ace Tech muzzle device for the Predator QD Predator Mark II QD suppressor tracer unit once again. This is for Dutch's wife. Moving to the right, we have a Surefire mounted on a Belgian STG-58 quad rail for the FAL. So when we think of the SA-58, we think of this big quad rail, but it looks a bit different to this. It doesn't have the heat holes, for example, down low. And so this is a little bit different, and this is what made me go initially. With a Surefire pressure pad, fair enough. We then have a Vortex Scrapper. Vortex Scrapper? Vector Scrapper, right? Vector Scrapper, silly goose. On a UTG FAL integrated Picatinny mount. UTG FAL integral. Oh, so this part here is made by UTG that he's put over the top cover. Fair enough. It might actually replace the top cover. 4th generation and a random G33 magnifier, fair enough. Pistol grip. Custom 3D printed FAL pistol grip at a more modern angle. Fair enough. With possibilities to semi-lock it. Yes, so he was actually we were chatting about this a couple of days ago. Something about that grip. Oh, it's probably, yeah, okay. So if you get the grip wrong, then you can physically block the selector from moving all the way around into the automatic position. As a result of blocking it in such a way, you turn it into a DMR for the purposes of rules and such. And so that's why he does that. More modern grip angle. Generally, well, the FAL does have a very angled grip to begin with, and so this is actually probably closer to just a standard AR-15 M16A2 angle. But generally, with such a long length of pull that the FAL has, you don't generally consider a more aggressive grip angle or a more vertical grip angle to be necessary. However, it's one of those things where it doesn't really hurt. And so, yeah, absolutely fair enough. On the stock, we have a skater tape to give the butt plate exceptional grip. Okay, can't see it, but I'll take your word for it. Internally, several mods are done, such as a 3D printed slimmer buffer for full travel. Okay. Catgut trigger mod, I'm not familiar with myself, but fair enough. As well as some spacer to make the trigger a one-stage trigger. Okay, so a two-stage trigger has movement wall. However, if you take up that wall using something else, like spacers, then sure, it's a one-stage trigger. Okay, right, we have so much to do, and I need a bio break. So, I am going to go off on my bio break. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so, and we will continue with this VFC AK-74M. Cheers, guys. I'll be back in a bit. That's the wrong slideshow. What are you doing? Hello, hello again, we're back. Oh, my light's off. Cool. Is that brighter? Does that work? I think that works. Right, here we are again. Let's ping the Discord now that we're back. And just let everyone know that we're going again. Oh, duh, I'm on the Discord already, you silly goose. Oh god, 7 new messages. Hobbs nearly pinged just one of the new joiners, Sebek, rather than Stream Enjoyer's role. We're back. Cool. I'm very particular on this Discord about... Oh, it's got me to the wrong place again. I'm very particular on this Discord about what kind of tea? English tea. Just standard breakfast tea, the tea kind. I'm very particular about notifications and pinging people unnecessarily or anything like that. I'm really particular about making sure that people can opt into and opt out of. It's not even opt out of. There's nothing you have to opt out of on this server. You will not get pinged on this server unless you opt into certain things. So if I click here, no roles, fine. If I click here, no roles, fine. If I click here, there we go. So longs, enjoyers and cloners. So Dutch, for example, has set up that if I submit any long videos, that he'll get a ping. And if I put through any clone information, because sometimes people want to clone stuff that I've made, and so we go like through like all of the specific things in writing. He's done it again. Then he gets a ping for that. Everything on this Discord is like opt into notifications rather than opt out of notifications, and I'm quite particular about getting that right. Now let's find this AK again. There we are. Oh dear, I'm not sure I should have put these ear cups on. I think they're wet still. Hang on, just a sec. 1 sec. Right, there we go. I swapped the ear cups on these headphones because these ones are a bit sweaty, but those ones are still drying off from having been washed. So, here we go. Right, I will mute my mic in a sec to stop chewing. Let's have a look at this, what we've got here. Okay, so this is a similar aspect of modernising an AK, getting a sight on it specifically in a way that is with repeatable 0, with good 0 and stable 0. So what they've done here is this Minkle. I think that's Minkle's profile picture. The streamer mode is really kind of annoying. How do I feel about Fry's Turkish Delight? I have never had Turkish Delight, and I've never seen Future Armor. So I'm sorry, I can't give you a stuff. I can't give you an opinion there. Love me a cuppa. Spent time in the UK. Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Different people like different teas, and nowadays especially we're getting a lot of Taiwanese teas at the moment. We're getting boba tea, and these little shops are popping up all over the place. That's Minkle. Good, thank you. Yeah, this stream mode is kind of annoying. Yeah, we're getting boba tea recently in the UK. Even local places to me, they have a little store for boba tea. It's a Taiwanese type of tea that's completely different to this. And yeah, it's cool to see cultural spreading and the good things of countries going to different places and going there a lot quicker than they used to before the days of, you know, internet and all that kind of thing. So, Minkle's AK is indeed a very good balance. I very much agree. So what we've got here is a couple of things. First up, we don't have a replacement of the rear dust cover. You don't have to do as much filing if you do it this way, and it's still just as stable because you are still mounting off of the rear sight. And on this rear sight mount point here, we have an Aimpoint Comp M4S, a genuine one. The I have an M4 here. These sights, I'm really I like it. I like the bigger window. It's not much heavier than the smaller footprint, and you get a much bigger window as a result of it. The Aimpoint Comp M4S was made specifically because people thought the Aimpoint Comp M4, they thought that this battery turret got in the way, and so they moved it down. Is that really an issue? I don't personally think so, but a lot of people did, and it inspired the whole new range of products called the M4S. No, it's not like Fry from Futurama. The brand is Fry's. It's just Turkish delight covered in chocolate instead of flour. Okay. I'm not familiar. Sorry, I've never had Turkish delight of any kind. I'm actually really boring with my food choices, as currently today's dinner is a slice of bread with butter. My diet is not great. I'm on stream at the moment, and so I'm putting even less effort into food today, but generally my diet is very beige, and I really should. I make an effort to eat more veggies and more good meats rather than stuff out of a packet or whatever. Good stuff, fair enough. Yeah, my diet is quite bland at the moment, and always has been. But yeah, the Comp M4S is solving a problem that a lot of people thought was a problem. I don't personally think it's a problem, but it has resulted in a pretty cool looking scope sight. It's a red dot, and so that's what we have here. Good stuff. You do lose the ability to co-witness with the iron sights with this. Whether that's an issue or not is up to your own priorities. Personally, it can be a bit annoying when you set the sight for your woodland play and then you come out into a clearing, you look through your sight and then you can't see the dot. If you have natural co-witness on, then it's a complete non-issue. Use the sights, fine, the iron sights. But in a situation where you don't have co-witness, you then have to adjust your dot so that you can see it, and it's a quality of life thing. But it's one of those things. Coming back, we have a custom pistol grip. What is this? US palm grip. Cool. I've heard good things about them. I've never tried them myself. Like I've said previously, I have no issue myself with the standard AK grip, so I'm totally fine with the standard VFC AK-74M grip, and currently it has a genuine Bakelite Soviet grip on it as well, because it is currently like a 70s Soviet paratrooper, triangle folding stock, wood furniture. My one's like, I've gone the opposite direction to this. But here we have standard stuff with US palm grip and our rear sight mount, and also a buffer tube in the back. So this is going to be a buffer tube adapter. Hephaestus, one of the two. Typically, Hephaestus has made parts for GHK. However, I believe they are going into the VFC market. I don't believe that this is a GHK stock adapter that Minqua has modified to fit, but I believe they are actually going into the VFC market. Yeah, it allows you to put stocks on it that are more suitable for whatever you want to do. If that's what you want to do, then hey, that's all good. It's also, the tactical look, if that's what you want. Rail gas tube to put on it, but no point until there's something to put on it. Absolutely right. If you don't have a need for it, then there is no need for it. The appearance side of things is a vibe, of course. Like my Block 2, for example, I'm a Block 2 guy. There's no need for me to put a PEC on it. There's no need for me to put a light on it. There's no need for me to put that handguard on it. It's extra weight as well. But it's the vibes. If you don't have a particular attachment to the appearance and to the aesthetic, no need for it. Save yourself. And yes, I have mags. This is the biggest flex. Like getting actually, I'm not sure if it's still as difficult as it used to be to get magazines, but it was tricky. And the one magazine that it came with it, I've bought some since, but the one magazine that came with it had a weakness in the casting of the aluminium shell. As a result, I over tightened the gas release valve and tightened it through the shell, broke the shell. That magazine that originally came with the gun is bricked. It's dead now. It will never work because of a design flaw. That's really annoying. But thankfully, they have fixed this, I believe, in the later iterations. Yeah. overall, it is a simple build that gets the job done. You have your adjustable length of pull to make you what you want to be. You have your mounting of sights up here. Obviously, if this was a magnified sight, like one, you wouldn't be able to put a magnifier and holographic, as an example, set up behind this, because you don't have enough rail space for that on that little thing. Also, when if you wanted to mount, say, an ACOG up there, you wouldn't be able to mount it that far up. It's too far forward. You wouldn't be able to put your head through all of the operating system to get your eye close enough to it. But if you are simply using a red dot sight like Minkle is here, then that is absolutely a complete non-issue, and it is absolutely fine. Still can't believe when batch 1 came out, you somehow got 8 extra magazines. That's absurd. That is very impressive, Sky. There is a fair chance that you were in the top 1% of VFC AK owners for a very long time as a result of that. I have a driplet on my cup. Yeah, simple design. The VFC AK is a very venerable platform by this point. I still haven't taken mine out to play with it because I want a scope for it, in theory. Well, either I want a scope for it, or I want to get gaming with the glasses, because I can see with these, whereas I couldn't before. Like, kind of rough astigmatism, and also kind of rough actual vision issues as well. So, we'll see. Not sure. I have some ESS goals on the way to use over these and get playing again. But yeah, simple design, very effective, cost effective, weight effective, balance is good. Good stuff. Good build. Right, Parabellum P320 M18 AXG X Carry Titanium Black Two-Tone. Right, for starters, that just looks good. Right, that looks nice. So, with this, we have to talk about Parabellum. Parabellum is another one of VFC's shells companies. VFC's shell companies. I can feel my voice going. The story goes, oh dear, give me a minute. The story goes, oh no, how long have we been streaming? 3.5 hours? Okay. The story goes that VFC got the SIG license, spoke with SIG, SIG wanted a certain amount of things, and then VFC made those certain amount of things. VFC SIG wanted it to a particular spec. Specifically, they wanted very stiff recoil springs and very stiff hammer springs. Okay, so that's what VFC did. VFC told SIG, according to this story, that hey, if we do this, it's going to make the guns perform quite badly under adverse conditions. It's not going to be great for playing with. And SIG goes, we don't care. We want the stiffer springs. So VFC goes, okay, right. We can also make these other variants if you like. SIG goes, no, just these ones, please. Just the SIG Pro Force line, and that's what they have. And VFC goes, okay, we'll do that. And the story goes that they set up a shell company. The shell company is Parabellum. Using Parabellum as a shell company, they made a few other Sig Sauer variants. So the Sig Sauer P226, there are a few P226 variants made by Parabellum that were not made by Sig Air, Sig Pro Force, whatever, under that license. The Mark 25 Sig P226 was made under that license, but then the standard P226 was not. That was made under Parabellum with softer springs. And here we have the same thing here. Under the Pro Force line, VFC made the M18. This is the US Marine Corps military pistol. However, under Parabellum, they have made the civilian variants, a few of the civilian variants actually, such as this AXG X Carry. Now the X Carry, in theory, is for concealed carry. Can't wait to try for the full Parabellum 365. Yes, I thought I saw that on a particular website that I'm not allowed to advertise. on stream. Let's have a very quick look for that. Excuse me. Parabellum. Nope. Maybe oh no, it wasn't this, was it? So let's actually find it. 6, 5. Oh god, what is it? 6R P365 CO2 blowback pistol. So for starters, CO2. Yeah. Whatever this is, again, I can't show it because I can't advertise for it. But there is a P365 gas blowback gun, but it is CO2 and it's not VFC, and it looks strange. I'm not sure what it is, but it is officially licensed. Okay, a fixed top-up as well. Their advertisement for this, for a fixed top-up, is improved BB stability and range for enhanced shot consistency. That's like something out of fucking John Wick. Oh dear. Yeah, not VFC, whatever that is. Can't wait. Yes, yeah, can't wait to try that. Yes, gotcha. But yeah, this P320 is another one of those examples of Parabellum going outside their norm, or going off the hymn sheet, I guess, and making their own thing. So X carry in theory is for concealed carry in appendix, so they go and then you draw the gun. However, from personal experience, and I have actually tried appendix carry, there's a short about it if you haven't seen it already, because I think it's a fun gimmick to try, and using one of the best concealed carry holsters in the world. It was the tier 1 concealed Axis Elite, I think it was. I think it's called the Axis Elite. Considered to be a very, very good concealed carry holster. The issue of barrel length. So this has a shorter barrel than an M17, which is what makes them market it for concealed carry. Barrel length's not a problem. In my opinion, from my experience, the barrel length is not a problem at all. You can fit it down there, even on a Glock 19, even on an M17 like that. Your barrel, even at that barrel length, it's interacting with the things that you don't want it to be interacting with either way. It's already there. Okay? So don't worry about that. It's fine if you go past it. The problem is the grip. The problem is this whole situation. 1, this is long, and 2, it is flared. So when you're in the appendix, I'm aware that the camera doesn't go all the way down, which is why I'm saying my appendix is in my sternum. The gun is not going to be perfectly flat to your contours. It comes out a bit. Okay, fine. The fact that it comes out a bit though means that your grip, and especially if it's a flared mag roll, it just presses against the outside of your shirt and pulls it out and pushes it out. This is so very obvious, and it kind of defeats the point of doing anything concealed carry wise. Even if I was an airsofter and did that just as a gimmick, people would go, oh, you got a gun in there, that's funny. There's no hidden aspect to it, there's no concealed to the carry. And so I personally don't quite understand why this is marketed as a concealed carry gun. Nevertheless, that's not what Solo has brought to us. They're not bringing it to us as a concealed carry gun, they're simply bringing it to it as a build that they've done. Good tea. So, Parabellum, X-carry slide, cool. Unicorn non-tilting outer barrel. This is a wear thing, kind of. We spoke earlier about aluminium barrels, steel barrels versus aluminium slide, steel slide. There's not really a wear issue, but in certain cases, a non-tilting outer barrel can do certain things. It depends on your priorities and what you want. Unicorn hop chamber, fair enough. Unicorn 6.03 by 86mm in a barrel, fine. FWAD? No one's... I'm aware that it's a whole thing. Is it quad? Is it 4 UAD? No one has ever asked me to say that before, and so I've never thought about it. Maybe it's FWAD. Bucking. I'm seeing those things around a lot at the moment, and I'm not sure how I feel about a content creator product becoming so popular. I mean, if it's good, right? But I've also not seen a consistent opinion on its performance. So, Not sure. If it works for you, it works for you. Parabellum, P320, fire control group and frame, yep, and then Legion grip panels from the Real Steel one. Cool, and then a Streamlight TLR1. The TLR1 is an absolute fire because that head is huge. It's just like, blah, very, very big headed, like. So yeah, the grip panels in particular, I really like what they've got going on here. In terms of actual grip, who knows? But I really like the appearance of that. Overall, this is a very, very good looking gun. In terms of internals, it's hard to say how good it is. I'm aware that the M17 and M18 pistols have had trouble with the lockback over time, even the Parabellum ones. So I'm not sure how well this works for consistency and performance. But in terms of appearance, it looks absolutely brilliant. So well done on that. Good taste. Good job. Next up, Walther PDP. We were actually talking about this earlier with its steel slide insert. The PDP, it looks very similar to the old Walther P99, but I don't know if it's like the same product family or if it's an iteration on it. I'm not sure. So, Crusader Acropate. Crusader, once again, one of VFC's shell companies. Vector Frenzy Plus. So the Vector Frenzy is Vector's entry into the enclosed emitter red dot. So if we have a, which we don't, if we have a RMR, Trijicon RMR, which is an open emitter red dot, it doesn't have the full hood on that. If you get rain or dirt or anything, but really rain is the main one, onto the top of the red dot, the bit that is open, then that can get into the bit where the emitter is, and one, not great if it's not waterproofed, two, that laser emitter is not getting through that, and so your dot's dead until you shake it out and get all the water out of it. And so then we have things like the enclosed emitter red dots, which fixes that problem. But it is a bigger footprint overall, and so then you have holster issues. Generally, with the Walther PDP, I do wonder what holsters are being used, because this is not a popular gun. Before VFC came out with one, I never heard of the PDP in particular. I've heard of the P99, of course. It was in it's in Arma 3. Well, I think it's in one of the Rainbow Six games. I might be wrong about that, but it's in a game before Arma 3. I don't remember what. So, Real Surplus X300, cool. I keep seeing these for cheap, and I've actually just broken an X300 Universal one. Yes, probably like a Black Hawk Omnivore or something like that. Yeah, I lost the Universal plate of my X300 Ultra reproduction. So I designed and printed a new one. I was thinking, wow, yay! It broke. 3D printed stuff. I broke it. Works fine with the dot. Cool. Especially with this issue. Is that that might be on the red dot side of things? Yeah. Yes, enclosed dots have been very common with competition shooters, which is cool. Also, people looking for a good pistol. Yeah, very true. There's the 92 FS, the Berettas, but also like Beretta, VFC has never made an M9. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? The way that licenses have gone over time, and the way that VFC kind of chases the new stuff while also doing the really old stuff, the M9 just isn't there. It's not in that bracket. But yeah, if the PDP is a good gun with aluminium or some kind of metal in its slide from the outset and a steel slide insert, I am very much understanding why people want them. So, Real Surplus X300, yep, good stuff. I keep seeing X300 Surplus around at the moment for okay-ish prices. I can't justify it myself, even though I just broke another plate. Oh well, broke a plate and lost the other one. I can't justify the cost, which is unfortunate because they obviously do last a lot longer than reproduction. Extended magazine base plates, yep, not necessarily a major thing when it comes to airsoft, but they do have an absolute vibe. Very solid pistol, love it. How much do they cost, right? War the PDP. War the PDP airsoft. Alright, they are distributed by non-blowback. Gross. Okay. Okay, so they are a little bit pricey. I mean, they're VFC pistol price, which is hardly surprising. I probably should have expected that. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's a VFC pistol and it's going for VFC pistol price. That's fair enough. Got your X300 for 60 quid because it was scuffed up. Oh, can't say no to that. I'd probably have done that myself. Good stuff. So yeah, a bit out of my price range at the moment. Interesting. What holster specifically do you use, Marcus? I'm curious, because if it's not the Omnivore, then I wonder what it is. But yeah. Looks great. I hear it shoots great. So, very, very nice. Yeah. Overall, the PDP wasn't really that popular before VFC came along and made one. And the fact that they've come along and made one and made it so seemingly functionally good, they've popularized it. A deadly custom. Oh, one of the Kydex. Yes, I've seen them. They call it like DC1 or something, don't they? Yeah, okay, fair enough. People don't have trouble with Kydex. I still don't quite trust it. The reason I don't trust it is because I put the RMRs on them, and the RMRs on them are like 400 quid, 450 quid. I can't lose them, because you can't get an RMR for that cheap, generally. I got lucky. So if I lose it, then I've lost it. The gun itself, hey, that would be unfortunate, but the sight, the fact that you've lost the opportunity to get it, I can't risk it. And so I have Safariland for both of my main guns. But yeah, a very good looking build. I hear good things about the performance as well. Good stuff. TM MWS of Theseus. We've got the Type A refit again. I'm going to mute for a sec and have another bite of my bread, and while we all have a read through of this. Alright, so this is Docs. Once again, we have Type A Refit, a very popular company for custom work, it sounds like, because we've seen Type A Refit in a few builds now. With markings for Aero Precision Heritage. I'm not familiar with them as a company. I assume it's a US civilian company. We pop in here. There we go. Okay. Well, I don't recognise the logo. I don't recognise the thing. Multi-cal, so 5.56 and presumably not 5.56 and 2.23 Remington, because that would be, you know. What would it be then? It's probably not going to be 300 black. I mean, it could be 300 blackout. Don't know. Okay. So Type A refit for Siva. TR Aero Precision Bolt Carrier Group. Type A refit. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Aero Precision mod for handguard. So what we got going on here? This is so we've got QD, we've got M-lock all round, Picatinny along the top, and flat profile all round, keeping everything low profile, and then 2 screws up the top. Okay, is that fitment up here? Well, it can't be fitment because that's where the gas tube would go. What have we got going on there? Is it on the other side as well? It is. Excuse me. Okay. I don't know what that holds for. We've got steel QD cups there, so keeping everything nice and longevitous. Oh, QD cup up the front here as well. We were saying earlier, multi-cal usually does refer to 223 and 556 on the AR-15, but well, are they are they just similar, or are they basically the same? This is where we get into chamber pressure stuff, because dimensionally they are essentially identical to the point of being functionally identical. You can quite happily put 223 into a 556 gun and fire it and it'll be totally fine. You can put 556 into a 223 gun and it's the chamber pressure that will cause you issues. Of course, this is where we get into branding and things like that. Yeah, multi-cal is a bit of a misnomer when all that we're talking about is imperial versus metric and civilian versus military loading. So so we have QD up the front as well as on the back of the handguard. As we were saying earlier, at the start of the video, the start of the stream now, which was nearly 4 hours ago, usually this is better for sort of hunting type setups, where you want it slung over your shoulder for long periods of time, where you're not necessarily patrolling with it. It's cool to see a handguard incorporate this, because you don't really see that very often. And of course we have our standard steel QD cup at the rear here for your standard patrol and combat type shooting. We also have, that's a Magpul CTR, so we have everything there, and that looks like it is an end plate that incorporates QD as well, potentially. Let's see. BCM receiver end plate, so I do believe the BCM one has a QD slot in it. So Z parts 14.5 Daniel Defense style of barrel, cool. Not sure off the face of it whether that is steel, because Z parts does do aluminium as well. Hey, one is lighter, one is more realistic. It really depends what you want. It depends on your priorities. You can't really go wrong either way. Yeah, as for the handguard itself, it looks very similar to your sort of Mark 16 style. There are of course a few handguards that do this, but hey, you have the barrel nut that goes on and then two nuts that slot through the barrel nut and then it fixes itself on that way. Simple stuff. I'm jumping about a bit. So air precision handguard, talked about that. Barrel, talked about that. Sol, not a clue what that is. Steel barrel, cool. Excuse me. 6-port muzzle device. What have we got? Okay. Oh, okay. It's one of them. This, okay. I've seen a few designs like this where they sort of taper inward. Yep. Into this, like the MCX does it, for example. I think there's also a Knight's Armament device that's like this. I assume that the extra material that would be outward and not tapering, I assume that that's simply superfluous. I assume that's simply superfluous to, obviously it's superfluous to hiding the flash or diminishing the flash, but superfluous to maintaining longevity over time. And so you don't need that extra hardness that is granted by the extra material, therefore you don't need that extra weight, therefore they remove it. I assume that's the reasoning behind it. And we have a Larry looking QD type system here. That looks crazy. There's a Alright, I've seen medieval castle mazes that look less complicated than that. Nevertheless, a very cool muzzle, very cool looking muzzle device. PTS Radiant Raptor, that's the charging handle. It's one of the classics. It's a tan charging handle. It looks good, works good, does good. GC TAC, I think. Peak O2 irons. So I'm not familiar with these design sites. We've got the other one up here. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I assume they work. Have you dry brushed this angle? Have you dry brushed that angle? That looks good. That looks really good. If that angle is naturally worn like that, then that looks very good. If you've done that artificially, then that also looks very good. That looks very good either way. Cuts are also done to prevent the tuning fork effect. Oh, that prevents the tuning fork effect, the cuts? That's interesting. How? Because it's still a maybe it's these cuts, because that would change the resonance, or well, destroy the resonance. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, is that 2 mod buttons in one mounter thing? It is. That's interesting. That's how I got the angle. Okay, interesting. It looks like it's either been painted, so dry brushed, artificially worn, or very nicely worn in. It looks really good either way. Like, that is the best looking angle I've seen today. Promethean LP1. I'm going to be honest with you, I have no idea what that is. Forward controls, dust cover, trigger guard, and castle nut. So, dust cover, trigger guard. It's got a little divot in it because people like to use gloves and don't like to unhook the trigger guard. Alright. And castle nut. That looks horrendous. Oh, okay, there is actually a proper groove up there. I thought they were trying to wrench it with these parts. That would be horrible. Okay, fair enough. Cool. BJ attack, super safety. Alright, yep, that's the selector. And on here, cool, looks good. Magpul, Miad, that's the pistol grab and pistol grip, and CTR. We know the CTR well enough already. The Miad, that looks like a very different profile to the K2, but so that looks like I probably won't have the issue that I've had with the K2. However, it does also look like a more steep, well, less steep, more angled grip angle. So yeah, okay, fair enough. And then yeah, BCM receiver end plate. Okay, cool. So Promethean LP1, that might be the optic. Let's have a quick Google. Promethean LP1. Yes, it is. Okay, so they're calling it a red dot optic, which implies that it is a collimator. If it's a collimator, then it is not a holographic, which means that the internal architecture is a bit different, and so it affects people with astigmatism slightly differently. It can also, technically, it can have different parallax, but nowadays in the modern day with modern red dot construction, parallax isn't really an issue either way. Looks like it's very well made, CNC machined, 7075 T6 aluminium, hardcoat anodizing. Okay, so it looks like a high-end optic that I've never heard of before. How expensive is it? Oh, damn it. Okay, so for starters, it's not that expensive at all. It is cheaper than an EOTech. Also, this particular website, again, it's just some American shop for stuff. It asked, are you 18 or older? I accidentally clicked no. I thought, ah, damn it. And then it just said, hey, you can't see this if you don't click yes. Please click yes. So I clicked yes, and then it gave me the page. That is the worst age verification I have ever seen. That was so funny to me. Alright, so yeah, this is the optic. I'm not familiar with it. It looks cool, and it looks like it sounds like it's made well. But I'm not familiar with it myself. I'd be curious about what reticles it does, whether it's single reticle. I'd be curious about its brightness. Obviously, quality in external construction doesn't necessarily mean quality in internal construction. We can still have shock issues, like the reproduction aim point I showed earlier, where you turn it on and they just go, and then it's off again. So yeah, I'm curious. I've never heard of this brand before. I've never heard of this optic before. It looks cool on the surface. It's not in the UK, so that is completely out for me already, but still, I'm curious. Overall, this is it's a cool looking civilian AR-15 build, a US civilian AR-15 build. Multi-record, okay, circle, dot, or circle and dot. Cool. A circle as a reticle is very strange, isn't it? Just a circle with no dot in the middle. That's weird. Okay, cool. So decent enough features. All right. Of course, when you get into the cost that it's at, you do start to wonder, like, hey, does it have, shake awake? Does it have night vision capability? Does it have this, the window tint, the clarity? There are all these kind of things that can come into a red dot. But initially, yeah, all right. So yeah, very good looking a civilian AR-15 build, and done to that kind of upper level as well, similar to what we saw with Julie's URGI, where they're just going above and beyond when it comes to details. I'm a fan of all the decisions that have been made here. Everything is very efficient, very slick, does what it needs to do, and it looks very clean as a result. So yeah, good job, good choices, good taste, good gun. Oh boy, we've got some text while we look at an MP7. All right, let's have. Does have shake wake and night vision settings. That's okay. That's that's getting to be pretty impressive actually. I just got night vision this week. Congratulations. Be finding out how good it is there. Yes, of course, if something has night vision settings, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for night vision, because light transmission through an optic window becomes so important when it comes to using it through night vision, because any kind of light transmission issue, even a slight one, will just render it entirely unusable through night vision. So that can be a real learning experience, and it ends up with people buying EOTechs. Right, while we read through this, I'm going to have another bite of my bread, so I'm going to mute my mic. Right, so here we are going to look at Dejin's MP7. Wow, that scroll bar is really small, isn't it? So, unfortunately, Dejin has had to go to bed early because he's got an early start, but we can still look at this either way. So, Bolt DevGru QDC suppressor. Really aware that it is a muzzle device and suppressor for a 5.56 cartridge IRL. Yes. So if we get into realism side of things here, then the MP7, the Heckler & Koch MP7, the real one, probably doesn't have half by 28 inch left hand threads, I would guess, because it is for a 4.6mm cartridge. 4.6? Yep. So yeah, that muzzle device probably won't fit on it. In terms of the suppressor though, firing a 4.6mm cartridge out of a 5.56 diameter suppressor, that'd be fine. You'd have some gas escaping around the bullet as it goes, but that's a complete non-issue. It would probably function just as well as it otherwise would. No issue there at all. Also, it's entirely up to you how much you care about realism with your build, because it's your build. Next, we have the Alalama 01. So there's a couple of clones of this. There's the Watson clone, and there's a VFC clone of that actually. However, I actually think that this Watson clone looks pretty good. Generally, when it comes to these guys with Watson, WADSN, whatever you want to call them, they have trouble with TAN stuff, anything FDE, DDC, whatever you want to call it. With black stuff, it tends to be largely okay. If it's black anodized aluminium or metal, then it can be, the surface finish can be a bit weird. But I believe this is plastic. I think it's hard to tell with the photos. This is probably aluminium, but I think this main housing might be a polymer of some kind, which means that a company like Watson, they're not going to struggle with it, and this looks pretty good as a result, so that's all good. Also on the suppressor front, yes, the standard MP7 suppressor is common enough nowadays to be boring. I like it personally, but one of those things, different people have different priorities. But still, Zeiss RSA S Z point red dot sight with an original visor and original rubber cover sunshade for that sight. Got very lucky finding all these pieces. The setup of optic alone can be very expensive in the US market. Oh, also, I'm not allowed to promote these guys, but I would if I could, because I think these guys are fantastic, genuinely. Luckily live in country of source. Yeah, so I have seen Z points go for sale in the UK, and for an okay price, and it did sell eventually, but there's not a lot of demand for them, so it's one of those things. Cool that you have one. I've never used one myself, so I have no idea how good they are. Obviously though, they're going to be better for longevity versus an airsoft sight of any kind, really. Piece of Tasmanian Tiger multi-purpose sling. So that is going to be on a single point. Yeah, for a gun this light and this small, a single point sling is totally fine, no problem at all. So that's set up like that. It is the most common version of doing it. I don't think I've ever seen yeah, £1,400 for a real LLMO one at the moment, and so that one's been on sale for a while. I don't know how long that's going to take to sell. Yeah, I've never seen an MP7 on a 2-point sling, because those 2 points would be so close to each other that it renders it completely unnecessary. So a 1-point sling on the MP7 is totally fine, no problem at all. Same for the MP5 really. An MP5 on a 1-point sling, absolutely fine, no problem at all. Right, carrying bag, yep, cool. Don't own the Clutch Precision backplate, I don't wish to support them. Yeah, so Clutch Precision unfortunately has an absolutely... lowered the price to $1,000 for a week. Oh. Clutch Precision unfortunately has an absolutely atrocious reputation. They have reputation for poor paint finishes, poor manufacturing tolerances, poor design choices, and unfortunately some allegations of a criminal nature regarding data security and data privacy. Allegations, they haven't been proven in a court of law, but still very serious allegations. No one could ever blame you for not wanting to support Clutch Precision with the state that they are in. Yeah. But yeah, overall, it's a cool looking MP7. The muzzle is an unusual choice, but hey, it's your build, your choice. And I mean, it looks good with the cover and all that on it. Yeah. And obviously the LLM01 is a total vibe for the MP7. And getting a Z point, a genuine Z point optic is very cool as well. So yeah, good stuff. Looks good. Excuse me. I do wonder if the iron sights are co-witnessable through that optic height. It's difficult to tell where that would all work out to. Don't know. And is this QD? What is that? Oh, that's German. That is a very German mechanism. What is going on there? I don't have a degree, so that doesn't... I assume pop it in, which allows you to leave it up, maybe? I don't know. That's a strange mechanism there. Built on modern G36 without clutch. Means my top rail isn't technically correct, but I don't care. Yeah. An IDZ top rail, I assume that's what you're referring to. They are very uncommon. You do see them occasionally on the surplus market, but not very often. Marcus, this is a memory moment. are you the person that wanted the? Because I'm still on the lookout for you. I think for a G36 stock cheek riser. Because I'm still looking around for every one of them, and I think it's you that I'm looking them out for it for. But yeah, pressure pads all in the correct place. Everything's fine and dandy here. This QD mechanism is odd, but historical accuracy and all that kind of thing, it's a good time. Yeah, good stuff. Love an MP7, I do. People have issues with the VFC MP7, and those same people say that, oh, you should get the Tokyo Marui instead. No, don't do that. Buy the VFC and either live with the problems or fix them. Happy you remember? Yeah, I'm still looking out for it, man. One day I will see a G36 cheek riser, and I'll let you know. Because I saw it on that site, I think a couple months before you posted about it. And it tripped my memory at the time. Now it's something longer. Oh, it's a G3. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I've said this every time I've seen a G3 in the past. I said I used to have a G3. I sold it. I regret it every day. Nowadays I don't, because I bought another one. So I now have a G3 once again. Now from front to back we have. Walther, is that Walther? Walther tactical flashlights. Deactivated MT, yeah, German gun laws. Same with the LLM01 earlier. Tokyo Marui, CAC broom handle grip. The Tokyo Marui is very good. Is this a Tokyo Marui? Yes. That's probably not going to be visible. Yeah, you're not going to have a chance of seeing that. But this is a Tokyo Marui. It is ABS rather than nylon polymer. So it does feel a bit worse, technically. And there was a period of time where I really wanted a real CAC broom handle, but this was when the Vipertech was stuck as a standard M4A1. Nowadays, though, I've got the damn barrel nut off of it, so I don't find myself wanting the broom handle anymore. Much. We'll see. So yeah, non-functional broom. Yes, I modified a RS-G3A handguard to mount a Picatinny rail on it. Yeah, you should see what I did to the genuine Daniel Defense wrist 2 earlier. That's a future video. So yeah, this will have had holes drilled into it to fit the Picatinny to it, and then that's a long rail actually to get the look that it's got. God, that looks good. I like that. So yes, that real steel aimpoint electronic Mark III sitting on an arms raised claw mount VSC clone. So this is it's a collimator. It's a red dot, just like the aimpoint Comp M4. This one is, but it's a very small window and it's a very dim dodge. This is the early days of aimpoint technology, and by modern standards, this optic isn't very good, but it's a vibe. I'll get another someday. Another G36 or another G3? Yeah, that looks cool. It's like 80s sci-fi almost. The claw grip. So again, I can't take it off. The VFC one is aluminium, I think. It seems to be a quite decent aluminium, but the real Heckler & Koch claw grip is noticeably different to the VFC one. It's steel, the real one, and the fitment of it is very different. So on the VFC one, to get the VFC claw onto the VFC G3 or the VFC MP5, you have to do some selective filing to get it on there, which is really funny because the genuine H&K claw, you don't. It just goes on. That's always just funny to me that the VFC one doesn't fit on the VFC unless you file it, but the HK one does. But yeah, this looks absolutely fantastic up here. This looks absolutely fantastic down here, and then we have a woodstock as well, which is super cool. By the way, the tape on the upper receiver is because I sometimes like to put my thumb on it while manipulating it. is also written the number of the current user. That is not something which was done in the past, it's just some individual fun I've added extra. So, tape on the upper receiver. Okay, so that's top bit up here. Okay, yeah, fair enough. And then number of the user. Yep, cool. You say, I can't see where it's written here. You say it's not something which was done in the past. I actually have a genuine G3 stock, so it's an olive drab stock, a green one, on my VFC G3 at the moment, and it does have a number on it from surplus. So, yeah, actually, they do put numbers on them for their rack storage. I also own a real steel charging handle. So do I. Has it still got the... I haven't dropped the spring out of it, have I? No, good. Yeah. I also have a steel charging handle for the G3. However, it's still a full assembly, which needs to be disassembled first. Unfortunately, I somehow punched the main pin out the wrong way. Now it's stuck. That sucks. I also have some experience with pushing out pins the wrong way. Vipertech. And it did cause me some trouble as well. The main difference to the VFC and RS one is the stiffer spring. Yes, I've heard the same thing. I only have the handle and the spring here. I don't have the full assembly. So I'm not yet sure how I'm going to fit this into the full assembly. Time will tell. Hobbs, get some RS furniture for your G3 finally. I have now. So I've got the stock. I've got the real pistol grip. I've got the real charging handle waiting to go on. And I have a lead on a real handguard, but I'm not sure which one to get yet. It's going to depend on finances, it's going to depend on time, and just how things shake out. So I'm not sure yet. Speaking of finances and things, I need to remind myself to pay some bills tomorrow. Let's do that right now. Set that just for tomorrow at some point. Yeah, go away. Bills. Sorry, adult moment. There we go. And turn the alarm off for actually waking up because I have the day off tomorrow. Nice. Okay. Yes. So I have got some RS furniture, real steel furniture for my G3. So the handguard, not the handguard, everything but the handguard, the stock, the pistol grip, and the charging handle, as well as the scope. Of course, I have a Hensoldt Ferro ZF1. I also have the retractable stock, but that's going to be quite an effort to modify that to actually fit, and we'll see. I'm going to do it at some point, probably, but yeah. It seems like a bit of a faff. So we'll see. But I really do like the look of the retractable stock. So we'll see. We'll see. Next up, modify PP2000. I'm not... So on the face of it, I'm not a PP2000 fan. But when it's kitted out like this, that looks fantastic. The suppressor especially, the suppressor and the optic combination is just very... very nice. Oh. So, let's see what we got. Modify PP2000 suppressor. The... excuse me. Celebrating the release of the Lambda Defense Raptor SR2. Yeah. Yeah, Raptor doesn't have a great reputation. They made the MP443 crack, which is a Russian pistol, and it was apparently terrible. They made the B&T GMH9 under a different Lambda Tactical. They made it under Lambda, didn't they? Lambda Defense, sorry. And it had some issues as well. It wasn't bad as such, but it wasn't great either, especially the fact that I think the barrel might have been held on by grub screws, which is not great generally. And so now they are making an SR2M, which is like I think it's a Spetsnaz submachine gun. Well, it's not a submachine gun, is it? Because it's... I don't know. But yeah, they're making an SR2 now, and people are really hoping that it's going to be good. We'll see. Time will tell. Anyway, Modify, different company, PP2000. Front to back, we have the modified PP2000 suppressor. Looks very similar to the ARMS OpSync one here. Get the dust off it. Looks very similar to this design. This is a Mark 12 suppressor. This one is from Z Parts. Looks very similar because of the knurling on the, well, back for that, front for this. Looks good. Modified PP2000 flashlight. Again, empty German gun laws. The grip tape really holds the loose cable of pressure pad quite good. I do not have a beauty shot of the other side of the PP2000 since I just repost these images from the HLC Art Gallery channel. Real steel, Cobra. Changeable reticles. Yes, the glass is bad. I'm also still looking for the sunshade for it. Yeah, it's the sunshade is considered a vibe, and so again, movies, games, etc., they include the sunshade, and therefore it's considered to be beneficial. Well, considered to be good to have it on the end, but it works without it. I even got the original bag and adjustment tool for it. That's a story on my side. Please make sure to always take out the battery while storage. This optic really loves to drain batteries very quickly, even turned off. Oh, it's one of them. Oh, that's unfortunate. On the subject of adjustment tools, so the SUSAT, if you've ever seen the Grand Thumb video of the SUSAT, Grand Thumb video of the SA80, the L85A1, he said the SUSAT, you can't zero it without a special tool. We have that special tool here today. Shit. Oh, there it is. Okay, this is the super secret special SUSAT tool that is apparently mythical. Okay, this is the legend. It has a wrench and a flathead screwdriver on it. Okay, if we look at a SUSAT, this is a reproduction SUSAT actually, but it's the same concept. All that we've got is we've got the mount, we've got a spring in the back, and the scope is pushed up by the spring, so we can push that down. And we can see the compression there, that is our elevation, and it is kept in the elevation that it is by this nut in the back. All that is, it's just a nut. Turn the nut and it changes the max elevation that it's got. You've also got a battle 0 setting here, which is just adjusted by hand. We can move this from side to side here. We can do this on this reproduction SUSAT. I have a real SUSAT behind me at the moment. It's mounted on a gun, airsoft gun, so I can't show you that. But it's the same thing. It's just you've got battle 0 that's done by hand, and you've got a nut that's turned by a wrench. Okay, easy peasy. Up front, we have some hex nuts. So you just take off the hex nut, and then you have a flathead screw in here that you just undo either side, and then it just wobbles side to side, and then you just tighten it up in whichever side to side you want, and job done. The mythical SUSAT adjustment tool that Grand Thumb doesn't know about is a flathead screwdriver and a wrench. Yeah, very unfortunate on the Cobra side of things that the battery has drain, because there are a few things in life that are more annoying than that. I've had a WMX 200 that had battery drain as well, and as soon as I found out about it, I took it off the gun and just shoved it in a drawer, and I don't think it's come out since. I have a different WMX 200 now. So that's quite annoying that is on quite an expensive optic. These are not cheap, and they're not considered to be very good optics either. And as Dej has mentioned, the glass is bad. So, the things that we do for the vibes. I'm not familiar with the PP2000 in terms of handling. This looks like it would be hell because everything is up front. The sight at least is above the pistol grip, but your stock is super light, and we've got a suppressor hanging off the front. We've got a light hanging kind of off the front, especially compared to the pistol grip. This looks like it's a bit rough to handle, but it also looks very, very cool. And obviously having a proper Cobra sight, that's awesome. So, good stuff. Oh yeah, second up, yep, Minkle. We're back to Minkle. APFG MCX. APFG, once more, another one of VFC shell companies. These guys are like an onion. They've got so many layers. Airsoft Hudson Sir 300, handguard, BPW lower, VFC telescoping stock, Surefire M640 Vampire Light, unknown brand of Zenico Burst 4. Is that the... oh, that's this top bit. Unity Fast Riser and a Vortex UH1. So, this is quite a pricey build. Also, what is this emo? I keep seeing this emo around and I don't know what it means. We're getting there. We are getting there, but oh boy, it's been... how long have we been streaming now? 4.5 hours. I'm getting a bit sleepy. So, MCX with the sort of the integrated suppressor, or shrouded suppressor, really, of handguard. It's a fat handguard. It's meant to go over the suppressor, and it does a similar job to what we saw with the Arasaka inline scout mounts, the light mounts to push out, but it actually does it using the handguard. And so it's much, much stronger, and therefore you don't get your light shadow or anything like that without losing any of the strength. And so, yeah, it's a very good way of getting the light that you need without shadow over the suppressor, and it does that. That's what that handguard is for, and that's why it is as thick as it is. Same as the laser, if you've got any kind of issue there, because it's not just a laser, of course. Usually these are infrared illuminators as well, used for night vision. What is this? This looks like a night vision thing, but what is it? He doesn't... did he mention it? No. Okay, doke. Vortex UH1. I don't actually know what AMG is. Because they've worked with Vortex a couple times now. The current Vortex 1 to 10 LPVO that everyone is wanting, that's also made alongside AMG, whoever that is, but I don't know who that is. The UH1 it's a holographic sight, so it uses the same laser technology, but it does it differently to... it is night vision. Yeah, I thought so. I don't know night vision well enough to say like what that is. I mean, it doesn't look like a PVS 14, but it doesn't look like a PVS 14. It doesn't look like a PVS 2, and therefore my night vision knowledge runs out. So yeah, the UH1, it uses holographic technology, but when I've tried these, they have quite heavily tinted blue glass, and I'm allowing the comment about my G3 because it's true. You're allowing what comment? Oh dear, I've moved a window. I don't know what comment you're referring to, Tequila. Yeah, the issues with the UH1. So refresh rate, when you're moving left to right with it, I noticed when moving it and when stationary with it, this was with the Gen 2, I did notice the refresh rate, and I'm not usually a Russian equivalent of the PVS 14. Cool. G3 is so hot. Yeah, it is. The Russian, no. Yeah, refresh rate. I did notice the refresh rate even on the Gen 2, and I'm not one of those people that, like, I can't tell you the difference between 30 and 60 FPS. I can't do it. If I'm side to side, then sure, I can say, hey, one's smoother. But you can put a 30 FPS game in front of me, I won't notice. They aren't actually that tinted, they just look that way in video. Well, I looked through one like in real life, and it did look quite tinted. To me at least, and I noticed the refresh rate personally when looking through it in real life, and away from that I've heard that they choke down their power settings, so they get dimmer by rapidly blipping the power. There's a word for it, there's an acronym for it, but I don't remember what it is, but it's a little bit iffy on the dimming side of things compared to other systems. I'm surprised that they've done it in the way that they have. I don't know. The appearance of it is a total vibe. It looks so good. But nowadays, the price of these things is so expensive compared to what they used to be. I remember when a new Gen 1, when Gen 1 was new, UH1 would be about 450 quid. Nowadays, new Gen 2, you're looking at 700. That's the same price as the EOTech. And you shouldn't buy the EOTech because it's too expensive. So you shouldn't buy that because it's too expensive. You know. That being said, one, for airsoft purposes, Vortex's warranty is fantastic and it's flawless. Two, people have shot the UH-1 front glass intentionally with some very high-powered airsoft rifles and been totally fine. I'm not saying do it to yours because it can be a faff if you do have to replace things, but people have done it and been totally fine. And yeah, it is very, very cool from an appearance perspective. Unity visor, I probably didn't need a genuine one there, but hey, it does the job. And I forgot to mention, because we were talking earlier about LPVOs and the MCX and how it does its rails. So not only are we using the handguard structure to bring the light forward and bring the head ahead of the suppressor to reduce suppressor shadow when doing our light, but we are also bringing the rail of the receiver itself. We can see that this is a monolithic structure here all the way out to there, and so we can mount an optic much further forward here than on an AR-15 and still have a completely stable receiver mounted optics platform. These are some very, very good design choices that have been made by Sig Sauer for the MCX. So it's a very cool platform. It is a viable evolution of the AR-15 platform, essentially. Good stuff. So overall, this is a good build. Keeps it simple. It does what it needs to do. Good stuff. Next, VFC M110 K1. The K1 is largely in use by US Special Forces rather than URGI, but you do see it on occasion with standard US troops. The K1 version rather than the full length sniper. What is it? Sniper assist? No, sniper. Whatever. Also using a Virtuous Concepts XTN. People come up with these words and then I'm like, yeah, sure, what's that? I'm googling it in the background. Allows, oh, okay. Oh, it's a one of them. So it is it's a spacer. It's a spacer rail section in here. This is what this little block is here that I was a bit curious about. And yeah, just brings you an extra bit of rail space in between this handguard and this receiver, because this receiver doesn't actually, this particular one, doesn't actually go all the way forward. Does it go off if you frown at it? No, it's not a 6 hour. Oh, yeah, yes it is. Duh. Wow. Yeah, cool. M6, good stuff. Right, M110. So I have owned a VFC M110 before, and I sold it. I wasn't getting the use out of it. It was very cool, but I sold it. I wasn't getting the use. I had to put full-size handguards in it. Yeah. I am concerned about the amount of stream lag at the moment, but we have been going now for 4.5 hours. My poor voice. So yeah, the M110, the VFC M110 is a very, very cool platform. Let's see what we've got here. Magpul ACSS stock. Yep. Part of the M110K1's appeal is that it has a carbine length buffer tube that fits these kinds of stocks. Fits A&E AR-15 carbine stocks. CAC buffer tube. I will take your word for it. Carbine buffer, fair enough. Angry gun steel bolt carrier group. Interesting choice there. Usually angry gun for a bolt is not a good idea. Ares M110K1 suppressor, fair enough. Horrible cheap Harris bipod clone. Yeah, there aren't any good Harris bipod clones, unfortunately. Typically the problem with these is this screw here. This is the method of locking it in its side-to-side rotation, and it does this locking in by is just a screw going into not going into, it presses up against a flat plate like that. That is all that it does, and it just screws up there. So of course every time you screw it, it comes off, and it goes off a bit more, and it goes off a bit more, it goes off a bit more, it goes off a bit more. It destroys itself. It destroys itself over time. The clone Harris bipod design is utterly terrible. And it's unfortunate that a real Harris bipod is so much more expensive. It's worth it, of course. Well, yeah, it depends. It depends how much you use it. It really depends how much you use it. I don't regret my real Harris bipod personally, but I haven't used it in a very long time because I use it on the Mark 12 Mod 0 and I haven't taken that out in a while. I have too many rifles. The trouble is, I buy all these guns because I enjoy, you know, the builds and the collecting all the rest of it. But then if I'm going out to a game day, I can only bring like 2 or 3 max. Makes things difficult. Horrible G, ADM Recon H 30mm scope mount. Okay. So this looks very similar to the American Defense or something, I think it's called. Very similar in that kind of blocky design. As expected though, it is a cantilever mount, again for the LPVO, for all the reasons we talked about 3 hours ago now. And then Vortex Viper PST2 1-6, an excellent choice of scope. Vortex's LPVOs, even at the lower end, I had a Strike Eagle for a long time and it was still good. I should post my own 110 next time. You are absolutely welcome to. Once this stream is done, I post then a little reset message in the build reviews channel, and then everyone is once again allowed to submit 3 more builds. It looks similar because it's the same. Alright, so this is also Doc's M110K1. Also, we can see here, very minor callback to earlier things. We can see there's no holes in the bolt. For all of the reasons we talked about previously, no holes in the bolt. This is the overwhelming majority of AR-15 or AR-10 bolts and how they are done. Yeah, Vortex scopes, even the lower end, because I had a Vortex Strike Eagle, I had the 1-8, and all that I would say, oh, American, fucking hell, oh dear, you know, when I do these streams, I try not to be an idiot, and then I'll say something like that and not realise that ADM stands for American Defense something, manufacturing in this case. My bad. Yeah, I had a Strike Eagle. The only thing I would say about the Strike Eagle is that if you get the 1-8 rather than the 1-6, then you absolutely do not need the 1-8 over the 1-6. That extra 2 times makes absolutely no difference to the functional output of how much you actually see. It doesn't change how much you can see at all. You barely notice that switch from 6 to 8, and again, we've spoken about this a few times now today. More zoom equals a tighter eye box. It's just not a fun time. Given that the 1-8 is about £100 more than the 1-6, and by £100 we're talking about 20%, maybe more, in price increase, the 1-8 is not worth it. So if you're in the market for a cheaper-ish Vortex LPVO and you're wondering between the Strike Eagle 1-6 or the 1-8, think about the 1-6, because the 1-8 is completely unnecessary and will not help you for the extra cost. That's not what we're here for though. This is the Vortex Viper. I do have a Viper, but it is not the Viper LPVO, so it's just another product that happens to have the same name on it by the same brand. Next up, a Tokyo Marui USP. Alright. Garter frame, outer barrel and slide with a FWOD bucking. Runs beautifully. Tokyo Marui are expensive, and they are expensive enough that I haven't Marcus is so happy. They're expensive enough that I haven't bought a Tokyo Marui pistol yet, and I've said earlier in the stream I'm thinking about the M45. My question always is, with these the metal slide setups, be they aluminium or steel, the nozzle diameter of Tokyo Maruis is smaller, right? Because they are designed to use lower pressure gas. The reason they're designed to use lower pressure gas is because of refrigerant gas regulation. No, it can't be refrigerant gas regulation because they use refrigerant gas. Don't know. That bill was like 550 all in. Oh, this pistol, yes. Yeah, I don't remember Tokyo Marui's rules and why they have to use low pressure gas. No, they don't have to use low pressure gas because I've seen them using CO2. And latest TM releases do have big nozzles, don't they? Yeah, so I think it's just the muzzle velocity. I think it's just the muzzle velocity that they're limited by. Anyway, point is, the older one, still rated on tape 89. Yeah, I do see him pop up used every now and then. With the older Tokyo Marui designs. Yeah, I'm gonna blame stream delay here because I've only just seen Mingle's message. It's only just come in. But yeah, I've heard about the newer TMs like the Glock 17 Gen 5, for example, having like. Yeah, I've heard about that having a very large nozzle, 18 or 19 mil, which is quite large for a pistol. But I'm always curious about these older designs and whether they really do run through their metal slides, not run through, but run their metal slides with the enthusiasm that you want. Because I have heard about Tokyo Maruis with metal kits being pretty sluggish, and so it's difficult to kind of figure out which ones are which, and it's tricky. Japan has a muzzle velocity limit, but there's also laws limiting propane transfer between tanks. Users can't legally fill a magazine with propane. Wow! What a weirdly specific law. Okay. Oh, that's interesting, stuff like that. They do also have, I think it's steel receivers. I think they can't do steel receivers either. Very interesting to see stuff like that come along. Whereas in the UK, if you want to manufacture an airsoft gun, don't. There are technically licenses you can get, but I believe they are prohibitively difficult to do so, and so people just don't because it's just not worth it. The USP is not sluggish by any means, very snappy. CatCut has a steel slide one, and it runs near enough as fast as my aluminium one. Oh, that's fantastic to hear. Okay. Oh. The USP, of course, for me, the thing... God. Right. I realise I'm going to out myself as not being a cool dude here. The only thing I know the USP from, aside from Metal Gear Solid and seeing streams of Metal Gear Solid, is Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie with the two USP matches with the compensators on them. That's the only thing I know the USP from. I have played with these, as in played with other people, just messing about. I find them very, very interesting. I like the larger controls on them, and the magazine release of these is very interesting. And the magazine release, I know, right? I'm not a cool dude, I'm sorry. The magazine release of the USP and the MP7, because they have the same magazine release that's down here. Oh, CatCut's down. You know, that explains why CatCut's aluminium slide runs as fast as your... such a bad move? No, it was iconic. It was bad. The magazine release of the USP and the MP7 by extension taught me how to use pistol magazine releases, in a sense. Nowadays, so with the MP7 and the USP, you don't reload with the thumb. You don't thumb the magazine release unless you have like Goliath hands. Instead, personally, I come back with the middle finger and press down with like that. What that taught me with other guns, with other pistols in particular, is that if you bring that middle finger back onto the trigger guard, onto the trigger guard, and then use that to bring around the magazine release to your thumb, then it makes magazine changing and reloading so much easier. You do break your grip. But personally, my hands are not big enough. I'm just a normal sized dude. My hands are not big enough on most guns to avoid breaking the grip when pressing the magazine release. So I find personally that if I bring the middle finger round onto the trigger guard and then bring the magazine release around to my thumb by doing that, I'm so much faster, dude. So much faster. And I can do that on any gun. On the Staccato, I can do that fine. On the 1911s, I can do that fine. Just go whoop and easy. M9, similar thing. On a regular M9, if I try to do that with my thumb without moving anything, can't do it. Middle finger on the trigger guard, whoop, easy peasy. Glock Gen 3. The Glock 17 Gen 3, for example, is regarded as quite a difficult pistol to get around to the magazine release. Middle finger on the trigger guard, whoop, easy. Job done. So the head clone cock pistol has actually Well, the 5.7, you can one-hand the 5.7. Yeah, the magazine, the way that the magazine release on that is easy enough. But yeah, the magazine release of the USP and the MP7 has taught me how to reload other pistols much faster. Silver slide, of course you have a silver slide because the silver slide is iconic. Big old chunky suppressor, and what is going on there? Is that... I'm not sure what suppressor this is. This looks weird with these lines, I'm not sure. Looking at the surface finish, it looks really good. Looks really good. And yeah, extra rail adapter there. Cool. Yeah, looks very good indeed. Again, this is one of those things where you need to be in and invested into the platform, because if you did this kind of build and it didn't work out for you, that would be horrible. Obviously. So it's very cool to see other people who are invested in these platforms really invest into these platforms and build out the not the perfect example of one, but a perfect example of one, right? There is flawless without being wow, I'm getting all crossed up. You know what I mean? You can build a 100% gun. No gun is flawless, no gun is perfect, but you can build the top level, and that's what we've got here. So that looks really good. I know there's also other brands that do USP stuff, I think Detonator, but then you get into I don't think you want to go into KWA territory when it comes to these kind of things. I've heard, so USP manufacturers, there is Tokyo Marui, they are considered to be good. There is KWA, not so much. There is, by extension, there is probably KSC. I know there's a KSC Mark 23, but I don't know if there is a KSC USP. I assume so. KSC and KWA are related. Different, but related. And then VFC. VFC does make a USP. They also make the P8. The difference between the P8 and the USP is that the P8's safety is flipped. It was flipped for a government contract with the German police, I believe. So, if I ever bought a USP, I don't know what I'd buy. Because the trouble is, if you buy VFC, they've got some issues, I don't remember. I also don't remember if it's good or not. The Tokyo Marui one, excellent, but if you want metal and you don't want a plastic slide, which then it's very expensive. Like Marcus said earlier, this, I believe it was about €500, I believe you mentioned, £550, give or take, which makes this a very difficult investment to make if you're not fully invested into the platform already. And then KWA, they're functionally problematic. So it's very cool to see other people making these decisions instead of me. Yeah, always cool to see a good USP build. Got to be TM. The garter slides are quite affordable. Okay, fair enough. It's still over £500 for a pistol, and that's tough to swallow. Buying all the other bits are what makes it expensive. Yeah. And then you've got to get mags, and then holsters. Holsters, once again, this isn't a Glock, and therefore it's going to have issues with the holsters. I have to ask this every time, really, what holster do you use for it? Because Glock holsters, you can get them easily in the UK. Not a problem at all. And of course in the US you have the real steel market, you can hook into that and it's fine. But in the UK, there's Glocks. There are M9 holsters, but I have never seen an M9 that fit an M9 holster. So WE, Tokyo Marui, I think, other brands, it wouldn't be HFC or anything like that, don't have a holster for it yet. The universal one doesn't fit. That's the tricky bit, isn't it? It's tough. That looks like quite a tall gun. It looks like the size difference between the light and the top of the slide. This looks larger than other guns, and it's probably because of this rail adapter that is necessary. So I would imagine maybe the gun is too tall for your standard universal holsters. So yeah, M9s don't seem to fit M9 holsters here, so if you get an M9 here, then you're in trouble. And USP holsters, I've never seen a USP holster. Never seen a USP holster in my life. It is the torch height with the rail adapter. I thought so. It sucks. You'll get a holster for it soon. I wish you luck. Because it is unfortunate to have a gun and not be able to holster it. That being said, if you have a suppressor, okay, this depends on your sight, of course, but running a pistol primary is pretty cool. I'm a fan of the pistol primary, especially if it has a suppressor on it, and especially if it can run that suppressor effectively, because some guns can't. That's a whole separate issue. If you have weight on the end of the barrel and then cycle comparatively low pressure gas, 160 to 180 psi, as opposed to the thousands of psi of an actual 9mm round, it can struggle. You really cause efficiency issues by running a suppressor on the end of a pistol barrel, because the mechanisms at play are vastly disadvantaged by that extra weight on the end. Still, running a pistol primary with a suppressor on the end is very cool in my opinion. I'm just going to grab a Kydex Customs or Deadly Customs. Can't remember which one makes one. The suppressor is just for show. Yep. Was meant to be... Oh, Counter-Strike. Okay, yep. Or maybe... Yeah. Yeah, I never played Counter-Strike myself. I'm a fan of the slower games myself. I have... Yeah. That's... Wow. I don't have a lot of achievements for the amount of time that I've played that game. So that's my personal choice of games, and I don't have any USP in there. So yeah, overall, it is really cool to see investment into an unusual platform and see people make it. Minkle saw my account. I do stream Armour sometimes, but I stream it on the other account. I stream that on Twitch. Yeah, it's really cool to see people invest and build into an unusual platform. And yeah, it's very cool to see the end result of how that is, because this does look very, very nice indeed. So good job. Alright, Saiga. This is a Tokyo Marui Saiga 12K with an ITP short barrel and muzzle brake, a Magpul AK handguard, modified to fit, of course, Magpul AK pistol grip, triangle side folded with butt pad, and an MP7 replica, and Dynatech Magpul style magazine shells. Okay, so... Alright, the Saiga is a very, very cool platform, and it is so cool to see that Tokyo Marui has come out with one. Now then, by standard, the Saiga 12K, despite being K, is actually quite a long barrel. The Saiga 12, the non-K, is actually like, it's a really long, but it's a comically long barrel. The Saiga 12K brings it down to at least just very long. However, most of the users of it prefer to have an even shorter barrel than that, with a fat old muzzle device on the end of it. That looks meaty. Good stuff. Coming back from that, we have our handguard. I hear good things about the Magpul AK handguard. By standard, the Saiga 12K Tokyo Marui comes with like a sport hunting type of handguard. I would be curious to ask how much work went into fitting this handguard, because yeah, so I'm curious. If it was me, I'd ideally want to fit an AK handguard as well, but I have no idea how that would work, because ideally I'd want the upper handguard too, but that doesn't look feasible with what's going on there at all. Let's see if we can find actually a quick picture of an actual Saiga 12K 12K military, because in real life, in military usage, they look very different to what we see there. They actually look very similar to simply being AK-74s. There we go. Right, here's our chappy. Have a look at that. This is a picture of a real Saiga 12K. Ideally, I'd like this style of furniture. It's just AK furniture, right? AK upper handguard could be fitted, but it needs like ranger bands or something to hold it on. That's a bit shit, dude. Not too much on the lower handguard. This is a bit of drum work and a hole drilled for the securing screw. Fair enough. Yeah, I'd love to have this style of stuff going on, but it doesn't look like it's possible with what they've got going on here with the Tokyo Marui design. I like this one. I like this one too, especially with the triangle folding stock and keeping everything nice and compact and in. So I also like the colour. It's not plum. It's not quite plum, but I like the colour. I like the brown. So Magpul handguard, dremeled, and a screw hole drilled to fit. Fair enough. If it works, it works, as long as it is secure fitment afterwards. Magazine shells. It never really occurred to me. I haven't heard of aftermarket magazine shells. Vepr rather than a Sig, I think. It is plum. Oh, cool. I've never heard of aftermarket magazine shells being a thing for the Saiga platform, but it does make sense. The way the Saiga magazines work, the Tokyo Marui Saiga shells, they are magazines inside shells, and you go and take it out. So yeah, it makes sense that you can get aftermarkets for that. I've just never seen that before. That's cool. Coming back, our OKP7 replica. This has been making the rounds recently as a new manufacturing effort from China. You can get them from AliExpress, and of course with anything you can get from AliExpress, you can get a wildly overpriced version that does exactly the same thing and is exactly the same product from a UK retailer if you wish to pay an extra 30% for some reason. Nevertheless, this is so the OKP7 is one of those examples of sites where the real version is not that good, and so even if the reproduction version is not that good, at least it's realistic. So I haven't tried this one yet, but it can't be worse than the real one. Coming back, the pistol grip. As I've said so many times now, I don't have a problem with the regular AK for 110 with the optic protector. Yeah. Yep. As I've said before, I don't personally have a problem with the standard AK grip. However, the matching aesthetic between the handguard and the grip is very nice indeed. Triangle folding stock. I am absolutely a fan of the triangle folding stock. Sure, it's not the most ergonomic thing in the world. Seems good. The brightness self-adjusts, presumably intentionally, and it seems to hold up to recoil. Fantastic. Triangle stock, I'm a huge fan of it. It's not the most ergonomic thing in the world, of course, compared to modern designs, but I really like the look. And the shoulder butt pad here is just a real steel cloney type correct thing for dealing with shotgun recoil. For airsoft, they can slip about a little bit, and so they're not great for accuracy, but if you can cope with it and you do well with it, then that is absolutely fine. Yeah, a simple Saiga platform and done well. I like all of the decisions that have gone in here. There's nothing extraneous, I guess. Nothing is done on here that didn't need to be done. Technically, I guess you didn't need the short barrel. Technically, I guess you didn't need to do any of this, but you get what I mean. With all the choices that have been made have gone towards making the gun cooler, and it looks very, very cool as a result. So, once again, good choices, good taste, good build. Next up, a Maruyama ISO 556. So this is the B&T. This is a Swiss design, as we can see here. B&T, APC, Swiss made. These have become very popular recently in the airsoft world. I'm not aware of who is popularizing these. Thank you very much. You are absolutely welcome. I'm not aware of who is using these. I'm not aware of who is making these popular, because usually that's what's happening. You know, it comes out in a video game, comes out in a film, like the John Wick type stuff, for example, that popularized everything, a lot of things. I haven't seen any of the APC line anywhere, and there is a lot of APC line around. There's the APC, the 9mm that is apparently going into US service, but like it hasn't gone in yet. And there is a 7.62 one, I think. Again, I'm not seeing these being popularized anywhere, and yet I'm seeing airsoft designs of the 9mm and the 5.56 at least. So I'm very curious about where this gun is coming from in terms of popularity. Nevertheless, this looks really, really good. We have a brick, a brick, a brick, a brick, and a brick. This is a very blocky aesthetic, and it has all come together to form a very cohesive picture on gun, and it looks very, very good. Let's see what we've got going on. My brain keeps mistaking that as an MP9. What? I know it looks nothing like it, but it kind of does. Okay. It has a sloping front end, which the MP9 has. It has a blocky aesthetic, which the MP9 has. From that perspective, I guess, but this is a very, very different gun. I replaced my MCX with it for less than half the price. Uses the same mags as well. Yeah, fair enough. Can't blame you for that. I wonder how the hop-up does, because of course VFC has a bit of a reputation for inconsistent hop at the moment, unfortunately. But I'm curious about this. Also, this is okay. This is me being overly critical and me having priorities that are problematic, I guess. With the G36, with the VFC G36, it is audibly a plastic fantastic. When you rack the bolt, release the bolt, all that kind of thing, you can hear that it is not metal on metal. Hop is very nice, fantastic. You can hear that it is not metal on metal. If you do it on a real G36, and I have, then it is metal on metal. You are hearing the steel bolts and bolt face hitting against the steel chamber. It is metal on metal. With the Airsoft version, that's not the case. What is this? That's what I wonder. With the M110, for example, the VFC M110, that's like the sound of the bolt dropping on that is very, very nice indeed. But I don't know what this is. I assume the real one is either steel or aluminium in its top cover. So maybe, but yeah, I wonder for tactile sound and feel. How does this stack up, in your opinion, versus the MCX, versus the ViperTech, versus the VFC SR16, for example, that you've tried as well? I'm very curious about that. So let's read about what we've got. 120% recoil spring, often not necessary, but fair enough. Magpul MOE K2, yep. QRS rear sight, QRS front sight, fair enough. Our UH1 again, we've spoken about that before, is a very good aesthetic. Gunfighter, I like MCX, it's like MCX plastic chamber, right? Okay. Can I break the rules and submit one more build? Yes. One. I will warn you that I actually deleted someone's, I deleted like 3 or 4 of someone's builds earlier, because they submitted like over double the amount. And, so I deleted, had to delete a few. Stock recoil spring is very sluggish. Okay. With the 120%, it brings it up to being very snappy. Okay, trigger is like MCX or VFC AR, nice and crisp. Good stuff. Well, it's not going to be an AR trigger group, is it? It just happens to be able to take AR-15 pistol grips. Chamber is metal, cool. It's going to be a plastic nozzle, of course, but then it depends on what's actually hitting what is hitting the chamber. To what sound you're going to get out of it. Oi, 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 my poor neck. VFC Gunfighter, M-Lock vertical grip. Oh yeah, okay. So I wonder. I think I had the MFA one. No, FMA one. Basically an AR trigger grip. Fair enough. I had the MFA one of these. Stripped the screw immediately. On first trying to mount it, I just immediately went through the screw. It was the correct size Allen key. Went through the screw. So I'm curious on your experience of the VFC here, because VFC are also not known for having high strength screws. Okay, fair enough. Yep. Rail scales QDX sling mount. Yep. So yep, that's probably that bit. Fair enough. That's just going into the M-Lock. Arisaka size count mount, as we've spoken before, all the same kind of thing of bringing that light forward a bit. Yep. Oh, that's actually, sorry, that's an inline. Yeah, so this is not inline specifically, it's a side mount. But it is not the Thorntail. No, that's not Arasaka. Whatever. It's not the cantilever style. It's just side mount. Absolutely fine. Sotak M300. Yep. And then the Dead Air Sandman, as we have seen it previously. Yeah, it's a very blocky aesthetic, and it looks really good. It's very cohesive, and it's cool to. It's cool that this can be done with the same amount of mags for half the price of an MCX. And if it's still fun, and it's still capable, then why not? One of the videos I actually want to do is really dumb, but I want to do it. I want to do the Vipertech. So the £2,000 Super Vipertech versus the WEG36C. This sounds silly, but hear me out. £200 versus £2,000. Oh, you know, the Vipertech is so much better. You could buy 10 G36s for the price of Vipertech. Not necessarily meaning that you would buy 10 G36s, but when you pull the trigger on a WEG36, it is reliable enough that you know something's going to come out of it. For 10% of the price of the Vipertech. They both do similar things, right? They both fire BBs. They can both hop and fire to the right muzzle velocity to get where you need to go, so range isn't necessarily a concern. So there's two sides of it, right? Of like, oh, why wouldn't you spend the massive amount of money on the Vipertech if you could? It's clearly a better gun. And on the other side of, why would you spend that amount of Vipertech money when a G36 will do so much of the same thing? It's a talk about the priorities, right? So, the Vipertech definitely isn't 10 times better. You're absolutely right. And you know that because you own two. That's the thing. When we get into it's well into diminishing returns. And when we think about it, really, if we talk about what isn't diminishing returns, still sad I missed the chance to try one of yours. Aww. Sky about trying Milkle's VTs. If we talk about what isn't diminishing returns, like what point can we get to, it's probably the VFC ARs. But then if you're like me and you're overly particular about the surface finish of the VFC AR receivers, then you are gatekeeping yourself out of it, which I absolutely am, which I'm really annoyed by. If they sorted that one thing, I'd have no reason to own a Vipertech. I get a VFC. It's just because of that receiver finish, I don't like it. But anyway, that is me being particular once more. APC 556, that's not what this is called. It's what the real one's called. ISO 556. It's definitely a vibe. The fact that it can be bought for cheap and still be good and capable is really good to hear. So you mentioned €1450 for the UH1. Alright, well, not that cheap, I guess. But you've got mags, you've got optics, you've got very good optic that you know is going to last you for the rest of your life until you sell it and buy something else. So yeah. Yeah, the APC 556 is a very cool platform. I wonder what's popularized these things, because the 556 and the 9mm especially, generally airsoft companies don't do this kind of thing unless they feel they have a good reason to, and I don't know what that good reason is, honestly. I don't know what's popular. Is it Girls Frontline? The mobile game, right? Girls, is there an ISO 556 anime girl? I wonder. Right, off to Google. Right, so Girls Frontline APC 556. There it is. Now I understand. I figured out the mystery. Okay. So yeah, it's Girls Frontline. Now I get it. Okay. Now I understand why airsoft companies decided that was a viable platform. Okay. I get it now. I get it. I feel relieved now that I've worked out the mystery. So, very cool gun. Very cool build. Good job. My turn. This is Nordoston? APC9 was adopted by the US military. Yep. That's what started the airsoft interest. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's one of those, like, it was adopted by the US military on paper. It hasn't gotten used yet, so it's a tricky one. So, excuse me. This is a Dutch carbine. So C7 NLD and C8 NLD. Yeah, they're great. I have a B&T product right here actually. So this is an MP5 mount back in the day of the 1980s, 1990s, whenever B&T were making those. That's a genuine one. There are reproductions of it, but that is a mount for the aim point mount, which is this one. You may be familiar with it, with the little wheel on the side. This is not a genuine aim point mount. I do have the genuine one, but it doesn't have the wheel on it, and I like the wheel. Yeah, C7, C8, NLD. So the C7 is long, and the C8 is a carbine version. So this is going to be, yeah, that's long, and then that's long, and then that's our carbine version. This is not a 14.5, I believe. This is like a 16 something. But yeah, Dutch carbine clones. Cool. All right, so these are built off of a Canadian receiver from DiMarco. So we've got custom engraved receivers. Oh, I got a hair in my mouth. Yep, I had a hair in my mouth. Let's close that drawer as well. Right, custom engraved receivers. So if we look on... Dude, custom engraved receivers and you only show the right side every single time? Okay, alright. And a custom CNC rail. Oh, okay, so this whole handguard is custom. Oh boy. Lots of original C8, C7 bits built on an MWS. Okay. So, cloning of military rifles. As you can imagine, I am a fan of this concept. I don't know much about the Dutch DiMarco efforts in particular. But, yeah, overall, the DiMarco concept, especially of the C7, yes, and it's still called the C7 if it's in Canadian service, is very, very good. So we have a very long barrel for ballistic viability off of the 5.56 caliber, and then we have a adjustable stock in the rear. You're getting all the good stuff, really. The barrel is considered to be good at 20 inches. I'm assuming that's 20 inches. And the only downside of the designs that used that barrel, one, the US government profile was considered to be unnecessary, and unnecessary weight as a result. And second, the fact that they still had solid stocks meant that they are not entirely conducive to modern use with the advent of scopes and with the advent of different methods of using these firearms. And so adjustable length of pull is considered to be an all-round benefit, but the Colt M16A1, M16A2, these weren't around at that time, but nowadays they are, and DiMarco incorporated that design on the rear end while also keeping that very, very long front barrel, and front barrel as opposed to its rear barrel, that long barrel, and it is in use with Dutch forces and Canadian forces, and I think that's it. But yeah, well regarded. Nowadays they moved on to the C8, which again, the modern practice of, hey, we don't need this much barrel length, we can bring it down a bit. And so that's what they've done there. Again, the Canadian forces use the C8 and so do the Dutch. And we can see the shorter barrel length there. I don't know a whole lot about the DiMarco history or the Dutch military history or the Canadian military history of the C7s and C8. But what we've got here looks pretty good. C7's also used in Denmark. Sorry, my voice is going and so I'm starting to pronounce words a bit weird. Excuse me. Right. So, if we look at both of these and compare them very quickly, we do see that they are... Okay, so this is the same rifle with a different barrel length. So, let's cover this one first. Well, let's cover this one. First up, A2 style birdcage flash hider. Good stuff. A pencil profile barrel, I think. I don't think this is government profile. So that's very interesting to see. I wonder if that was a custom job? Custom engraved. This may be custom outer barrel, because this doesn't... Oh, actually. So this is I just have a so this is a GNP 20-inch steel outer barrel. Yeah, oh, okay. So I think that might be A2 profile. Yeah, that's an A2. Alright, fair enough. Whoop. Cool, A2 profile barrel, fair enough. It was regarded as unnecessary, but at the same time, it did the job. And the government profile is actually still in use today on the M4A1. And then this looks like a steel sight block. That does not look like the standard sight block at all. And this is R at 7 markings. I am not familiar with that at all. Some of them, yeah, I hear good things about the 20-inch. Obviously, I've done time with the L85 A1, L98 A1, and A2, but that was just on targets. Yeah, the different markings of these mean different things. So, for example, there's like L at P or something like that, and then there's F, and the front sights actually sit at slightly different heights, and so it changes the adjustment range that you kind of have, the range at which you can adjust for 0. Not a major deal for Airsoft, but it's interesting to note that they have different heights. The intention being, of course, one of them, don't remember which, is meant for a fixed carry handle. One of them is meant for the standard detachable rear sights that you see in more modern designs, and they, like I say, they sit at slightly different heights. Sling loop, cool, and we have our first custom piece here. This is on the real one, and it does look like this. This is for if you want to mount lights further up, then you can do. Again, we get into the shadow discussion. But however, on this user's rifle, on Nordostan, I am so sorry for the pronunciation. He's mounted what looks like a Surefire Millennium Series. Yeah, it looks like a Millennium light of some kind, so that's your M920, I think it is, or something like that. I don't know Surefires that much. On this is almost definitely a surplus light mount. Cool. And then we come back to our parts that are commonality with the C8, so let's go to the C8. Oh, okay, let's not go to the C8 just yet. We'll get to our grip pod. This grip pod is an odd pod, because usually they don't sit at an angle. Right, this isn't, okay, this is not a GPS grip pod. For starters, GPS being grip pod systems, and is what, in the Western world at least, Western world, in the UK and US, I guess, if we're being specific, we think of the grip pod as being Orsted? That doesn't help me, unfortunately. We think of the GPS grip pod, the grip pod systems grip pod. And that looks like this. It has a very different profile to it. We can see the ribs going all the way up there, and we can see a button on the back here. I'm not seeing a button there, and we're seeing a different profile of the grip itself. We're also seeing that these feet are rotated here. That's not possible here. You can't rotate these. So this looks like quite a different design to what I'm used to, and I wonder, does it swivel? I'm not sure. So I assume it does the same job, and 20-inch barrel with a grip pod it feels really good. It really does. I really enjoy using the M16A4 build with the grip pod. It feels really, really good. And so that's what we've got going on here. And then we have a rail panel here over the top of this handguard. This is not a handguard I have ever seen before, so this is probably a custom job once again. And if we come over to the C8 now, we see the same handguard without the end portion here, filling out the space where the gas tube is coming up to the front sight block. Alright, so now let's look at the C8. So, we have a larger distance here between the front sight block and the muzzle device. Slightly longer, not by much. This is a slight increase in dwell time on the real gun. What this means is that it is It allows you to use a smaller gas port and distribute gas to the system, to the working parts, over a slightly longer period of time. This allows you to reduce the wear on your working parts and allows you to increase the mean rounds between stoppages and increase your average rounds between maintenance sessions. And so it just keeps everything on a very large scale. It keeps everything running a bit smoother and reduces the need for numbers on your armorers and such. So it allows you to have a shorter barrel without crazy maintenance. Fixed up front sight block once again, and we have a surefire light up here and also a very large laser light module. I am not familiar with this at all. This absolutely looks like surplus, but I don't recognize it. I can guess from the design that it's Erlikon or Erlikon, but not a clue. I don't recognize this at all. Magpul angle foregrip. This is the gen, I can never remember which gen has the wings bits here, whether it's the first or the second, not a clue, but it is an angle foregrip of some variety. Good stuff, can't go wrong with that. We have an Aimpoint Comp M4 here, however I believe that is a reproduction. That is indeed a reproduction. Fair enough. If it works for you, then it works for you. My personal M4 reproduction and M2 reproduction, neither of them have worked for me at all. This is I assume it's a rear sight from the placement, but that doesn't look like a rear sight to me at all with this back face bit coming up. I don't recognise that. I assume it's a rear sight, but I don't recognise it. Coming down, we have our matrix sticker here, the UID. This is for your when you're racking it, storing it. It's a factor of military cloning. Good stuff. Standing magazine, can't go wrong with a standing magazine. We love a standing magazine. Standard charging handle, standard forward assist. The Diamarco of rear plate here. So this is let's check the. Okay, we'll check the charging handle in a sec. This is a specialized Diamarco custom, well not custom, but Diamarco or Diamarco clone of rear end plate here. Again, clone correctness, getting all those details just right. Oh, and we're not going to see the right hand side of it because he hasn't taken any pictures of the right hand side of it. Yeah, no, so I can't see the latch there. I can assume that it is a Diamarco extended latch, but can't see it. Still coming back, A2 pistol grip, fair enough. And then we have this ridiculous looking stock here. Bimetal laser device. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I probably took a while to see that. So, this stock is quite similar to the Colt waffle design that was later built under license by Lewis Machine and the Israelis as well. The Israeli have a design of the waffle stock that has a QD cup in it, just like this. But it is also black, and it follows the original design much more closely than this. This is a similar design to the Colt waffle stock, but we have a few things that are very different here. Different profiling on the lever. We've got this Picatinny section here for whatever you might need that for. And of course we have our integrated QD cup here going over a presumably rubber butt pad. If this is a rubber butt pad, then that is a very good upgrade over the original Colt waffle stock if we're going from that design, because it does hold it back a little bit that it is just a plastic spike surface on the original, again assuming this is a derivative. Yeah, good stuff. Overall, this is a very good clone. Once again, it's very good to see someone go to extra lengths and prioritize those details. It's again, different people, different priorities. It is really cool to see someone prioritize and get the function right. It is really cool to see someone prioritize and get the details right. You can do both. Here we've done both, but it depends on how much you want to do, right? The sourcing and the research and getting all of those surplus parts, that will not have been easy, and it will not have been quick, and it will not have been cheap. So seeing everything come together like this would have taken a very long time, and you've got to respect that. So very nicely done, very well done. If I had to pick between the two, this is cooler, the long one, the C7. this is going to handle so much nicer. Well, except for the Rheinmetall laser on it. Rheinmetall makes the LLM01 as well, right? In which case I'm a silly goose. I've just looked over and okay, I'm just seeing the stats. We have had through the stream today 158 people. That's really cool. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Yeah, this would probably feel a lot nicer to handle, even though this is cooler, just because it is a bit extra weight. You're equaling out that weight by putting a fat old laser on it, but you know, very cool builds, both of them. Very well done. Good stuff. Sky, funnily enough, it's an MCX. Who would have thought? Right. Rheinmetall makes a lot of great new stuff. Nice. This is my most liked photo I've taken so far. Build could have been better, but it's what I had at the time. This is an APFG VFC Spear LT 11.5 Vortex UH1 on USD riser. We have spoken about the Vortex UH1. It's a very, very popular optic, and it does look so cool. VFC telescoping and folding stock. Yeah, so it folds, but it also adjustable length of pull as well. Unknown backup irons. Fair enough. So, yeah, your pressure pad is directly over the top of your front iron sight. That seems odd. And also there's absolutely right, okay. You know what I'm going to say. If you wanted to use those backup iron sights, you would need a Torx head screwdriver. Yep. Oh, Allen head screwdriver, sorry. Oh, Allen key. That ain't happening. You know, we both know. We both know that these iron sights are completely superfluous when you have this setup on here because of that Unity riser. You know it, I know it. Otherwise, it is a Spear LT. The black stock is always going to look great in contrast with the black controls, the black optic, black accessories. Tan and black, black on tan, it looks really, really good. And it looks so clean and so shiny, and it's good, good stuff. Good job. UH1 is QD. Oh, on the opposite side, isn't it? It's got that. Alright, fair enough. Alright, you get a pass this time. Have you sold this MCX already? Sky. Jesus. It will be replaced soon once I've built out my current one. Flippin' heck. Just take off his dies, yeah. This build was copied someone from a Grantham. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, alright. Yeah, it's an MCX, it's done well, looks good. The MCX is such a good looking platform that it is quite easy to do them in a way that looks good. And you have done so. Good stuff. Right. Next up, AV. Oh god. Before I started the stream, this was around the sort of end. I thought, okay, once I see this, right, then I know I'm nearly done. Like fuck I am. Look at that scroll bar. Jesus Christ. Alright, APF Rattler LT. So, Rattler LT, it does have the ambidextrous bolt release. I never quite remember which one's which with this. But yeah, I've gone through so many MCXs. God, I hope this is my last. Oh, we know better. Right, 6 hour Romeo 8T. Genuine? Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I don't know Sig optics that well. Juliet 3 magnifier. Fair enough. Monolift riser. Okay, so that's this blocky bit here. I think I keep seeing this recently. This seems to be a recent popularity again. Scalarworks Peak O2 iron sights. Fair enough. Are they going to be functional? No. So it looks like you need to QD these again with whatever mechanism you have for that. Here's a real steel. Cool. Fantastic. Scalarworks. Oh, yeah. Yep. Modtac suppressor shield. So that is this fast old thing. Again, I've seen this coming into popularity a lot lately. I remember seeing this a couple of years back on one of those special forces types, you know, the leak experimental photos. A few years back, I remember seeing this on the front of the. I think it was on the front of a Block 2. And yeah. and now they seem to be getting very popular. So that's cool to see. The reason for these shields are to stop heat haze coming up, because obviously these suppressors get hot, and therefore you get heat haze come up from them, and yeah, that can interfere with your sight picture and get a bit annoying. Totally not stealing them if I don't get my own soon. Royal Marines Commandos popularised it on their new 12.5. Yes, the Project Hunter, was it? And all that kind of thing. It's very interesting to see the Royal Marines Commandos especially being brought forward as a special forces, well, special operations. Special forces is a different thing. Special operations entity, whereas they really haven't been up to this point. They've been a frontline entity for sure, a frontier entity similar to, not to Rangers, but US Marines. Funnily enough, if we class the British Army as a garrison force, which we do alongside the US Army, and then the Royal Marines Commando as a frontline frontier military force, it's been cool to see it go from that, the commandos, from that to the more special operations type of mission set. It's cool. Hunter was a 13. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Whereas that's the 12.5. Alright, half an inch. And oh, because one of those also doesn't have the bolt release, doesn't the ambidextrous bolt release. Alright. Multi-attack suppressor shield and 3D printed Huxworks Flow 506K. Given that so much of this is real steel already, and the real Huxworks Flow 506K, I happen to know that this is 3D printed as well. I wonder if this is the real suppressor? I'm not sure. In terms of look, this is it's a black on black look that looks absolutely fantastic. I've mentioned before that if I got an MCX, it would probably be something along these lines. Something short, something compact, with the ambidextrous bolt release. Because if I didn't want the ambidextrous bolt release, then I wouldn't get an MCX in the first place. It wouldn't offer anything to me that the M4 doesn't already. So, perfect for my BPW CNC lower, as it's the OG Rattler style. Works so well. Oh, cool. 3D printed in plastic. Okay, cool. Fair enough. Thunder Eye Gaming, are you AV? Just I wonder. I don't know. Yeah, overall, black on black, it's a vibe. It looks really, really good. If I were to get an MCX, I would probably do the same myself, though I would get this. I would get one of these grips. Well, I already have one of those grips. I'd put one of these grips on it, just because for me personally, hey, you are cool. For me personally, I can't crunch my wrist up like that. I can't do that for long periods of time. Even doing that hurt. Shh. Okay, shh. Yeah, even doing that like that, it hurts me. So I would have to put a grip on the front. But otherwise, this is a very, very good looking build. And you've made some really cool choices. Really good lighting as well. I appreciate good lighting in a photo, and this looks very nice. It's good. Should have popped clock back, but the name is so different. It's like it's like, it's Batman. Oh, it's Batman. Oh, hi Bruce Wayne. How you doing? How you doing? Hi Superman. Oh, hi Clark Kent. How you doing? You know, he took the glasses off. So yeah, very cool build. Very good choices. No forward assist on these. I can again, MCXs. Some of them have ambi-bolt releases. Some of them have forward assists. You never know. You never know. Like, if I ever bought an MCX, I worry that I would get my choices wrong. But yeah, very good choices here. Looks good. Good job. Next up, a sniper rifle from AV once again. This is, so I don't, a DE Sacco, so Double Eagle Sacco TRG M10. I don't know if this is gas or spring, so I can only hope that it is good. Yeah, it looks good. Fat old suppressor on it, big old scope, good mount, good solid mount, fits the vibe. And black on black once again. This bolt looks strange. I'm not used to this design, but I'm not really used to modern sniper rifles in general. And so yeah, looks good. Good modern sniper rifle. I don't want to. So spring, fair enough. Hey, if it's consistent and it works, then that makes it better than gas in a lot of ways, because gas muzzle velocity being so variable with temperature, that can be a pain. It really can. Guys, I'm going to need to go for another bio break. I apologise. I'm only going to be about 5 minutes. It's been 5.5 hours, Jesus Christ. Another bio break, 5 minutes, back in a bit. Hello, I'm back, and I've just seen that Sky's heading off, so cheers for coming, Sky, much appreciated, and see you around. Now, for the rest of us, though, we are just having a quick look at this sniper rifle. We did have a look through it earlier. So Evolution Gear, Night Force style of attacker scope, long scope, and this is, sorry, 5 to 25. So 5 times at its lowest end, 25 times at its highest end. We have of course spoken about our eye box and such before. This is slightly lessened by the size of the glass that we've got going on, but 25 times is a huge amount of magnification, and so your eye box is very, very tight at that higher end. Like I say, it's lessened slightly by bigger glass, but then we get tight at the end. Yeah, a real Night Force scope. This is an interesting thing actually. A real Night Force scope will cost you thousands and thousands of pounds. So much money. You don't get that much better performance. You do in a sense. If you're looking at something 500 meters out, 1,000 meters out, then of course you are going to notice a difference between the Evolution Gear and the Night Force. Of course you are. But not in things like eye box. your eye box is going to be about the same between the two, genuinely. Your eye relief may be slightly different, a little bit, perhaps. If I compare this genuine G33 against the Evolution Gear G33, which I don't have in my hand, do I still? Yes, I do have that somewhere. The Evolution Gear one is a little bit shorter, only slightly. It really only slightly, and the eye box on this is maybe a tiny bit bigger on the genuine one, only slightly. The fact that you can get 10 of the reproductions for one of these, this is not 10 times better than the reproduction. We come again into that thing of diminishing returns. And it's the same with scopes like this, very much so, especially for Night Force, because, excuse me, oh dear, swallow my own spit. Especially for Night Force, because Night Force scopes are incredibly expensive. So, if anyone bought a real Night Force scope, then they would be mad. And so I'm glad you haven't done so here. Yeah, very slick and sleek sniper rifle here. Looks good. I briefly considered a spring sniper rifle myself. I wanted the modified Mod 24 because I like the old M24 vibe. But then a Tanaka M700, so the civilian version of the M24. Not quite the way that works historically, but an M700 Tanaka gas sniper rifle came along for very cheap, so I got that instead. Haven't taken it out to a game yet. One day. Genuine Harris bipod, excellent choice. As we've said once or twice now up in this stream, the locking mechanism of the reproductions is absolutely terrible. It is not good enough, even for casual use, really. Unfortunately, the genuine ones are the main one to go to if you want the Harris look. So yeah, otherwise, looks slick, looks good, good stuff. VFC HK416A5, it's a clone of a Dutch BSB. I'm actually not familiar with the BSB. Operator GK Tactical VFC drum. An operator type with a drum magazine. You don't see that very often, usually because they have reliability issues, those drum magazines, and so you don't really see them in professional use very often. Magpul CTR stock with a riser, absolutely. Law Tactical folder, again, that's unusual, unless it's someone on call. If it's someone that is professionally on call, then you can understand how something like that comes about. Original HK416 HK slimline handguard. Okay, fair enough. So we were talking earlier about the difference between key mod and H key. This is H key. So this is the Heckler & Koch derivative, I think, of key mod. I'm actually not sure which one came first. If you Google it, it's the first hit. Let's do that. So Dutch DSB. We'll Google Dutch DSB. BSB operator. What up? Boop. Brigade Speciale Bewilliging Subdrachten. Okay. I probably butchered that. I apologise. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's bring this over. And so this is the build that we're... Oh no, they're both the same. And what have we got? Which one have we got? Okay, that looks like that. What have we got for differences? These literally look like the same rifle to me. I can't tell. Okay. Yeah, drum magazines. Okay, fair enough. And folders? Folders. So... And the jeans and stuff. These guys are probably on call. Not right this moment, but they're probably on call in the sense that they keep this stuff into keep this stuff in a bag in the back of the car or whatever, along with body armor and belt, and then when they need to rock it, they rock it. Cool. Alright, fair enough. Magpul CTR stock, not clone correct to that particular one because that had the HK stocks on them, but the CTR is always a good choice. Frankly, they're just brilliant stocks. Law Tactical folder, the genuine one sounds like, and not the PTS reproduction. I think the reproductions are considered to be okay-ish, but not perfect. So getting a genuine one, fair enough, especially if you can make it work for you, because I'm sure sometimes there's fitment involved in those, but I don't remember what. Custom dummy Raid XE. So Raid X, that is this part here, just the laser, so that's a dummy one there. Close another guy's one, fair dues. Spare optics mount with aim-point magnifier mount. Oh, these are the... Okay, so these are very expensive, but very cool. They flip up and down from center if you want to do that, or they flip out to the side if you want to do that. They can do whichever one you want to do. It's an interesting design that just allows you to do whatever you want to do with this mount. It's also very expensive. Evolution gear makes a reproduction, of course, but I don't know if it's good enough for general use. The way that this works is it is actually the mount of the magnifier is on a nail, on a screw, on a pillar. There's a word for it, but I'm so tired. A rod. There we go. It's on a rod. There is a rod going through here, and it is. Shooting is so nice, I can imagine. There's a rod going through here, just a single, presumably steel rod. And it just pivots off of that. As a result, this is quite a lot of mechanical strain on this one part if we're talking about impacts against the magnifier. So I'm glad to hear the Evolution Gear one is pretty good, but this is a very high stress part here, and I'm impressed that the Evolution Gear one hopefully, well, I'm impressed that the Evolution Gear one doesn't immediately have a reputation of breaking, because this looks like quite a difficult design to get right. What else have we got? Evolution Gear aim point magnifier, fair enough. Holosun HS503GU, cool. So when it comes to red dots and such, the Evolution Gear red dots, they work okay, but Holosuns are not really much more, and so for a lot of markets, there's not really a whole lot of reason to get Evolution Gear, Holy Warrior, anything like that, over one of the cheaper Holosuns or the cheaper Vortexes, because you're getting so much more for for a small amount of price. The flip side of that is when it comes to magnifiers, as AV has done here. Sorry, because I keep calling you Thunder Eye Gaming in my head. As AV's done here, the difference between magnifier, real steel, versus reproduction is much different to what it is with red dots. Because with magnifiers, you spend a lot more money for a real one, but don't get all of the extra performance. We talked about this earlier with the G33. With the red dots, it's worth the extra cost. With magnifiers, not so much. And so cloning, the reproductions of magnifiers are often quite a lot more worthwhile than the genuine magnifiers when it comes to that. So good choices here. Angry Gun. I just said you were making good choices. Okay, Angry Gun SOCOM 556 suppressor. These have an absolutely terrible reputation for binding up and having wobble problems, having alignment problems. If that's way off, I can see that already. That's crazy. Get my amazing ruler out. Yeah, that's canted up. Keep measuring. Yeah, it could be a lens distortion issue. So we'll zoom out. If the gun is in the lower portion of the screen, then it could be a lens distortion issue. It could be a crop. It could be a crop. But as it stands, we'll measure the buffer tube. Oh, okay. It looks like the buffer tube might also be warped upwards. Yeah, I think. Slightly. Okay. It does look like the suppressor is off center. Maybe slightly, but there is also a little bit of camera warp going on with the lens. So it's hard to tell. If you can shoot through it, then you're very fortunate, because not most because vocal minority, right? But there are a lot of Angry Gun Surefire SOCOM suppressor users that cannot shoot through them because they are so far off in their angle. Watson Unity Axon SL, so that is a pressure pad that we cannot see. Fair enough. And Sotac Surefire M640DF. The Sotac lights I can't fault them. They don't drain the batteries. The pressure pads on mine at least have held up really, really well. Yeah, cheap, light, works. Fair play to them. No, it ain't the greatest. Might be switching it over later. Yeah. If I may recommend, the Z Parts one has the proper manganese phosphate coating on the bottom, on the lower portion, and oh, hand stop. That is a pressure pad though, right? It is. I've never seen that before. That's very funny. Okay. For SOCOM RC1, I would personally recommend so far the Z Parts one. It feels good. I haven't used it in game yet, so maybe I can't recommend it too much. But proper manganese phosphate coating on the base, unlike the Angry Gun that is anodized to grey. The Airsoft Artisan is also anodized to grey. The Z Parts 1 looks much, much nicer, in my opinion. So if you are considering replacing it, then the Z Parts 1 is very expensive, but it looks very good, and it feels very good too. Yeah, so that's what we've got for that then. We have our, as we said with HKey and key mod and such like that, we need a Picatinny adapter to then allow mounting of lights and such on the side. This is an unusual method of having a pressure pad. Do we still have the... No, I don't have the ref pics open, but I don't think we were able to see the reference, the hand stop there. Hand stop. Otherwise, this is it's a VFC, isn't it? Yeah, a VFC 416A5. I nearly bought one of these myself. I don't remember what stops me from doing it, but I do quite like the 416. The trouble is with the 416 for me, it feels that same niche of GWOT history that the M4 does, and so I end up buying the M4 instead. Find the other one. Yeah, let's see if we can find the other one. So, Dutch BSB operator. Yep, and then go. We'll go HK 416. Okay, so we've got a few. That's using an aim point. He has got a CTR on it, but that's also a different handguard. Wrong handguard, wrong handguard, wrong handguard. That's a C7. Wrong handguard, wrong handguard. That's a C8. That's an MCX. Alright, fair enough. That's an M249. Nope. Wrong handguard, wrong handguard, wrong handguard. That is an MCX. Wrong handguard, wrong handguard, wrong handguard. Okay, most of these are using the Picatinny handguards that came before the H key. Ooh, what's this? No, that's a 417. Okay, fair enough. Well, we can go this, that, and let me zoom. Oh, okay, right. We can bring this image up, and we can see the hand stop there. It's just a standard hand stop rather than the very strange tactical pressure pad. There we go. Axion, Unity, whatever. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Overall, cool. It doesn't have... Oh, post one chat. Oh, yeah, you're right. And then that too. Oh, weird. Okay, so let's bring this up. So this is the 416 that he was referencing, and this is basically an identical setup to what he's built himself, and this is a very good clone of that, or rather that is a very good clone of this. And yeah, it looks good. We've got the pressure pad is in the same strange place. It's a strange place, but fair enough. Yeah, okay. And SOCOM RC1 as well. Cool. And then we go back to builds. Cool. Alright, yeah, cool. A very, very well done clone of a very unusual gun. I wonder how well the drum does in gameplay, because airsoft drums that are not HPA tapped tend to be a bit rough. But yeah, very good looking build. Well done. Wait. Oh, it's fun working on it. Yeah. I really enjoy cloning type stuff. It's good. I'm personally a fan of the US SOP mod program, which is just like, they basically made a catalogue of all the different crap you can put on a gun, and then I just bought everything in the catalogue over a very long period of time. And it's been expensive. Haven't tried the time, to be honest, but it's for style anyways. Yeah, fair enough. Can't blame you there. It fits the vibe. It fits the cloning. Good stuff. Well done. Good job. Next up, Asian Man. Samurai Precision MCX Spear LT. One more MCX. So this is once more again with the ambidextrous bolt release. And what else have we got here? We've got a few bits and bobs going on. So tracer unit up front on the Predator shell. So there are, Ace Tech does a few different, so they'll do their tracer line in a few different shells. One of them actually is the VFC NT4 that looks, we showed it earlier, looks like that. It's just the quintessential M4 suppressor. Whiteson M600, yep, cool, pushed out as well, as we can see on a T-Rex Arms light bar. That's a bit of a charge statement these days. Steiner D-Val A3. That is a genuine Steiner D-Val A3. We were actually talking in the chat earlier. So a friend of his had his credit card stolen, and the person who stole the guy's credit card ordered a D-Val, a genuine D-Val, $1,600. And he ordered it delivered to the same billing address. He ordered it delivered to the billing address. And so this guy who's had his card stolen gets a $1,600 purchase on his card, and then has a Steiner D-Val show up on his doorstep. Oh. So in between these two periods, he has reported this to, I think, the police and the credit card company, etc. Had everything frozen, and that's all fine. I think he gets his money back on insurance or whatever it was. And then the D-Val arrives, and it's just written off. The cost of it's just written off, and so he gets a free D-Val and just gives it to Asian Man. So he ends up with a free, genuine D-Val, which is wild. But hey, nice. So Unity Axon pressure switch once again. This is a very common choice that we're seeing here today on today's build. I'm not seeing it. I guess it's on the other side somewhere. I'd call that a win too, Minkle. Bloody hell. Crime does pay, just not the criminals. BCM CAG full grip. Yeah, spoken about this before. I don't get along with them personally. It digs into me in a very strange way. But if it works for you, then it works for you. Oh, clicky knee. Oh. Target 60-degree bucking. Never heard of it. Laylax arm. We love to see it. A Laylax arm allows some very good lifting of heavy weights, and in a very consistent way, due to it being a rigid arm and having no flex like some designs do. Archwick adjuster. Shin back 3mm for proper alignment. So that's going to be a hop adjustment method, but I'm not familiar with it myself. Accent button on the left side. Fair enough. Does that mean... No, you are right-handed. Yeah, cool. Modified Feder MPAS. So that is going into... Oh, because it's going into the standard nozzle. Double eagle. Which has to do things a little bit differently because of some asymmetrical alignment wing that the Feder MPAS comes with, I believe, in order to fit into Tokyo Marui nozzles, Tokyo Marui OEM nozzles, that the Double Eagle nozzle doesn't allow for. I may be misremembering, but I believe that's the case, and so I believe you have to cut off the wing, the alignment wing, from the Feder MPAS in order to make it work in double... Everyone here with the multiple accounts to fit into the Double Eagle nozzle. 6 Hour Romeo 4S. I've heard that Sig Sauer red dots are a very good budget option for American airsofters. Not the case in the UK, not the case at all. They are very, very expensive, but it's good that Americans have a cheap option for that. PTS Unity fast micro mounts, yep, we've spoken about that before. PTS is probably going to be the best reproduction you're ever going to see of it, because the AliExpress clones have some issues, namely in the sights not quite being the right height and all that kind of thing. But otherwise, they're largely okay, to be honest. Type A refit. We're back to Type A refit. That's the 4th time, I think, that we've heard about them today. Steel bolt carrier group. Cool to see that's working. Magpul K2 plus grip. That is the one that is overmolded with rubber. PTS iron sights. Do they work? So that is a front backup iron sight over the top of the deval. So because it's a genuine deval, it probably didn't come with the Leap iron sight that we often see on devals, and so I can't necessarily blame you for not doing that. But if you are interested, then there is an integrated iron sight that you can get for a deval that just goes on top of it, and therefore you never need a front backup iron sight. So so it's a Julie problem. Probably not a problem for Type A. That's interesting. Okay, because I know what she's like, and so it's fun to see that she's brought Type A refit into the community. Right, Type A bolt, PTS iron sights, yep. PTS Raptor LT charging handle. Oh yeah, that's good, isn't it? Very angular, fits the vibe. Obviously, it is the Raptor charging handle that we used to, just made to fit the DE Spear LT. FCW ACR stock. Okay. FCW has a very, very spotty reputation, and they can either be pretty good or really bad. I've had a couple of FCW products now for the VFC AK that claim to fit the VFC AK. They didn't. They were absolutely terrible for paint finish. They were absolutely terrible for fitment. They were absolutely terrible in every single way, and they were overpriced on top. So FCW doesn't have the greatest reputation, and by extension, neither does Octagon. So I'm curious to hear how you got on with that ACR stock, how you get on with that ACR stock, because FCW does have a bit of a rough reputation. Next, Blue Force Gear Vickers Sling. We actually mentioned this earlier with the... Whose was it? Might have been Julie again? Might have been Julie again. A very, very expensive sling, but if it fits the vibe that you want, then hey, that is... If that's the choice you've got to make, then that's the choice you've got to make. But there are much, much cheaper options like Ferro Concepts, like Magpul, like pretty much anyone else, because there are guns that are cheaper than a Blue Force Gear Vickers Sling nowadays, because they just keep going up in price for some reason. And then purchased and engraved by Octagon, but that will be on the opposite side, I believe. Yeah, overall, looks really good. Looks like you've got good lines going on. I'm not sure about the ACR stock, I'm afraid. I don't know. Not sure about that. Given that everything else up here, from a visual design perspective, what it's worth, they're about $60 in the US. Yeah, add a zero. They're not that bad, but I've seen them go for like 150, 160 pounds. Those Blue Force Gear Vickers slings. Yeah, up here we have everything sleek, and then the ACR stock is chunky. Obviously, if this is what works for you the best, then you've got to pick function over form, right? If that's what you want to do. It looks a little odd from a design perspective, and I'm curious to hear how FCW have made it. Those things good? No. No, it's an old and outdated design that has been iterated upon and improved by several companies now, actually, but most notably and most popularly Ferro Concepts with their Slingster. But yeah, otherwise wouldn't buy one outside the US, absolutely not. Yeah, otherwise very good choices being made here, very functional, good stuff. Obviously you can get a front iron sight for your deval, but money, and also if it works for you, then who cares. yeah, good stuff. Good gun. Couple issues with the sling point on the FCW. Okay, the cylinder of the QD point was offset to the plastic, so you couldn't insert the QD sling in properly. Had to file the plastic out to be wider. Oh dear. FCW. Sling go-tos. Anyways, people will buy a sling, find that it works for them, and then they'll stick with it for the rest of their lives. Honestly. So me personally, I have a Ferro Concept Slingster. I have 3 of them actually, and I'm a huge fan of them. I would never go elsewhere if I wanted a modern sling. For retro style slings, I've made my own. So for the style of the Blue Force gear here with like the tab, I've just made my own sling. This is not as impressive as it sounds. This is actually very easy to do. It's not difficult at all. You can make your own slings. So that's what I've done for my, if I want something for retro, if I want something modern, if I want something for modern, I'm slurring my words now. If I want something for modern, then Ferro Concept Slingster is my personal favourite. But that comes with the huge caveat that I haven't really used other people's slings, and the other people's slings that I have used, I don't remember what they were, and I didn't like them anyway because they were all too bulky. The QD points on the salvo are Airsoft spec, so I can't use a Blue Force and Magpul QD piece. Fucking what? What is Airsoft spec for QD? I've never heard of that being a thing. That's really annoying. That's a bit of a letdown, to be honest. Oh dear, excuse me. I've only used Magpul slings, to be honest. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you spend all your life on the, the MS1, the MS3, whatever it is, then yeah, you're going to be used to that. I can say that I profoundly believe that the Slingster is better, but if you get on fine with the Magpul, why spend the money? You don't need to. So, do what works for you. Oh damn. Me breathing water again. They plan to fix it since last time I talked with them. Magpul sling points came in. Okay. Magpul sling point. Okay, so they didn't have the correct spec. So not necessarily Airsoft spec. It was just wrong. Okay. But yeah. £10 Viper sling. See, right. Viper Tactical is a UK Airsoft reseller of AliExpress stuff. The issues that they have are their stitching. If you get on okay with their stitching, then you'll be fine. But they can fall apart over time, and so it's good to keep half an eye on the stitching and watch out for it falling apart, because you don't want the sling to break while you're using it. But there, so MCX black on tan again. We've got the vibes, we've got the looks. The stock is quite chunky, but other than that, it's another MCX build, and it looks very good. Good stuff. Next, simple GHK Org A2. Oh, now this is one of our newer users, and I'm not able to see who it is because of streamer mode. I'm really tempted to turn it off, but I don't know what it's going to do. If it's like good stuff, yeah, keep an eye on your stitches. If it does like suddenly give me all of like private messages and say, here's your credit card information, I don't have Nitro, but here's your credit card information, then that would be really unfortunate. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't know who this is because Discord will not let me see. But here is your org. Let's take a look. So, custom scope frame for integrated 2x sight. So typically this is it's an angled backwards sight mount built into an integrated sight. The reason for this again is the eye relief of the scopes. So we need our perfect eye relief for that is this. and so for this particular sight it needs quite a close eye relief, and so we have that mount bringing the scope back. That's not quite what this is though, because this is a custom setup, as they've said, in order to get the cage with the Picatinny around it, I believe. Vortex Crossfire 2 red dot, so that is our top dots here. I see I can get those Ferro Concept slings for not too bad a price. Try them for the KS1 and XM5. I think you'll get on well with them. Let us know how you get on in the chat when you do give them a go, because I really think you will enjoy them. The one thing to note with them, unlike the Magpul slings, they don't have built-in fittings, so you can use whatever fittings you want, which is good, but you need the fittings, which is maybe not so good if you're used to having those fittings already. So Magpul QD, absolutely fine. HK clips, if you want to do that, absolutely fine. Direct threading, if you want to do that, absolutely fine. It's just worth bearing in mind that I think by standard they come with HK clips. No, they come with QD. Shit, I don't remember. Keep an eye out for what you're buying and pay attention to what fittings it comes with. I don't think you have options when it comes to fittings. It's just worth bearing in mind that it might not come with QD fittings. No fittings, cool. Probably want U-loops. Fair enough. Yeah, it's one of those things where technically it's keeping the cost down a bit by not giving you something you potentially don't want, but it's worth keeping in mind that you will need U-loops in your perspective for the loop. I know what you mean. And yeah, whatever you need. Good stuff. Vortex Crossfire 2 red dot, this is the top dot. I am very much a fan of it. I have one here. Unknown sling and unknown brand. So it's a bungee, which implies potentially early... Oh, is it early Magpul that does this? We could be talking like the Viper Tactical again, but I doubt it because this looks like proper webbing. Not sure. But yeah, it's a bungee sling of some variety. AliExpress light, not to a switch. Yep, cool. So Watson WADSN, that is a M300. Yeah, no worries, man. Message retracted. It's all good. You don't have to. Yeah, you didn't say anything wrong. That's fine. Internal TNT kit. TNT for GHK, I think, have a good reputation. Unfortunately for Vipertech, they're considered to be very much a side grade, if not a downgrade. But for GHK, they're considered to be an upgrade generally. They are in the AK series. I don't know about the AUG series. So hop, inner, and bucking. Fast, custom, removable, semi-lock. Okay. How fast? Is it so fast that it's not legal? Because that's not good. So the reason we semi-lock is for modifying it into a designated marksman rifle that can only shoot semi-automatic with it, which then allows us to shoot at a higher muzzle velocity. If this is super fast and easy to remove, then that's slightly concerning. But hopefully that's not quite what you mean with that. DH modded mags. Okay, so Devil Hunter modding of magazines it's a process and it's considered to be quite dangerous, and so I'm going to preface this by saying that just because, you know, we're on stream, we're in a, you know, public facing capacity and all that kind of thing. So I'll preface this by saying that this is quite a dangerous process. Yeah, exactly. You don't want DMR rounds in fully automatic because people will get mad. Devil Hunter. You take out the output valves, I think, of the magazine and replace the green gas output valve of the magazine with ones from a CO2 magazine. Or is it inlet valves? That makes more sense if it's inlet valves, so I think it's inlet valves. The end result, it might be both. The end result is that you have then a green gas capacity magazine that can take liquid CO2. This is incredibly dangerous given the pressure differences between them. However, GHK mags, at least in the past, have been very, very heavily overbuilt and have been capable, mostly, of taking these pressures. There have been explosions of GHK magazines using liquid CO2. Go sleep. Have a great watch. Thanks, man. I really appreciate you stopping by and chatting. Good stuff. Have a good sleep. there have been explosions on previously viable Devil Hunter modded magazines, and these can cause injuries. This is a huge amount of pressure difference. Green gas, red gas, black gas, whatever, we're hovering sort of around between 140 and 180 psi, around that kind of thing. So liquid CO2 direct fed into liquid CO2 as it is held at around 600 psi. This is over triple the pressure that these magazines are designed for. So, one, they used to be really overbuilt, and even then they would occasionally explode, and there is a potential for injury causing this, that is caused by this. Two, nowadays GHK makes their magazines lighter. They have added lightening cuts into the shell of these magazines to make them lighter. As a result, they are making them weaker. This doesn't mean they're not capable of taking green gas. It says concerning things for taking liquid CO2 though. Very concerning things indeed. So these days we kind of move toward advising against Devil Hunter modded magazines. At least one, Devil Hunter modding modern GHK magazines. Really, probably not. Don't do that. And two, if you're going to Devil Hunter mod old magazines, understand that there is still a risk of explosion and injury. Understand these two things. That being said, if you do it, and if it works well, and if you survive without injury, then you get a very high pressure. Also, not necessarily a good thing, because with more pressure comes more cooldown. And so for sustained fire, you're not necessarily helping yourself either. This is why we use green gas instead of liquid CO2 being a common thing. Because getting direct feed liquid CO2 is not actually very difficult at all. There are these things called soda streams, which carbonates water, essentially. And yeah, liquid CO2 is easy to get, it really is. But airsoft companies don't make magazines for this, because even with the pressure difference, even if you make it for that, you still have to deal with so much more cooldown by using CO2. And it's the same with using capsule CO2. You're using more pressure, and so you're getting more cooldown. Liquid CO2 is not that great. But you do get, in your early shots, you do get a very high recoil impulse, and of course you are pushing a very large amount of pressure, which also uses up your fire control group and causes more breakages over time. Right, single rod recoil kit with a 420 gram bolt. That's really, really heavy. That's absurd. But you're pushing it with the Devil Hunter modded mags, and so yeah, that's gonna be really good for recoil when it works. Reinforced hammer strings, reinforced magazine caps. Okay, so that'd be the caps down the bottom. I've never heard of that being a thing. Yeah, fair enough. So it's an AUG. Oh, I'm out of water. Next bottle. It's an AUG with the semi-modernization kit of having the rails around the cage of the scope. It is also, of course, painted and not Cerakoted. Fine, doesn't matter. And it's the original design of AUG with the folding front grip as well, which is very nice indeed. So, by doing what we do here, instead of what we saw previously with the more tactical AUG, we're keeping all that weight in the rear, and we're not adding a lot of extra weight by having an extra handguard out front. We're also, this was probably a little bit easier, a little bit less hassle than dremeling out the other handguard that we were looking at to fit the AUG. And so this gives us all the functionality that we want in a lighter, more stress-free package, while also having the period scope, if you want the period scope. Of course, if you want the more modern optic setup, then you kind of have to look into other things, except of course for the top dot. But yeah, this is a very cool setup that does that sort of it's not quite transitional era, but it's close to the transitional era of Steyr AUG, and does a very good job of it. I like what's going on here, and I think you've done a very good job. Good job. Next, this is our 3D printed stuff. So this is unfortunately a video. I can't show video. The reason I can't show video is one, potential of adult content, anything going against YouTube terms of service, anything including copywriting music, anything in the video itself like sudden depictions of gore or anything like that. I appreciate 99% chance that that's not what this is. Unfortunately, I can't take the risk, so I apologise for that, but I can't show video. You didn't mention that you were going to show video. I can't show video. We'll read through the text anyway. 3D printed, Tokyo Marui MWS M4. Cool, and we do have a picture. I know it's not a lot, but I've spent like 3 or 4 months trying to make this thing work. The goal of this was to make it as cheap as possible. Total cost was like $120 with the mag. Alright, a little bit of grease, fix the jamming issue. I assume there's a jamming issue. Plans for this, such as adding a grip, red dot, yep, all the bits. Any recommendation would be great, fair enough. I'm working on a DIY night vision goggles. That's why I want an IR laser, alright. All the springs inside are DIY, made out of spring wire. Cool. Everything is printed, but not the mag. Good. We've just been talking about pressure vessels. It's a short Tokyo Marui MWS mag. Good. And of course the inner barrel. Yep. And the hop rubber, right? Right? Surely. PBS1 replica. Okay, cool. And a VFC trigger group. In an MWS. So right, so we have a 3D printed gas blowback rifle. Alright, so I'm not going to have a whole lot of opinions on this because this is building the gun rather than setting it up, and this is before we get to the setup stage. If we look at the previous things, this is set up with the lights and the optic in this particular way to get the retro look. If we look at to get the retro look while also having the function of that transitional period. If we look at this, then it is set up with the backup irons, with the laser, with the lights and the night capability as a result, with the tracer unit and the sights, to get this particular function. This is set up like this, is set up like this, is set up like this. You get the idea. We're not yet at the stage of setup here, right? We're simply building the gun. So, cool. I can't watch the video of it working, I'm afraid, because I don't know what's in it. But initial impressions, it's cool. I'd be curious to see what bolt hold you're doing, because there's the VFC trigger group, sure, but then there's the Tokyo Marui Z plates that comes up the side. I wonder if you're using that as well as the VFC trigger group. I'd be curious to hear. Also, when you say redesigned it for a VFC trigger group, I'll be saying a VFC hammer and sear arrangement, or literally a VFC trigger somehow in a Tokyo Marui box. I doubt that's the case. So I'd be curious to know what exactly is going on in there, and I'd be curious to see the internals of the lower receiver, especially in terms of jams and such. PLA, SLS, FDM, any kind of FDM type stuff in resin too, you're gonna have friction issues compared to self-smoothing steel and aluminium. It's not necessarily self-polish. I mean, it is kind of okay. It's not. Steel and aluminium is not self-lubricating, but it is self-polishing in that it does do a very good job of getting out any of those kind of points of friction and then getting a smooth surface over time. Plastic doesn't do that, put simply, and so you are always going to have friction issues when we try to use these materials for friction-bearing parts. But otherwise, it looks like the cool start of a project. Well, I say start of a project, obviously for you this has been months. But yeah, I'd be curious to see the lower receiver inside, especially. And yeah, cool. That's Jack Black, is that? Zach Black? Jack Black. I know he does that. I've seen the video of him. Some people were singing like Britney Spears or something, and then he comes in the background and goes like, "Hit me, baby, one more time." It's just very funny. That's all. Oh, he was in School of Rock, was it? I think. Waiting 4 hours for the tips. The tips? The tips? What tips? Oh god. Oh no. The tips. I don't... Oh, is this C? Is this you, C? Are you the C? Is this the C? Oh. Yeah, I apologise for how long we're taking to get through this. I've said this a few hours ago now. Each of these builds has so much time going into them that me spending, you know, half hour or so on each one is very much the least that can be done, right? There's so much effort and passion that goes into these, they deserve the time that they get. As a result of this, however, it does take a very long time to get around to them. And let's get around to yours. So, Claudio's Ares 308L. So this is the... Oh, that's not what I was expecting, actually. I thought the Ares 308 was the bolt action Arctic Warfare, what's it called? Accuracy International. But it isn't. Right, externals. Victoptics. So Victoptics is the sister brand, the budget brand of Vector Optics, and they are generally regarded to be pretty good despite their lower price point. 4. Plus Geisley metal one-piece scope mount. I very much hope not. That scope mount would have been like 3 times the price of that optic. I'm going to hope that's a reproduction. Yeah, all good, man. I get what you mean. Yeah. Ares silencer, full metal for AR308. What have we got here? Oh, I actually don't recognise that design. Okay, fair enough. I don't recognise that design at all. I've never seen that before. All right. Excuse me. Amoeba foregrip. So this is... that is on a Picatinny adapter. I think. Yeah. Yeah, Picatinny adapter onto M-Lock. And then the foregrip on that. Cool. Internals, spring. Oh, so this is an AEG. Okay. Here's an axe. Yeah, okay. Ambidextrous. Would love to... Hey! Hola, Brazil! Most of my audience is actually Brazilian. And it's because of the shorts, specifically. My longs actually don't get... So if you look at my subscriber count versus the amount of views that my long videos get, is very different. It is very abnormal, and it's because so much of my audience is from Brazil. So, hola. Ambidextrous, cool. We'll have to find out a honeycomb grid for the 25.4mm scopes. Okay. Oh, the yeah, okay. Here in the UK, we call that a kill flash, because the way that the thing that they're supposed to do is to stop reflection of light, and so they're supposed to kill flash. But I know what you mean. Also, quick fun fact, here we are obligated to use red tip, even in the suppressor, so I painted it myself. Yeah, some countries have, I mean, we of course understand why. But, yeah. Okay, so, suggestions. In terms, right, for starters, internal suggestions, I don't know AEGs. I'm a gas guy. I haven't touched an AEG... well, I haven't owned an AEG in a very long time. I did own an AEG probably 6 or 7 years ago now. Took it to a couple games and then got my first MWS, and then that was that. So I can't really help too much with internal suggestions of the of an AEG, I'm afraid. I simply don't know anything there. In terms of externals, excuse me. So we mentioned before that the Harris bipod does tend to have issues, especially with this locking nut here, and we can see the bad nuts there. If you are having issues with this nut, then really 6 or 7. 6 or 7 what? Context? I don't know what you mean. Sorry, with the stream delay, unfortunately, so I said 6 or 7 as soon as I saw it. So that gives you a perspective of how much of a stream delay we're seeing. And it's because of YouTube, I'm afraid. Or maybe my internet. Yeah, 6 or 7 what? I don't know. Harris bipods, the reproduction Harris bipods are really not very good. If you are coping with it, okay. If you're not, if you're having trouble with the locking mechanism, then it is resolved by getting a genuine Harris bipod, if you can. I don't know I don't know what the Brazilian market is like when it comes to bipods and general parts and such like that. Sorry. Right. Suppressor looks good. Cool. Coming back to the grip is in a very good place. With a heavier gun like this, the grip looks a bit strange for vibes, but with a heavier gun like this, having the grip a bit closer in is an excellent idea to actually make the gun usable over a period of time. Because if you just have it no grip at all, and then you're cranking your wrist here on a heavy gun for a whole day, if you're like me and your joints maybe aren't perfect, this can be very, very difficult to deal with over a period of a day. And so having a grip like that makes things so much more comfortable and makes it so that you're actually likely to use the gun. In terms of look, obviously the colouring looks great. The stock looks the adjustment on that looks a bit strange, which makes me wonder, because these Vict Optics LPVOs have quite a short eye relief. We have to bring the scope quite close to our eye in the Vict Optics LPVOs in order to get a good sight picture, at least for the Vict Optics LPVOs that I have used on other people's builds in the past. With that being said, we see that this is potentially the case here, because although we have a cantilever mount of this Geisley, we can see that it is actually mounted as far back as the user is able to mount it. With that being the case, we can do a couple of things. If you want to bring the scope a bit further back, it depends on whether you're actually having trouble. If you want to bring it a bit further back, you could, if you want, use standard scope rings. So a scope ring in the front and a scope ring in the back. What we can see when we do this, we bring the mount point back to a more further forward point than it was previously, and that means we can mount the whole scope further back. That being said, of course, what we could also do if we wanted, if this is a problem, we can loosen up these rings and you can actually just slide the scope back in its mount, because you have quite a lot of range of adjustment here that is not being used yet. So if you are having any issue with getting close enough to the scope, then you have a couple of options there to adjust that and make that work for you. If you want to upgrade your LPVO, then there are of course more expensive options. There are many options of scopes that will outperform this, but the Vict Optics are generally regarded to be good enough for airsoft. So if you're getting along with it okay, then it is going to be totally fine. Hey, it is entirely up to you what your problems are, and solutions can be suggested, but until we know what the issues you have are, it's a DMR setup that looks like it is covering all of the bases. And so therefore, good job so far. As long as it performs well. Again, I don't know AEG stuff at all, I'm a gas guy, but yeah, it looks like you've got a good platform there. Good job. This is Doc, isn't it? That I recognise that picture. That looks like Doc. So Tokyo Marie, Glock 26 Garda, everything. All right, I took Garda Glock 19 blowback unit. Okay, with modifications. And a detonator Trigicon. So Trigicon presumably sights? Oh, Novak. Yeah, okay, so Trigicon sights. Nice. Oh, from detonator though. Okay. Oh. So, if we talk about a carry pistol, this is what you think of really with a carry pistol, okay? You can shove this wherever you damn like. Don't do that. Not a problem at all, Claudia. I'm glad you appreciate it, because I appreciate your appreciation. When we think about a carry gun, this is what we think of, right? Because it's got such a small grip. The barrel size, kind of neither here nor there, really. But the fact that it's got such a small grip means that it's not going to poke out from your stomach if you're carrying it in that position. So I modified a G26 to fit a G19 15mm blowback unit. Okay. As we see here. Is that necessary? Because By standard, the Tokyo Marine Glock 26 is pushing a very small plastic slide, so I appreciate that when we upgrade this to Garda, we're no longer pushing plastic. Is this a steel slide or an aluminium slide is the first question. And was it running sluggishly on its standard blowback units? Or did it actually require some stuff? I assume it was required, because it would be a bit odd if not. But I'm not sure. This magazine release, actually, this is what I was mentioning previously. So, by standard, people have trouble with the Gen 3 Glock design. And the reason they have trouble with this Gen 3 Glock design is because of this magazine release. It's a bit smaller than we see on other Glocks, on more modern Glocks. However, what I've found personally, when reloading, weapons firing, weapons stops, brake grip, willingly, it's fine. Middle finger on the trigger guard, and just whoop, and just pinch. You'll find that your thumb naturally gets all the way to the magazine release without any effort at all. This is something that works for me. Maybe it doesn't work for everyone, but I'm really happy with that solution, and I find that I have absolutely none of the issues that other people say they have with these Gen 3 mag releases as a result. Otherwise, it is a Glock 26. I like the little red bit, the red accent of the thumb safety, of the trigger safety. I'm curious as to how much it costs. That is an extended slide release as well. And I wonder if, again, this is apparently an obsession for me, does it have a steel slide insert? The reason I get so obsessed over these things is because, again, I mentioned it before, this is the thing that breaks pistols. It is the thing on every pistol I've ever had. That's the thing that's gone. That's the reason I've stopped using it, because I've used up the slide using the slide release, and that's really annoying. So I wonder, I assume this has a steel slide insert, because by standard it would be a plastic slide, but I'm not sure. So, a couple of things I'm curious about there, but it's Glock 26. It doesn't. These are ancient guns. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I like the vibe of small Glocks. I do have the VFC Glock 42, which is very, very small. It's actually in a different caliber. So this is meant for 9x19. Again, the real one, not the Airsoft one. I have the Glock 42, which is in 380? 380? One of the two. Close enough. And so as a result, it's very thin as well, and it's so small. If you wear that in like a appendix holster or whatever, you can forget it's there. You can absolutely forget it's there. And yeah, so I quite like the small guns, and this is cool. I like this. Good job. Next up, we are actually getting near the end. Holy shit! Right. Down Defense Mark 18, this is an AEG. This is a pretty standard Mark 18 setup. The Daniel Defense Mark 18, when we get into this side of things, so this is the civilian build, which has come from Daniel Defense, of course. The military Mark 18, if we're talking about Mark 18 naval or army for Block 2 CQBR, Colt receivers, typically. Some FN receivers you will occasionally see on the Block 2. But generally they are Colt receivers, whereas this of course is a Daniel Defense receiver, because it is Daniel Defense that has made this gun. When we talk about the Mark 18 in military usage, it is not Daniel Defense that has made the gun, it's just a handguard that's put on it. You will occasionally see Daniel Defense barrels if memory serves, but again generally Colt barrels. So then the Daniel Defense is just the handguard that is put on the end of it, typically. But this one, however, is a clone, essentially a clone of the civilian Daniel Defense gun that is also called the Mark 18 and is named the Mark 18 in order to slot itself in with the military terminology that is given to the gun that uses the same handguard as this. Yeah, AEG, cool. So simple stuff. Iron sights, backup iron sights that will be perfectly usable through this EOTech, whether that is a reproduction EOTech. As long as we don't put a magnifier behind it, it is totally fine. However, if you put a magnifier behind it, then you will find that the bad glass, it really adds up over time and means that you're really better off not using a magnifier in the first place. However, if you're only using it for CQB purposes and you don't need a magnifier at all, then a reproduction EOTech is usually okay. We have a light on the side here that we cannot see, and we can see the pressure point coming up here off of a reproduction Magpul RVG. This is a perfectly viable setup. I actually did this myself for a very long time. I think my first AEG and my last AEG, my only AEG, was also a Mark 18. It was the military version, but whatever. And I did exactly the same thing. Pressure pad of a light on top, light on the side, and then a Magpul RVG clone as well. I did exactly the same thing. And then over time, get a suppressor for it. And I think I did also get a reproduction EOTech from Holy Warrior. So yeah, super simple, a very common setup. You see this all around nowadays, and for good reason. It works well, feels good, feels nice and chunky. It is it's a tactile, I guess, sensation to using this thing. It just feels good. So yeah, all right. The last one, we're here. All right. That's a G36. All right, cool, guys. Thanks for coming to the stream. That is brilliant. All right, no, I'm kidding. So this is the VFC G36 converted to a K, and this is also with the IDZ kit on it as well. So, good stuff. Right. So Ultimate Industries HG handguard. I believe Ultimate Industries is the OEM, so the real steel manufacturer of these handguards, and of course the HG, as we said before, the proprietary potentially offshoot of Keymod. I do not personally remember which one came first, but it's the same kind of vibe either way. So starting off, well, Aries IDZ stock. So there's been some research on the Heavy Recoil Club Discord that I've been keeping semi-astride of someone trying many different IDZ stocks, and I believe the conclusion was that the Aries one is the best, short of getting a real one if you can somehow, but they're not common. And the conclusion is that the Aries one is the best one to get. So excellent choice here. IDZ top rail, who made that? A2 top rail. From what? That's not VFC. A2 top rail. Is it a genuine one? That's very cool if that's genuine, because those are expensive. Generally, other bits and bobs, we have Magpul ankle foregrip on the Picatinny. So the Picatinny of the handguard comes all the way back here. This is kind of a common problem with the G36 platform. By standard, the standard G36 handguard doesn't have Picatinny on it, and so if you want to add Picatinny, you have to add a Picatinny rail onto the bottom of the handguard and then add it on there. By the time you've done that, you've ended up, no idea, got it from your friend. Alright, fair enough. It might be the WE, because WE makes one, but then, no, it can't be the WE. It literally cannot be the WE. The reason it can't be the WE is because this screw line does not line up the same with this end of the receiver. It's different. It's a different measurement. So there is no way that is the WE, and you don't think it's the Aries because it's full metal. It could be genuine. I don't know. I don't know enough about these parts in particular to say whether they're genuine, but it could be genuine. Heckler & Koch, German, they might be Imperial. So you might be able to try and put metric screws into those screw threads gently and see if they go in, because if no metric screws go into that, then that means there is an Imperial screw thread, and that can point to it being genuine, potentially. Not sure. That's a tricky one. Yeah, okay. So with this grip stuff, with the standard Heckler & Koch handguards, it starts here, then you put a Picatinny rail under it, and then you put the grip under that. By the time you've done that, it's like using an underslung grenade launcher. Your top grip's here, your pistol grip's here, and then your under grip's like here. Obviously, I'm exaggerating for effect, but you get the idea. You've just got to go, whereas with something like this, it is all integrated, and therefore you are nice and slick and exactly where you need to be. That's all great, but Marcus is sitting there for gone. What? Mark, you need to talk to the How behind are you, Tequila? We were talking about the Mark 18 like 10 minutes ago. Oh no, the stream delay. Oh no. Right, Magpul AFG, using a genuine one. The genuine Magpul AFGs are good because this nut is glued in. On the reproduction, it isn't usually, and so when you try to undo it, the nut just falls out, and it's kind of annoying. You can of course try and glue it in yourself, but then there's a risk of getting glue in the threads, and you cause yourself extra problems. Blah 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 blah. The Magpul one just has it set into the plastic and it never goes anywhere, and so it makes things a lot easier. So genuine Magpul AFG grips are always a good idea. Holy Warrior EOTech. Spoken about it before, just before actually. As long as you're not putting a magnifier behind it, then you're not going to have an issue. However, even with the higher end Holy Warrior optics, I've personally found that putting a magnifier behind them, the glass is bad enough that you can't really see further when using the magnifier, and so you know. And also we have a kill flash up here as well. I was just thinking, the fact that that can mount, does that mean anything? But so the WE non-IDZ top rail cannot mount EOTechs. It's not the right spec. Can't do it. But this can. So I was thinking, does that mean anything? I'm not sure. But like, we've already ruled out WE by this point because your dimensions are real steel spec. This looks weird. This looks like it's canted down. I'm not mad, right? I swear that looks canted down. Get a measuring stick again. So yeah, it is. Your sight is canted down. Yeah. Why is your sight canted down? That looks weird. The EOTech system can't usually do that. It could be I mean, it could be yeah, it could be the camera. Alright, fair enough. If it works, it works. Yeah, basically wanted to build a KA4 without using clutch parks. Got 99% of the look. Again, clutch precision is absolutely justified for you to want to avoid them, given not only the reputation that they have, but also the allegations that have been made against them. Again, those allegations have not been proven in a court of law, but they are very serious allegations nonetheless. Probably the camera lens, yeah. So you are absolutely justified in every way for wanting to avoid clutch precision. Can't blame you for that. Overall, yes, you've absolutely got a KA4 there, and it looks very good. Put simply, that's yeah, it looks really good. The do I have so what I've done personally, I've been a bit artisanal with one of my G36 magazines. I wonder if you'll be able to see that. Camera. Oh, that's a bit zoomed in, isn't it? So I've done a little bit of an artisanal painting job of the magazines, and I'm quite a fan of how this looks compared to the stock VFC look. So if we go back to that, we can see that it's just a flat brass. It's not brass, it's actually painted plastic, but I'm not really a fan of it, you know, compared to doing a bit of paintwork on them. But then I feel like doing a bit of paintwork, like didn't read it for like 10 minutes. No, I saw it come in, I saw it pop on. You can shove it, a little bit of artisanal work can, you know, it goes quite a long way. But then it's like, how much do you really care? How much do you really care, you know? So I've only done that for, plan to do the same for some point. Yeah, fair enough. I've only done it for one magazine. I'm not quite sure if I care enough to do it on all, but it does look nice, you know. I quite like how it's turned out. Yeah, not sure. But yeah, overall, that is a very solid looking KA4. Personally, I think you've probably seen mine. I've gone with clutch precision and got the full length one, and I've gotten lucky in that I have a working outer barrel. But it's not something I would recommend to anyone else, and it's actually put me in a bit of a tricky spot because I don't want to make a video about it, given, you know, all of the extra context that has to go into it, and it's just boring. Apart from anything, right? Apart from the risk associated with it, it's just boring. So, I don't know. One of those things. Anyway, this looks absolutely fantastic. It's G36K4. You've done a good job of it. Very nicely done. Good stuff. Guys, we are finished. And it only took nearly 7 fucking hours. Jesus Christ. I'm glad we started stream as early as we did. Because that was a lot. We've had 190 people come by today to stop by, say hi, and have a look at the builds. And that is absolutely fantastic. It's been really cool to see so many of you stop by. And it's been really appreciated seeing so many of you in chat as well. Yeah, I don't know when the next build review is going to be. Not 5 months from now, I hope. The reason it was so long between episode 2 and episode 3 was because of the heat. It's been a bit rough here. The only thing I'd want from the clutch is the KA4 top rail, which is a safe choice, but nah. Thank you, you are absolutely welcome. I feel you are no. Stop, please. Announcements, sure. Alright, that's just boring. Alright, you're looking at a car now. No more announcements, we're cutting off. Yeah, the reason it was 5 months last time was because of the heat. I hope that next time is not going to be so long. That being said, we actually need to do build kit reviews, kit picks. So we have all of these kit picks. Now, I am not a kit guy anywhere near as much as I am a gun guy. So I can say here, perps, pattern 83 chest rig, good padding on it. It's considered, it's well regarded. Considered, well, what would it be? Pull-ups. You need pull-ups. Pull-ups and press-ups. Pull-ups and press-ups will get you 99% of the way. And, oh, the M81, like, what was that? PAS GT helmet? Yeah. Alright, cool. Also, you have a toothbrush. Alright. I'm not a kit guy. I'm a gun guy. And so things like that is, you know, it's tricky for me to get to. You're off to sleep, Marcus. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. And, yeah, so one day we'll do kit picks. We'll probably do kit picks before we do the next build review stream, just to give people a chance to actually get their projects in order. But I don't know when that's going to be the case. So, thank you so much everyone for coming. It's been a very long stream, but I've enjoyed every minute. I hope you have too. Yeah, that's it. I think I'm gonna sleep, I guess. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. Cheers. I'll see you around. Bye bye. Oh, which one do I actually do? I don't want to stop the YouTube stream because that's just going to break it early. Or what if I do... I'll do this. Bye.